What is up? What's up, boys? What is going on? What is going on? I'm going to let the stream catch up to me because I'm ahead of the times right now. It's been a while since our last confession and live stream. The problem is I'm probably a worse coder now than I was then because I've learned all these new things that don't matter. In classic live stream fashion, in our tradition, I've brought with me 3 tools today. I have a coffee, I have a quest bar, and as always, most important, I have my bare hands. And by the way, when you're drinking coffee, it should always be black unless no one is watching. Then you're free to put all the milk and all the sugar that you want in there. Enjoy the mints. What's up, dude? How you doing? I think you're a dude. I like to think that everyone who follows me is a dude because I do not make content for women. And so I'm going to address you with that pronoun for the rest of this video. Now, what are we building today? I'm going to switch between these 2 scenes. Sometimes it's going to just be this handsome face, and sometimes it's going to also be this face with my other face, and we'll see how much inception we want to go here. But in this video, I wanted to do something different. We've probably built 4, 5, 6, 7 apps on live streams over the last few years. And one thing that I've realized is true for almost every app I've built, and really just lots of apps in the world, is that they are just collections of forms. And those forms have boxes that users input stuff to. And then the back end does something kind of cool, maybe, and just gives you back the information you inputted. So classic example being a CRM. They don't really have algorithms and much too interesting on the back end. A CRM has organized fields for name, email, etc., timestamps, and then they just give you your data right back to you in an organized way. But building forms when you're building web apps is kind of boring, and it's not fun to do, first of all, and that means it's definitely not fun to watch. So I wanted to do a different kind of app today. Also, we often do SaaS apps where we set up Stripe billing and checkout portal and recurring monthly, and we go in the Stripe dashboard. I also wanted to change that element. So in this app for now, this is going to be a one-time payment, but you'll also get paid. So it's a little bit of a marketplace. We've never built a marketplace on a live stream, and we've usually done too many forms. So this app, we're going to just do things a little differently. I'm going to try to do what I usually do, which is a combination of educating and explaining, but also just doing it. So if you've never coded before, this will be like that Zach Galifianakis gif where he's like, and he looks retarded. But if you've coded a little bit before, I hope that this will encourage you and go, wow, this isn't really that difficult. So without further ado, let's switch to my scene here. Someone asks, I have a question you make. Sure, yeah. We were doing very well with the recent SaaS sales at forkequity.com. And I'm doing that so that I can focus more of my time on getreviews.ai, which is another one of our portfolio projects. So recently sold a couple small apps to spend more time on those apps. So in this video, what are we building? Let's write that down. Let's go to docs.new. We are going to build something for online course creators, and not necessarily the creators so much as the online course students. And what does that mean? Well, if you're like me, you've probably bought online courses. And if you're like me, sometimes you don't finish those courses. And maybe that's the course's fault. Maybe the content was really not very good. But a lot of times if you find a course, it means that somebody's talking about it, which means it what kind of was good, right? Like the bad stuff, kind of you don't even hear about it. And that's sort of one of the characteristics of something being bad. If you hear a lot about something, shy of a con man being in your ear, that kind of means there's already a minimum level of expected quality. So you have all these courses, you buy licenses to these courses, and then you don't take them all. Why? We've now figured it's not because of quality. It could be because you're not motivated, you don't have the time. It could be because the course is just not what you expected. So it has 50 videos, you click start, and 3 videos into it, you go, this isn't really for me. And something that courses teach us, kind of a meta lesson of courses, is we learn that we didn't want to learn this thing. So for example, one time I bought a course by my friend Nat about how to use Roam Research. And Roam Research is a very popular note-taking tool. They call themselves note-taking for networked thought. And what that means is that all of your notes kind of interconnect to one another. So it's a bit different than like an Apple Notepad app. It's got a lot more of an opinion. And so anyway, I started using Roam Research, and I bought my friend Nat's course on how to use Roam, like a pro. And I went through a few lectures, and I was learning about tagging and this and that. And then I just thought, you know what? I don't really want to take notes. This is not the type of person I want to be, where I have a reaction, a trigger habit of writing down stuff all the time. I write down ideas sometimes, but I don't want to write down, how old is Tom Cruise and when's the last time I got checked for STDs. So I wanted to not use Roam anymore, which is what the Roam course taught me, that I don't actually want to use Roam. And I never finished Nat's course, but not because of anything Nat did wrong. It's just that I don't want to be a note-taking pro. So I stopped taking the course. And that's what leads us to today's app build. It's a little context. Today, we're going to build an online course thrift store. And buy and sell used online course licenses. And let me zoom in here. I'll try to remember to zoom into really everything we do. Sam asks, is this recorded? Yes, this should immediately be published on YouTube when I'm done. I didn't touch any of the settings, but I think it will just be live. So you can go to the doctor and come back, no worries. All right, online course thrift store, buy and sell used online course licenses. And, I think this is a little bit controversial. If you sell a course online, you don't necessarily want someone reselling your license. And I sell courses online, and I can confirm I would not love people reselling my licenses. But I'll tell you what's a lot worse than that is when people rip off your license. Ryan Kulp, buy, grow, sell. I get a Google alert about once a week, such as this, where someone buys or rips off my course, and then they list it on another platform where you can pay them $50 to get a copy of a pirated course. So what I'm really hoping we can do here is eliminate the market of pirated courses and have a sort of more pure seller approved marketplace. And the people who will go to these marketplaces, similar to a real thrift store, are maybe people who can't afford buying something brand new or don't want to buy something brand new, and they're okay with getting fewer perks and resources. So sometimes when you buy an online course, that might include one-on-one consultation or some live webinars or live office hours. But if you sell your quote-unquote used course license, maybe that new person doesn't need that, they don't want that, so they pay less. So this is kind of my enemy here. And I don't really ever do anything when this happens, but it does happen to me every week or two, and thousands of other course creators. And I know this because a couple years ago, I went viral on Twitter after compiling a list of thousands of course creators who had been ripped off, as well as instructions for getting their course delisted from that rip-off marketplace. So we're going to try to do this secondhand course thing in a white hat way. And I have some interesting thoughts on how a course creator can actually get involved and help grow this, and how they might benefit from other people selling licenses to their courses. And the reason I'm in that position to say I'm so convinced we can do it is because, again, I am a consumer of online courses, and I am also a creator of online courses. So in our 4-step process at Founder Hacker, and Founder Hackers, my online platform tribe for helping people build things very quickly and not be wage slaves, we have a 4-step process to building things very quickly, and it's right here. And I'm going to follow that process, first of all, because I'm not a fraud, and people who don't follow their own advice are frauds. But second of all, because it's just the best way to build stuff very quickly. So that means we're going to first figure out what this thing should look like. And then we're going to come up with the back-end data model, which think of that as like a spreadsheet. And then we're going to do the front end, actually accomplishing what this wireframe is. And usually when you do the front end step, you realize that you missed a couple things in your data model. And finally, we do the back end, because back end is where we're going to get the most technical debt. And so by doing it last, we mitigate that because we've already been forced to think through what the app should look like, how it should behave, edge cases, data we need to store differently. And that's what we're going to do back end last. And it will sort of look like we're doing back end as we're doing front end and vice versa. The lines here are a little bit blurred. If I'm writing a front end file, but I merge in a back end variable, is that front end or is that back end? Kind of doesn't matter. It's just semantics. So let's start with our wireframe. And someone asked, what's the fastest way to become like you? Well, I'm flattered you would ask. No one's ever wanted to do that. So definitely think carefully before that's a serious question. But to become like me in an objective sense with quote unquote skill sets, you have to learn the 2 roles of being successful in technology, or you can call it startups. And that is, you have to learn how to build the code and you have to learn how to sell the code. I spent the first 5-6 years of my working life in my 20s trying to sell code, AKA being a marketer. Started as a marketing coordinator, which is sort of like the entry-level role you'd get. And then I slowly moved up from there to manager, director, whatever. I did freelance jobs, I did full-time jobs, I worked at venture-backed startups, I worked for small businesses, I worked for bootstrapped founders. And over that period, I was able to, deduce a pattern or two about how to sell stuff. And when you sell stuff and it actually works, you start to enjoy it. And when you enjoy it, you become better at it sort of automatically. So it's really pushing through that suck where you don't enjoy it, you're not good at it, and nobody likes you. And once you get a win, you use that win to create the flywheel of improving your craft. But after around 5 or 6 years of building, I realized, or after 5 or 6 years of selling, I realized that I was not going to get to the next level if I couldn't build the things that I was selling. Or at the very least, my motivation was to improve the things I was selling. So all of us have probably worked as a marketer, and you keep asking your developer colleagues, can you do this? Can you tweak the feature? I have someone who would use us if we could do XYZ. And your developer says one of 2 things. Either they laugh at you, which happened to me, or they say it's on the roadmap, which is a lie. And in either case, you're out of luck and you don't want to be in that position. So I had to learn to build, and that's what I spent the next 5-6 years doing. And now I'm 33, so I've been in this game 11 years. I've spent about half my time on the marketing side, half my time on the coding side, AKA I've learned just enough to know how to sell and to build the code. And that's how you replicate it. A lot of hours, a lot of books, but you can do it. And that's why I'm here. So we're going to wireframe. We're going to wireframe this online course thrift store. And I don't want to get too detailed with our wire because I think our entire product can be very, very simple. But for now, let's just kind of call it what it is. Online course thrift store. And then we're going to have some sort of CTA to get started. Now, there's a lot of ways to make a fancy or progressive onboarding. Progressive onboarding is when you ask someone for a little information and then a little more and then a little more. And the reason you would do that is because if you ask them for all the information up front, they might abandon. So this happened to me yesterday. I was trying to get a quote for sod installation. Yeah, I typed sod install near me. Sod is fancy word for grass. And I think I went here, and I don't want to click it now, I guess, because it's going to, yeah, it's giving my town name. I'm in LaGrange, whatever. But it's going to pre-populate, and it says, what's your zip code? You hit estimate. And then, oh, what's your name, right? What's your name? And then you hit next. What's your address? And it's kind of annoying. But this is called progressive onboarding, progressive profiling, you could say, but then you sound like a cop. So progressive onboarding, and it works because if they had asked for all of that in one form, I might not go through with it. But when you see this progressively, you think, okay, one more field and I'll be good. One more field and I'll be in there. There's ethical questions that are raised from this as well. But essentially, when we're looking at our wireframe and thinking about onboarding those first customers, how are we going to onboard them? The simplest way is, of course, just email and password. And I think we'll go ahead with that. But we could absolutely make it where, let's say, they have a course to sell and we just say, hey, give us the URL of that course. And that kind of would drop them into onboarding. But it also can open you up to spam when you let non-authenticated users input data to your backend or to your database. So for now, we'll just kind of stick with what's simple. And if we have more time later, depending on how long the core of the build takes, we could come back. But for now, let's keep it simple. So we're going to have a couple call to actions because this is a marketplace. Remember, we have buyers and sellers. Browse or maybe sell. No one really wants to buy per se, but they want to look at. They want to check out your courses. Online course thrift store, that's really simple. And I like to call this like 0 dot. And I use 0 instead of 1 because it's sort of the starting point underneath everything. And let's call this, I don't know, browse. And here we're going to potentially have really just a Netflix style layout. So what I'm going to do is just get a rectangle here. And actually I could even do a little bit better. We can get like an image placeholder. And I'm using a tool called Balsamic, by the way, but there are free versions, free wireframe tools. They're just little doodle tools, Let's go up here and just say browse courses on sale, something like that. And we're going to, again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We want this to sort of look like YouTube or Netflix or even maybe not really Amazon, but we just want rows and columns of courses. Maybe on the first version of our app, we have to consider we're not going to have a ton of courses. So while we could add 5 per row or 8 per row, if we're only going to have 4 courses on launch day, we might as well, not do that. So let's start with grid, a 3-column grid. Each of these will be a course, and then each one will have some sort of, information. So you can imagine this will be the image, and I can put a comment here, course featured image, like a thumbnail. And then we're going to also have probably the title of the course, because thumbnails don't always have useful information. Sometimes it's like Dragon Ball Z and I don't know. Course title. And I can wrap this in curly brackets to let my future self know that this needs to be a variable read from the backend and not hard-coded HTML code. Course title. And then probably over here, we want to do something like, course price, something like that. And I'll get rid of the word course because I think it's pretty obvious. Make that right, justified. And again, when you use wireframe tools, you can get these really simple little alignments and everything. It's just kind of a nice feature instead of using like Paint or Photoshop or something. So we've got that. Trying to think, those will probably be clickable. The thumbnail will be, of course, clickable. I totally should have put this on before I did all my copy pastes. So we'll just fix that now, getting rid of these. And then we'll have our sort of browse page, at least 90%, I'd say. 90% of what this page will need, we will have it done within what? That took us under 2 minutes. I'm gonna grab everything. And another thing that I do when I'm wireframing, because you want your wires to be as realistic as possible. They don't have to have the exact font we're gonna use and the exact spacing, but generally speaking, you want them to be close. And the way I make wires close, by starting out, I go to my browser window and I actually set it to 1920 by 1080. I find that to be really helpful. Which books exactly? Someone asked, which books do I read? I'll probably do another video on my home library, but I read across genres. I read biography, psychology, marketing, management, etc. How to be a guy. I'll read about anything. Right now I'm reading a book called The Big Bang of Numbers, and it tries to explain the world with math instead of with science or religion. I believe there's a God, so it's not like I'm looking for something to change my mind per se, but you got to keep your mind open to other people's ideas. And so I'm reading that. I just read a book called You Can If You Think You Can by Norman Peale. He's like a very old, very dead guy from the mid-20th century, talked about motivation. I think he mostly wrote books for housewives, but that's okay. I can learn from that. Someone else asks, if you still use Atom, is there a successor named Pulsar? Yeah, I should check it out. I keep things, I guess I'm, there's that concept of crossing the chasm. If you guys have checked that book out, Jeffrey Moore, where you've got innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards. I think those are the 5 groups. And Jeffrey Moore, I think, coined that theory, and a lot of marketers use it, startups use it as they progress. And I've thought a lot about that, and I don't disagree that there are early adopters, innovators, etc. But what I would say is that it is not a fixed definition per person. In other words, I'm an early adopter to, new keto food, okay? But I am actually a late majority when it comes to iPhones. So like I'll always get the iPhone that's 2 versions behind. And I'm a laggard when it comes to new text editors. So I'm not using new text editors. I'm using one that got shut down a year ago, and sometimes it crashes and breaks on me because I'm a laggard there. But I'm not always a laggard. I'm not always an early adopter. And probably the same goes for you. You are at a different spot in the market life cycle or in the chasm per product, per service in your life. Okay, so that's our browse page. And then we want the other side of this, because this is a marketplace, we want a sell page. And I'm gonna, I guess, just copy paste the browse page so that we have that kind of heading up at the top. I'm gonna call this to sell, maybe sell a course or list a course in seconds. And I'm writing seconds now more so as a challenge to ourselves. Can we make this app so simple that someone with an online course license they no longer need can list it and maybe get paid within seconds? So this is a challenge to ourselves. If we can't achieve this, I'm not going to let this be our copy. There are some websites out there. I won't name names. Actually, I will. I always name names. That's one thing that makes me unique. I remember, was it AppSumo years ago? Not AppSumo. AppSumo's tool for email pop-ups. They said, it was like go live in 37 seconds, something like that. I just remember that being on their homepage. And you can go live in a couple minutes, but not 37 seconds. So I just thought that was bullshit, and that stuck with me. And so we're listing this as an aspirational challenge, this copy. And if we can't do it in seconds, then we're going to change it, And I'm not going to change it to list a course in 3 hours. That would not be attractive, but I'm just going to make it generic. List your course. It's easy, takes a couple minutes, something like that. All right. So we don't need all of this stuff. Thanks for the comments today, guys, by the way. Usually I'm coding in silence. And about 10 people watch each of my pieces of content. But my strategy, my career strategy, is I create hundreds of pieces of content, 10 people watch each one, and I'm able to live a very good life. So thank you for being in that top 10. All right, so list a course in seconds. What's this experience like? But I always make a point when I do a live stream to not code before the stream. I think that's cheating, right? But I do think about the product a little bit. I think conceptually. And if you go to an online course, let's say that you, I don't know, let's try to find Nat's course. I didn't tell Nat I was going to use him as an example, but I think that's fine. So if we find Nat's course, effortlessoutput.com, again, awesome course, insanely in depth. But as I took the course, I realized I don't want to know how to take notes. So I would be I'm going to try to sell my license to his course on our new site today. But if you go to his course, what you can see, and you'll see this on really any course, you've got a title, you've got a description. If you click enroll, you've got some kind of price. You've got bullet points of what's included. You've probably got some number of lectures. Sometimes you get to see the curriculum, maybe not in this course. Oftentimes you'll see tables and rows on a page with curriculum. Maybe it will be here. Okay, he's using Teachable. I don't see curriculum, that's fine. But anyway, there's a lot, right? And then of course there's the image of the course and there's the URL of the course. And so when we think about how to map that over here, it could be very tempting to provide some type of web form that basically requires people to plug in all of those values, right? Like what's the course title? What is the course, URL? Obviously, they need to also provide their username and password, course username, course password. And similar to if you've ever used StubHub, StubHub is a way to buy and sell tickets, peer-to-peer buying and selling tickets. StubHub actually sort of verifies that your ticket is real. So if you have a mobile ticket, it asks you to type in the barcode and they have some type of scraper, scanner, or API connection, whatever. They check that the ticket is real. So we need their username and password. We also potentially need the login URL because sometimes that's going to be very different than the marketing site. As we just saw with Nat's course, Effortless Output is the marketing site. But when I click to buy it, it goes to Teachable, which maybe means that I would log in from learn.natalias and Teachable. So you can see how this would be the login URL and not the marketing URL. So it kind of becomes a lot, and we haven't even gotten to the main meat yet. This is just stuff that's required. We also need price, maybe like the course original price, and then we need to know your price. So like your price, right? What are you going to charge for it? Maybe it's 50 originally, you're going to sell it for 9. We might want to let people plug in a description of the course so that it can show up. And then we're going to want people to do like tags so that someone browsing can hit a drop down. And let's add that. See how useful it is to do our wireframe first, because our wireframe implicates our front end, which then implicates our back end. So let's just do something really simple. Select a category. And then underneath here, we might have marketing, design, I don't know, crypto, if you're still interested in that. And so we're going to have that category. Maybe instead of tags, we'll keep it simple and let them use the exact same drop down as people when they browse. Keep things uniform. So you start to see how this application just becomes a big, gross, boring web form. And I don't think that's the spirit of what we're trying to do here. Yeah, Brian says we need feature image upload. So maybe over here, let's see if there's like an upload. Yeah, there's kind of an upload widget, course image. And this just sucks. I mean, it's okay. It would work, and some people would use it, but it just sucks. And web forms are so 2008, and nowadays we want to plug into the matrix, and we want the computer to read our mind. And so I don't want to do this, but I wanted to showcase this to give us an idea of how maybe I would have live streamed this same idea even a year ago. But now I want to do something different, a little more magical, a little more experimental. I want it to feel snappier. Let me get caught up on comments. Real error on Rails enjoyer. Okay. Don't forget to give the browser restful names actions. Yes, enjoy the mints is definitely an OG. So something that I commonly do when I start a wireframe is I will actually get these details, live up in our wireframe just so that it feels, again, more realistic. And I should have already done that because now I have to duplicate my work. But when you want to do your wires, the more detail you give yourself, your future self will thank you. So here it might be /browse. That's a nice endpoint. And here might be /cell or /list maybe. Because if you think in terms of RESTful objects or just objects generally, there's no such thing as cells, sales. I don't really want to do that. So maybe /list will be where you list, and then you'll create a listing object. So now you're able to see how even just giving a thoughtful name to our wireframe is already implicating our database model and some relationships between objects, which is, I think, pretty neat. So still getting caught up on comments. How'd you come up with this interesting idea? Crello C, if you rewind the live stream to the first couple minutes, first I flex my little biceps and then I explain how I got to this idea. But essentially, I think we all take courses that we no longer want or need, or we don't finish the course either because we get learning fatigue or we just realize through the process of taking a course that we don't actually want to learn how to do that thing. Hey Piyush, how you doing, man? Let's see. Enjoy the Mint says maybe some mechanism to fetch the course platform. Exactly. Julio says, asks what wireframing tool is this? It is called Balsamiq with a Q, and it's definitely very sweet. Balsamiq. They have a cloud-based version and a desktop downloadable version. It's a very OG tool since 2008, and it's really awesome, and I'm a big supporter. And I think I've done every live stream with Balsamiq. All right, so now we're getting to the fun stuff. If we're not going to require all these form fields, but we've agreed that we need all this data, how can we get it? Well, scraping. So let's duplicate this, and let's call this maybe cell V2. And here is how we can actually accomplish our aspiration to do something in seconds. And so I'm going to actually just get rid of really all of these fields for now, and we can add some back. And let's have one nice big input. Let's make it a little bigger font and say, course URL. I'm going to make this placeholder text a little more sensible. So I'm going to use one of my own courses as an example, because you got to eat dog food. And let's give ourselves a label and do a different style web form here and say something just like input the course URL, something like that. All right. And I already can see the UX issues glaring at us here. For example, someone might paste in the home page and not directly to a course page. They also just might paste in a page that's not a course at all. But we can figure that out later. And it's important when you build your MVP to at least solve for the happy path, and then you can call it done, version 1, version 0.1. And then as you go live and people complain, you get to solve all the other stuff. But I think some people are too smart for their own good when they're building, and they try to solve for the sad path or the malicious path or the dumb idiot using your product path, or they try to solve all these different paths, and then they give up before they go live because it feels insurmountable to cover all the edge cases. But all the edge cases will punch you in the face when you go live. So yes, we need to solve those cases where someone inputs an invalid URL for one reason or another, but we don't need to solve it now, and we'll actually solve it faster by ignoring it right now. So happy path, input the course URL. That's an example, founderhacker/fundamentals. And what I think should happen is after they input this course URL, after inputting the URL, scrape the URL, right? And from that scrape, maybe we can then grab the title and all that other stuff we need. So going back here, we can easily grab the URL because we'll have it. The title is probably going to be like an H1, or we can use a meta tag, the stuff they show up on Open Graph, Facebook shares, Twitter shares, social shares. Username and password, we're still going to need that. So we can go here and add those fields. However, we also don't really need those fields unless we can verify the course exists. But let's just say login username. And we're going to also need their password. So we can't do everything with the scraper, but we can do just enough to make the experience a little bit more magical. And I think John Podesta's password was password, right? So if you want to run for, help Hillary Clinton run for president, just make that your password and you'll get the job. Next, image, we're going to try to scrape that when we scrape. And let's see, original price, that sounds like something that we should be able to scrape. So let's just mark this down. We're getting the title, URL, image. I think price we should be able to scrape. And I think that's actually almost something we need to do for security purposes. So even though we said, let's only think of the happy path still applies here. If I buy a course for $100, so let's say I've got Nat's course, Effortless Output. Currently he's selling it for $99. I think maybe he has sold it for other prices. Maybe he did an early bird thing for $50. Maybe he used to sell it for $300. I don't remember, and I don't want to put I don't want to accuse the price of going up or down, but I think it's been different, right? And a lot of courses change their pricing over time, or they have early bird specials or Black Friday or whatever, and that's fine. But the challenge is, if I'm selling my license that usually costs $99 and I'm willing to sell it for $49, that's pretty great. Until one day Nat wakes up and does a Black Friday deal and his price is $49, and now someone accuses our website of not having discounts, or someone accuses me of trying to rip them off because I'm selling it for the new price. Or just simply speaking, if our website has a bunch of courses listed at similar or above retail prices, nobody's going to make any money. So we need to guarantee that our website is always going to be cheaper than the main price, which makes me think that when we scrape and we get that original price, that means potentially our customer should simply say what they want their discount to be. So maybe we just say something like discount you're offering. And this copywriting is not good yet, but here we can have them input some kind of number, and maybe we default it to like 50%. And that way, whatever the price is at any given moment, it will always be 50% cheaper on our site. It's a great value add to our customer, to both of our customers. The person listing never has to think about it, and the person buying always has a guarantee that they are buying something at a discount. All right, checking on some chats. Someone says, desktop feels faster. Yeah, I think to me, desktop is a lot nicer. You also get hotkeys. Like I can hit the / and go up here. When you're on a web browser, your hotkeys are going to compete with your browser's hotkeys. So that's why I prefer desktop. Any copywriting courses or books you recommend? Oh, thank you. I recommend Ogilvy on advertising. That's the only book I've read on ads or on copywriting. Otherwise, I mostly stick to lower level fundamentals. Why do people do what they do? And then try to abstract that into marketing lessons. Is there value in having known courses? Someone could sell fundamentals and that gets the blue check. Yes. So this is something I was alluding to earlier. I mentioned that people generally wouldn't like it if their courses are being sold or resold, if you're a course creator. And I gave the example that I've personally experienced from Reddit, where you type in, you can verify this yourself, Ryan Kulp, buy, grow, let's say, and people are listing one of my courses all the time and trying to sell it from their site. And nobody likes that. So as I was thinking about this idea last night, laying in bed alone because my woman's in Chicago, I thought, how can we get the course creator to be in on this idea? How can we get them to be supportive of it? And I think it's exactly what Brian just mentioned in the chat, which is we let course creators opt into making their courses quote unquote verified. And what that would mean is that whatever maybe perks come with the course tuition, verified idea. Course creator confirms that they are okay with their courses being sold at a discount. In exchange, those course listings have a, let's say, sure, blue check mark and are promoted on the browse view, right? So this is just kind of a concept where not only does this give more peace of mind to people who might use this product as a student, but what it also means is that we have an opportunity to pay course creators. Ergo, course creators get paid. And the way I think this can work is like an NFT. So when you have NFTs, and I can't believe I'm talking about NFTs on a live stream, forgive me, but the concept that got people stoked about NFTs is that the blockchain smart contract can handle paying royalties for you. So as people buy and sell something throughout history, that original person can always get paid. So if Picasso can sell for $100 million, Picasso's organization doesn't make any of that money ever. It's never going to happen. So that's why you actually had a lot of broke artists whose work sells for millions. So in our case, since we are collecting the funds when someone wants to buy a used course, we can pay some of those funds to the course creator in exchange for them verifying. And when they verify, that also means that they're going to honor this license. So if I buy a license to ABC course and I only pay $50 for it, and the course creator sees me come through, they won't be able to, they're agreeing not to kick me off or delete my user account because they have sort of blessed, you could say, they have endorsed this platform. And I think the other thing this will do for course creators, if you're a course creator, you probably have an email list of people who never bought from you. They are merely subscribed to your platform. They want to hear information about your courses or about you, but they don't necessarily want to buy a course today. And you could think of all those subscribers as abandoned cart or sort of half purchase intent type of people. And so what we can do is get a course creator on board to verify one of their listings. They can then send emails to all of their subscribers, their non-purchased subscribers, and say, hey, if you're interested in taking my course, there may be some copies available over here on Course Thrift. And now they're getting paid from that. And they're not really cannibalizing sales because this list of people wasn't going to buy their course at full price anyway. So I hope that helps. And there's more directions we can go with that, but that's the big idea here that made me think this could be something worth pursuing for real and not just as a proof of concept live stream. You've got a lot of people willing to try a course. They don't want to pay full price. There's nobody solving that demand right now. There's nobody supplying that demand. And since it's a marketplace, you need both sides to agree, but by offering verification and NFT style royalties and promotion, I think we can actually get the course creators in on this. And if all of this works, we, as a result, as a nice byproduct, get to eliminate this market of con artists who will buy your course, okay? They download the videos and content, they charge back on your course website, so you don't even get their tuition, and then they go sell your course on other websites. So hopefully we can destroy them and make everybody some money in the process. That's the idea. All right. In terms of fetching it quickly, again, happy path is that every night we can just fetch course details and it will quote unquote just work, but potentially it won't. And what we could do is have our page say, this price was last updated or last fetched 24 hours ago. And maybe it has a little red flag that says, we can't fetch the current price. Please go here to verify before you purchase. We can definitely handle all of that. Will listed courses be delisted after one sale, or can they be resold infinite times? Yeah. So in terms of listed courses, a course should only be sold one time, each license. If I have asdf@gmail with a password, we can't trust that strangers are going to keep a shared password Also, course platforms nowadays have wised up, and it's not unusual to see IP address checks and CAPTCHAs or two-factor requirements. I know even Podia, when I log in as a teacher, if I log in from 2 different computers, it asks me to check my email to verify I am who I am. So we can't do a shared account, but what we can do is we can do Amazon-style search. So this is the other thing that I think is exciting. Let's just go back to browse here. This doesn't really affect the UI per se, but it does affect the UX. And what I mean by that is when you go to Amazon, and let's just do it. When you go over to Amazon and you search for any product, as you might know, you're just searching for it by SKU. You're searching the SKU of that product. Let's get one of my recent purchases. And Quest Nutrition. The SKU, or the ASIN on Amazon, B07L. If I were to type in Quest Nutrition multi-purpose protein powder, you know, this exact kind of title, or look at this B0L, there's just the one product, right? So unlike eBay or a lot of other marketplaces, this was sort of the real innovation of Amazon. Obviously, they've done a lot of amazing things logistically, but to me, the technological innovation was SKU-based search, so that you don't have 50 listings all claiming to be this product. If I go to eBay, it's very noisy. If I go to most marketplaces, it's very noisy. So in other words, we are going to have SKU-based search. Yeah, Brave pulling up my history. I'm not a weirdo, so I don't mind seeing you guys seeing what I buy on Amazon. But yeah, so let's go over to Balsamiq. So what we're going to do differently here, browse will have SKU-based search, so that you know, one course, one listing, unlimited licenses available. Unlimited, you know, unlimited to the degree that people have added them. Unlimited license, I don't know, capability. I don't know. I don't want to sound corporate-y. But essentially, if there's 10 people who are selling the Founder Hacker Fundamentals course, there will be one listing for that course. And when you click on that listing, it will be similar to Amazon. It will let you know that, you know, here's the cheapest price, right? So if I click to buy right now, I'm buying automatically the cheapest one. And if I wanted to buy a different one, especially when you're looking at something like a book. So I recently repurchased this, Effective Executive by Peter Drucker, because I wanted a hardcover and not a Kindle version. So if I go here and click, I don't know, other sellers on Amazon, right? This is one listing with a bunch of different prices. That's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to do it. So I'm going to just actually even copy paste this. And because there's a lot of things that we can learn from the Amazon example. So let's go now to, I think we really just need one or two more little wires. I think we've gotten over the hump of the innovation we're trying to achieve here. And let's go to maybe the buy page. So let's duplicate this, buy, and let's now get rid of all these extra images, and let's assume that someone has clicked on one image. We're going to have that course, and then we're going to have the description, and I'm just going to use Scribble. Yeah, I don't know. I think there used to be a better, yeah, here we go, block of text, that's what it's called. We're going to have maybe the course description over to the side. We're going to have the course title and price up here, nice and big. And then similar to like this is really a PDP page, product details page, if you've done e-commerce lingo. And then we're going to have some sort of like buy. And we could also have add to cart, but I don't think we need to add carts and storage sessions. Who's going to go and buy 10 courses and check out all at once? We don't need to do any of that. So just buy for, you know, that price. All right, so we're going to have all that. And of course, we can here have, you know, links to the original course, you know, view original course, something like that. View course. And try to make the buyer as aware as possible. And then finally, we're going to paste in that thing we just took from Amazon, which is, other people selling it. And I don't think we need to include a lot of this stuff. There's going to be no Prime badge. There's going to be no free shipping. There's going to be no cart. But essentially, this will just let people know that there are other licenses. So maybe we'll put up there other licenses. I don't know, other licenses for sale. And I want to get this Amazon junk covered up. So let's have that be maybe our box header. And we can even make it rounded, or we can just make it none at all. And then we make this bigger. So you can kind of see how we're now able to, again, implicate the front end and the back end by just thinking through our wireframe in a smart way. Other licenses for sale. So something like that. All right, groovy. Let's catch up on the comments. Brian, when you said boo this man, what does that mean? Would you recommend Launch School in addition to courses? Launch School is amazing. I went through Launch School because my own course didn't exist yet. And I still recommend Launch School. But Launch School's stated goal, and you can verify this on their website, Launch School's stated goal is to help you get an awesome job. And there are such things as awesome jobs. I've had awesome jobs. I've had not so awesome jobs. That's fine. But my goal is not to help you get a job, because I think even awesome jobs become not so awesome when they fire you. So my goal is to help you learn just enough to build things and be dangerous. But that is sort of against the pedagogy of Launch School. Their thing is long and slow and painful process. And again, I think that's even written on their homepage. And that is the right move for some people, but for the others, we present Founder Hacker. So they're not necessarily either ors. You could certainly do both. You could use Launch School to learn a lot more JavaScript and some of the other fundamentals that aren't related to like Ruby or Rails, but just computer science generally. Or you could do everything through Founder Hacker. And I wouldn't be able to say that Founder Hacker is an all-in-one solution until just a few months ago when we launched our latest course, Camp. Until then, it was just one course on your journey, and I would point people to other places. But now I think, Founder Hacker is sufficient. All right. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of our sale page. Again, very simple, and maybe even we don't want all these columns. Like Amazon has a lot of columns, so maybe this will just be over here, have a nice 2-column approach. And then when they buy, honestly, we could even do like a modal. We don't have to make a new dedicated page. And when we think about buying though, that means they're gonna pay us, which means we're gonna have money that we need to pay out to that seller. So when we go back to our sales V2, we also probably need to know where they want to get paid. Now, this is another thing I thought about before building today. And I thought, well, it's pretty easy to set up Stripe Connect, where they could authenticate a Stripe account and money would land directly in their bank account. But not everybody has Stripe or wants to use Stripe or is in a country that supports Stripe. Stripe also requires you to do a bunch of KYC, so know your customer. I think that's just kind of gross. I think it makes a lot more sense and it's more universal, and don't shoot me for saying this, to just ask for their PayPal address. And this is, where to pay you. And so now we get paid through however people want to pay us, credit card, bank. We'll use Stripe for that. But the person selling their course will just say, yeah, here's my PayPal. And when we sell their license, we will email them, hey, your course sold. And then we will send them the money through PayPal. And of course, we will have some type of cut. So let's put maybe another line of text here. Maybe this is where we do this. We could either put this text here, course thrift keeps 10% of all sales. We could do that. We can also, be a little more upfront if we wanted to put that up here. We could absolutely do that, here. We drive traffic, exchange passwords for you, and keep 10% of successful sales. Whatever. There's a lot of ways we could do this to make sure that we have integrity with our process. But essentially, that's how we make money. And then again, if a course creator gets involved, we can also have them carve out a commission by verifying their courses. So this is what they're going to input, how to log in. And then we could either add like a next button here, where maybe they just add their course URL and then they click next. And then after they click this button, we fill in these other details, or we expand the box to include this. So maybe we do something like this. And this new box shows up later, if that makes sense. So again, we're actually introducing a bit of progressive profiling, as we talked about earlier, but we're doing it in a little different way. We're kind of doing it all on the same page. So maybe this shows up later. Second box appears after course is successfully scraped. Something like that. Cool. All right. Yeah, so if someone has a verified course, that's something we have to figure out. If a course sells for $100 and it's verified, do we still get 10 and the creator gets 10, or do we get 5 and the creator gets 5? I'm not sure. I think that's something we could just put in our terms. So we could even put this here. So, course thrift keeps 10% of all sales. If your listing is verified by the creator, they also get 10%, something like that. So now we don't have to write too much code. We just write copy. And that's actually almost a subtle but important point when you're fixing things and building software and thinking of edge cases. Sometimes it makes sense to write extra code to solve these edge cases, but sometimes it makes more sense to literally just add extra text. And I can show you an example. I just did this. The other day. So we had someone using Get Reviews, one of our products, and this is my demo account, so I don't mind that you see this. And they created a survey, and they uploaded an image right here to be their background image. And their background image would show up right here as the background. So you see this lady in the yoga pants. And they uploaded a background image, and it didn't work. When I went to their survey, it was all black. And I went into the CSS and I found that their background image, which loads inside of the element called banner, if I can find it. The background image, yeah, right here. You see this section class banner, background image, and it loads the image. This was broken. It had a CSS error. It said can't load. So I looked at the URL, I clicked it, and the URL opened just fine. So I thought, what's going on? Because I clicked the source and I saw the URL. Well, then I looked at their file, and their file name had an ampersand sign in the file name. And because of that, even though the image uploaded to our server okay, and it rendered from our S3 Amazon bucket okay, CSS cannot load background images with an ampersand sign unless they are encoded. So this was a super simple thing, or simple identification of the bug. So I thought, let me just go in the code and look at where we handle the image and encode the image file name and blah, blah, blah. But then I thought, I'm gonna need to test a few files, multiple special characters. I might not catch all of them. And then I might break something in the process of trying to encode an image that's still being uploaded in transit. So instead, I just added a line of text. File name must not contain this. And now if someone uploads an image and it breaks, at least they can sort of try to solve their own issue, because they'll load the survey, it won't work, they'll come back, and maybe they'll notice this. And if they still contact us, that's fine. We at least have an out to explain it was user error. And maybe the next time this happens, I'll actually write code to change how we handle special characters and file names. But until then, writing a line of copy was a lot faster. All right, getting back to our project here. For anyone who just joined, we are building an online thrift course for courses. Online course thrift store. Yeah, I don't know where we'll put the modifiers and the nouns and all the grammar, but that is what we're building. You can buy and sell used, quote unquote, course licenses for a fraction of their price. And for onboarding, we're going to scrape those courses by their URL, and then we're still going to need them to plug in, how do you access it and what discount are you offering, and then they're going to be on their way. And once they're in their profile, honestly, I think we don't need much. I think the user profile can sort of just say how many sales you've received. It could maybe even have analytics, like how many views you've gotten on your course page. It can have a copy paste profile, like here's a link to your courses, something like that. So let's actually go ahead and duplicate this and call this like 3 seller profile maybe. And when you think of marketplaces, you have buyer profile and seller profile, or supplier and a vendor, or the 2 different personas. I don't really want to do that here. I just want to call it like your account. And if they are a buyer, they are also a seller, if that makes sense. So whether they've listed a course or not, they'll sort of have the same profile. We can have some sort of section up here that is shown or hidden based on whether they have courses. So like your course listings, and then if they have none, maybe this is just going to say, you have no courses, and that's perfectly fine. And if they do have courses, you haven't created any listings, make one, and that can be, a link. And a nice empty state. So it's again, we're making a marketplace, which is generally a larger idea, a larger product. You need views for everybody twice, right? You need every view twice. But we're not going to do that. We're going to have one singular profile, whether you're selling courses or buying. And if they do have courses here, maybe we can even duplicate this. I'll call this empty state. And if they do have courses, maybe we're just going to, I don't know what you'd call this. I actually don't know if there's a word for this, filled state. But if they do have courses, it's maybe going to say like whatever the course title is, course title, and then maybe like analytics, like view count. We count views, and then revenue. And, really, if they sell their course once, that's going to be their whole revenue. Someone's probably not going to have multiple licenses, right? So if the revenue dollar is above 0, it means that, that's not going to get more views. So we have to figure that out, because we're only going to have one listing per course license, regardless of whether you sold yours or not. We're going to have that listing, which means we don't want to track views for you after your license sold, if that makes sense. So we'll figure that out. And then we're going to have, let you change your password. Have you change your password and let you update your PayPal. And that's kind of about it. We can totally let people also change the pricing of their course listing, I guess. So if they click on, maybe if they click on a title, click edit next to course to change pricing. But that's the type of thing where maybe in our MVP, we just don't care, right? Maybe we just don't care, but that's sort of our profile. And then the buyer profile is the same. So really we're going to, call this buyer or seller profile. And we're going to have a nav, and we don't necessarily need people to delete their listings, because what I think would be interesting is if someone wants to buy Nat's course, Effortless Output, maybe they say buy effortless output, I don't know, coupon, right? Something like that. And what we do is we have course.thrift/effortless output coupon, or discounted, or maybe we have some words on our page so that once someone lists a course one time, even if it sells out, we ought to keep that profile live because we can drive traffic to this buy page. And maybe here, if no one has an active license, it could also just simply say, sold out. And then underneath, we could have a spot to input their email to be notified when we have a license again. When this is back in stock, something like that. All right, going back to the chats. Yeah, sure. Someone says they had an affiliate program and they paid people out through PayPal. Still common. And to deliver the purchase courses, I think that's going to be an email. So when I buy here, someone needs to click and pay, but they also need to give us their email address. In that case, I think we might as well, let's just require login to buy, right? So to buy, they need to sign up or log in, and that way we'll have their email associated with their user account, and then we will email them the login email and password, and then see what happens. I think we'll take the listing off. We'll consider it sold once the money comes through, but for now, we don't have a way to verify that the login is real. So we could either do that manually. So maybe someone lists a course right here. They click next, and then maybe our team gets a notification and just double checks that the login works, that it is for that actual course, that everything was scraped in correctly. Or we could even build a scraper that tries to log in. But that's a little more, involved, but that's also something we could do. And again, that's going to create a competitive moat why people would want to use this versus doing it through Reddit or with strangers, because our platform can say, yes, this login is verified. This login was checked 37 minutes ago, that kind of thing. All right, so we've got most of our wireframe down. We don't have every single possible screen, but we've got the stuff where we're innovating, the stuff where we have an opinion. We're going to scrape instead of have extra form inputs. We're going to have a browse that is SKU based. We're going to have a singular profile regardless of the user type. We are not going to have a cart. We're going to have buy only. And to me, we are good to move on to the next step. So if we go back here, what are we building? Let's also put a link to this inside of the YouTube content, inside of the description, so that as people join, it's not too difficult to get caught up. What we're building right here. All right, cool. Hopefully that updated our live stream. So next, we're going to have our data modeling. Let me go turn this into a checklist. Wireframe done. And actually, I'll even throw these here so that, again, as people are joining the stream later, they can see everything we're doing here. Home, browse, yeah, cool. Okay, Shift Command R, you can export all your wireframes, and I'm going to click to not export the first cell one, just cell V2. It's going to export them to my downloads, and now let's throw them in here. Cool. Groovy. I would love for just one of them to show up on page one. Just need to add spaces. Great. Groovy, groovy, groovy. All right, so step 2, we've got data modeling. Now, this is going to be, I think, a lot faster and almost more fun, because when you're wireframing, you still are thinking about pixels and UX and blah, blah, blah. Data modeling is where we get to flex just basic logic, and we get to use tools we're all familiar with, like spreadsheets. So let's call this the data model of Course Thrift. All right. And I'm using a spreadsheet because it's the best visual representation of a database, and it literally is a database. So we're going to say, what are we modeling? Preventing technical debt. We are going to think of each of these tabs as a table in our database. Let's just add a few. We're going to need a few. And then each column, let's consider that an attribute. And each row will actually be one. So to get us started in a really simple way, let's have a user table. We're going to have an attribute like ID, which is going to be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. We're going to have maybe name, email. We could have username. We're going to have their PayPal address, and so on and so on. And so now that we get how the structure is, let's actually get rid of some of these because we don't need a username, right? We need an email and a password, and we need their PayPal address. And we know that we need their PayPal address thanks to creating our wireframes. So if we jumped into our data model or coding before our wireframe, this might be something that we don't think about till later, and that's fine. That's called a database migration, when you make some change to existing structures or add new relationships. But to me, it's just a lot cleaner when you can get all of your database attributes out of the way at the beginning. So looking here, I got our email password. That's course actually going to go on the course object. We need to know their PayPal. The discount you're offering, that's also going to belong to the course. So email, password, PayPal address. And this will apply to buyers and sellers, right? A buyer won't have to type this in, so it doesn't have to be required. But both of them will have an email password, some kind of ID. So again, the column headers are the attributes. The tab names, the sheets, are the database tables. Everything's going to have an ID, but I'm just putting that there. And then we have fields that are either required or not required. So we could even make these have stars. When you fill out a web form and you see the star in it, you kind of just intuitively know it means required. And then I always like to fix rows so that it gives even more contrast. So email, password, PayPal address. For now, that's all I think we need. But now let's keep going. What else do we have? Well, we have these courses. And when we were wireframing, again, that's why we're using our wireframes first. When we go to this /list, maybe that means we're creating a listing. But when we go to browse, we're not necessarily browsing browse objects. So I think the best thing to do is going to be to actually just call this next table course. Liam asks, are users allowed to list the same course more than once? Yes, but the nuance is that we are doing SKU-based pricing. So the course itself will have one listing, but someone going to look at that course will be able to see that there are multiple licenses available for it. And whatever price is the cheapest is going to be the one that you buy by default. In fact, I think we should not even have this ability to buy one of the other ones for more money because what's the point, right? We should offer a benefit to whoever has the lowest price by making theirs the only one that you can buy. And once theirs is purchased, if that same user has listed the course twice, the next lowest price will become the buy it now price. Cool. So let's just call it courses, and let's go ahead and copy that one column we know we need. We're going to need IDs. Every course is going to have an ID. Courses, similar again to our data model, are going to have titles, URL, image, price, all that stuff, right? Maybe even description, URL, image, price, maybe original price we should store because we might want to have like a new price record. So we'll see how we want to handle that. And then we're going to have discount. Even here, this is interesting. So we've talked about multiple listings or multiple instances of one listing. If I say I'm writing mine for 50% off and you upload and say you're doing your 60% off, yours will be a cheaper price, but mine will, but there's one course, but they'll both have their own settings. So we have to think of how to do this SKU-based pricing with instances. So we might want to have a course that is the parent details, title, description, original price, And then we might want to have listings that belong to this course, and the listing will have the new pricing. So maybe we do something like that. The course show page will be public, will be good for Google indexing. Absolutely, exactly. So I think, again, we have 2 or 3 marketing channels available here. One is, of course, if I'm selling a course, I might just tweet out, hey, I'm trying to get rid of my license to effortlessoutput.com because I no longer take notes, right? That's one marketing channel. Another marketing channel is someone Googling effortless output coupon. And a third marketing channel would be getting in touch with this course creator, in this case, Nat, and saying, yo, maybe you have an email list of thousands of people who never bought effortless output, or $99 is a lot of money, especially if they maybe live outside of the West. You could send them an email and drive them to this page, and they might buy the course and you'll get paid too. So these 3 marketing channels are what got me excited about the idea. And this is also a pattern in being a founder generally. This is not my idea or my quote, but someone said a few years back, they said, first-time founders obsess over the product, second-time founders obsess over distribution. And so when you build your first thing, all you can think of is I'm building features and I'm trying to sell it, and you're kind of doing everything at once. But after you sell or leave your first thing, before building your next thing, you're most likely to remember the pain of not being able to grow as easily as you wanted. You don't necessarily remember all the pain of building features. Building features is fun. And so before you start your second thing, it's very common to say, well, before I write any code, how am I going to sell this? And so that's why second-time founders focus on distribution. And in this case, as we've just described, we actually have 3 distribution channels. They're very different channels. There's the seller themselves, there's potential buyers through Google SEO, and then there's the creators themselves. So we've got different channels, different audiences, and each one has different tactics from SEO, basically inbound and outbound are covered. So I think it's pretty interesting, and that's why I'm amped about this idea. So courses, these are the sort of static details of the course. The name of the course is this. It's always got to have this URL. The original price we might scrape on a daily basis, scrape this daily. But otherwise, this is the details about a course, and that is not related to how to log into the course or the discount or anything like that. So we actually now need another table called listing. And listing is how we're going to have one course profile, but lots of licenses for sale of that course. So here we are going to first need to associate it with the course. So let's add a course ID. And this course ID is going to respond to one of these course primary key IDs. And calling it object underscore ID makes this a foreign key that points to the primary key of the other object. In this case, this parent object listing. And so listing is now where we're going to put these other attributes. One course ID is going to link to, let's say, the Founder Hacker course, which is course ID of 3, and it's going to have a login email of dm@ryanckulp.net, and it's going to have a login password of John Podesta's password, so password, and then we're going to have, what else? A discount. So we're going to call this like, price discount. Maybe we can even call price discount %. And if this is 50, then whenever you're looking at the course show page, we're going to take 50 or 0.5 multiplied by this number, and this listing will be priced for that. So now we can have courses that are immutable, that are only updated by our backend, the title, the image, the original price, but people can make unlimited listings for that course without touching the course itself. And you'll notice that on the course ID, on the listing, we need to relate it to a course ID. But on the courses, we don't need to relate this to a user or anybody else. So even though a user might be able to create a course, they do not need to own that course. So we're actually going to let courses be their own standalone table and set of objects. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, because business logic doesn't make sense. If you happen to have a license to effortless output and you list it, that doesn't mean the effortless output as a whole belongs to you. But secondly, when you're building out databases, a very common thing to do is so that when a parent object is destroyed, you also destroy the child objects. And that means if someone says, hey, delete my account, screw you guys, I don't want to go to thrift stores, I buy everything new at Versace now, we don't want to delete their user and then have all of their child objects like courses get deleted. We only want child objects like their own listings get deleted, if that makes sense. So we're not going to let users own courses. The platform will sort of own courses, but users will own listings, which means we also need a user ID. Maybe that belongs to user 1. And going back to our wireframe, see if we missed some other stuff. Username, password, discount, PayPal address. This is going to belong to the user table, not the listing. We could associate PayPal address with the listing, but they'd have to add it, and that would allow them to get paid at different places for different licenses, but I just think that's unnecessary, and it's easier to add that later than to add it now and then do the opposite later. So you can always add more fields. It's harder to get rid of fields because then you have to migrate existing data somewhere new. All right, course URL. When I buy the course, I just click buy. Now, when someone clicks buy, we're going to form some type of URL for that. We're probably going to use Stripe payment links. And payment links are cool. And I don't necessarily think we have to save them in the database because you can actually generate a payment link on the fly. However, it would probably make our app a little bit faster, and it would also make our Stripe dashboard cleaner if we don't generate a payment link every single time someone clicks buy. That will just create sort of like abandoned cart sessions. We'll have hundreds and hundreds of payment links that are unpaid. So probably we'll create a payment link after products are listed, which means going back to our data model, if we go to our listing, I guess, maybe we'll have payment link, but I want to add a discount. Stripe payment link discount, because the discount will be different based on which listing you're paying for. Stripe coupons. I don't want to create coupons. Although we could also do it this way. We could, when someone goes through our wire, someone goes here and they say their discount, this could actually be a drop down that has really specific discounts. Maybe this says, like, maybe we require a minimum 20% discount and we let people go up to, I don't know, 90% discount, right? And if we did that, then inside of Stripe, we could actually create just like 9 discounts for 10 to 90% off, and then apply those discounts based on what the user selected. I kind of am liking this for simplicity. However, if a course has, let's say, 10 listings, so 10 people are trying to resell their effortless output login, and I want to sell mine, maybe I won't bother listing it because 10 more people have to buy it. I can't make mine a little cheaper. But if we do the Amazon route in its full form, and full pure form, someone would be able to see that currently the course sells for 50% off, and I'm going to just plug in that mine should be discounted 51% to sort of force myself to the front of the line. So I guess we'll do that. We'll ultimately have more competitive pricing if we allow people to plug in their own discount. And what we could do here is we could actually write down this course currently has listings for, let's call it highest discount % off, right? So this makes sense. So we can actually almost give them price intelligence, which I think would be pretty sweet. Let's see if I can get that on a new line by using /n. Yeah. Cool. We could do something like that. All right, so back to our data model and how that impacts us. We're going to have to figure out how to add discounts to payment links. Payment links promotions. Stripe payment link discount. If we can't figure it out in the next minute, we'll just keep going. That's fine. Yeah, this is not Stripe. This is some integration with Stripe. So, okay. We'll figure that out later. So we're going to put a pin in that. We might need to store, payment link. Not sure. Okay. Listings, who owns it? What course is it connected to? How do you log into it? What percentage discount should it be? I guess that's about it. That's about it. Okay. Other tables. Do we need any other tables? You can browse courses, buy courses. Users do that. There's only one type of user. Users have email password. Well, if you go back to our wire, we talked about maybe having some analytics. So I'm not sure if that's the best thing ever to buy or to build in an MVP, because we could also simply have Google Analytics and then try to pull from that. Verified state, yes. Let's start there. Courses may or may not be verified. So let's go here. Verified. And right now we don't need to automate the verification. So what we'd probably do is someone would list effortless output. We would then go to this website to make sure it looks real. And then we'd email Nat and say, hey, here's what we're doing. We'll have some copy paste message. And if he says yes, and he responds to the email that is on the homepage, then we would just go in our admin panel and mark it verified. So this will just be, true, false Boolean. And now you're saying about verified being published. So let's do something like that as well. So we can have published true, false. And there's a lot of ways we could do this. We could actually have this be like state or published state. And it could support values like draft, private, public, similar to YouTube or WordPress. But I think what we could do is just have true, false, and we could let courses go public immediately, publish true, and then after the fact, we can glance at it and veto and set it back to false. That way, the user gets that nice aha experience. I list my course. Right after I list it, I get my URL for the listing. I tweet that out, and I get paid. And I think it's okay to do this, A, because most people probably will be honest, and B, because worst case, someone comes to our site, they list something that's not true, or they have a fake password, someone buys it, and then we just refund them, and we ban the other user. So there's not really a big benefit to publishing something fake, because we're always going to be able to verify before we send them the money. But I think we could, just allow things to be published true by default. And if we did have issues, set it to published false by default. And after creating your listing, it will say, hey, we're verifying and we'll get with you in 24 hours. We'll go live. Let me have some water. All right, I'm looking, we're an hour and a half in. We have not started coding yet, which may sound like a long time, but that's okay because it's gonna make our coding faster. If we didn't realize until we started coding that courses and listings actually need to be different, we would probably be making some mistakes. All right, so courses can go live immediately, publish default true. The course itself can get verified by the creator. Listings can also be something that either does or does not go live immediately. So we might as well have this published true, false. And this is useful because maybe someone puts a listing up for a course that we already have, but the password is wrong. And the password isn't necessarily wrong because they are malicious. They might have literally just provided the wrong password. So Listings, we can maybe make these default false so that we can check that the password works and then flip them to true. Courses, we can set them to publish by default true because there's really no benefit to creating a course that doesn't exist. You're not going to get paid. There's no chance of defrauding anybody. Users, again, we just need their email, password, and optionally their PayPal if they are selling. And even the PayPals, we'll just make it optional anyway, because if they sell and they don't have their PayPal, we can hold the money and get in touch and say, hey, if you don't give us your PayPal in a week, we keep the money. So we don't lose by making some of these fields optional, that's for sure. Sheet 4, this could be for analytics. So for this, let's maybe call it metric or metrics. So you think of each of these as a singular model name in our code, but the table names will be pluralized. So metrics, again, you're going to have your ID, and then you're going to maybe have your metric type. I would use the word type. This is something we talk about on almost all of my live streams, but type is a reserved keyword. So we're going to prefix the word type with our table name, metric type. And this is going to be something like, I don't know, view or click, or, we don't really need purchase, right? Because we'll know if something has purchases, but views and clicks, let's say. And then we're going to need to know what got a view or a click. So the listing ID maybe got a view or a click, and the course ID. But if we know the listing that got a click, then we already know the course because the listing belongs to a course. So this is an example where I think a few years ago, maybe I would have added both of them. And nowadays I'd say, you know what, if I need to know the course that got this view, I'm just going to go from metric, traverse to the listing, and then traverse up to the course. So we could add a method later that just says metric.course that just loops through, traverses through our listing. So we've got IDs, metrics, listings. And for the actual metric counting, there's something I've been wanting to use for a while. I think it's this guy on GitHub named like Arcane. If you were to go to Chartkick, I don't know anything about this guy, but he does amazing work. Chartkick is a charting library for Ruby that actually just uses Chart.js and HighCharts and Google Charts underneath the hood. But it's created by this guy, Arcane, Andrew Kane. Okay. And Andrew Kane created this tool, open source library called Ahoy, which does analytics. And Ahoy, I think you pretty much just embed it and everything just works. It tracks views and all kinds of cool stuff. So we'll probably use this, but because we're going to use this and I haven't really played with it before, we don't know exactly what the records or attributes should be called. And I think Ahoy does give us the database table as well. So we probably don't need to add metrics at all. A metric table, I think Ahoy is going to do that. And I'm trying to find, okay, yeah. If I attach Ahoy to a user, I can say, hey, show me how many visits this user got. So pretty sweet. Let's give that a try, and let's not have a table called metric. All right, so we've got users, courses, which are these standalone objects that we're going to scrape as much as we can. And then we've got listings, which is individuals saying, here's how much I'm willing to sell my copy of that course for. We also have some security measures in place, like the ability to publish things or unpublish them, and then verification in place, which is going to modify the payout schedules. We do need to know when things get purchased, but I'm not sure we need to store that in the database or if we should just handle it through webhooks. So in other words, if I list a course and then I list a license to that course and someone buys it, our server can listen to Stripe saying that it's purchased, and then maybe it can set this publish to false. But then if we look at our database, we won't know why it's published false. Was it published false because it's a scam or because it was purchased? When was it published? So the problem with Booleans is you don't get that extra context. So maybe we'll just do something like this, sold at, and this will be a timestamp. And when something gets marked sold at, we will mark it published false, and we can have a function like sold, and all that sold will do is look at is sold at nil, and we want the opposite of that. So it is not sold at nil, which means it is sold, if that makes sense. So users course listings, I think we're good with our data model. Let's go back up to our working doc. Front end, user proven design system. So I've been using Tailwind, and everybody has an opinion on Tailwind. I avoided it for a long time, to be honest, because it's kind of a lot. There's more markup in Tailwind than something like Git Bootstrap. Git Bootstrap is a very opinionated, and you just add button, class, button, table, class equals table. But you can see even nowadays even Bootstrap has more markup than it used to. So now I think they've realized people don't want their website to look bootstrappy, and so Bootstrap has added more utility classes. And so in my opinion, by the time you're writing a few classes like this, you might as well just use a system that looks a lot better. So we're going to use Tailwind. Also, Tailwind has a lot of examples. Tailwind, and I don't just mean examples to look at and say that's pretty. Tailwind has copy-paste components. So we mentioned that we want a Netflix-style browse page. Well, they probably have that, right? They probably have some kind of like, let's search, I don't know, gallery, or here's grid list. That's not bad. That could be good. Let's look at grids. Yeah, this contact cards. Here we go. Image with details. This one's kind of like perfect. The image even changes a little bit. We could just go to code and just copy paste this, and we'll have a nice looking gallery for our browse page. So we're going to use Tailwind, and I'll talk through it a little bit if you guys comment that this is something you haven't played with. I am on the Tailwind UI website, which is their paid thing. I think there's some free stuff, and then I also pay to get access to some of the more advanced components. Think of it as simply, what's your hourly rate to code something up that looks nice. Let's say this would take me even, 30 minutes to make it look like this, to also look good on mobile, to have this hover, to make it clickable, cursor pointer, yada, 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 right? And let's say I wanted, all of this where it goes from one column to 2 to 3 to 4. Let's say this would take me 30 minutes. If I'm $60 an hour, that's $30 that I'd spend building this. Well, if I do this a few times a year, that's a couple $100. It makes a lot of sense to buy Tailwind UI. So I'm not their marketer. They don't need anybody's money. They are killing it, but that's what we're going to use to build stuff really quickly. And then as we iterate, we go in here and we go, okay, this works. We want a gallery, but it looks very Tailwindy, right? So like the border radius is always this, whatever they always use, like rounded LG. So we're going to change it to rounded SM and have it be a little bit more of a sharp edge instead of this rounded edge, right? So over time, we sort of like rip back out the parts of our front end that make it look too much like a template. But for V1, we just want to understand, is our theory correct? These 3 channels, are people going to make listings and tweet them? Are course creators going to be okay with verifying them? Are we going to rank on Google when people search in a course name plus coupon as their keyword query? That's what we're trying to figure out now, not how do we make a site that's going to win design awards. And so we're going to use Tailwind. So front end, back end. Well, now we're going to be coding. We are an hour and 38 minutes into this video. Which app is it for design? Org Manager. I think maybe we just talked about that. And now that we're coding, let's go get some code. We're going to use my free open source template called SpeedRail. This is a Ruby on Rails template. You can learn more about it here, but it's just going to give us Tailwind out of the box, user login, and it's even going to give us stuff we don't need, like payments with Stripe checkout. Usually I avoid using templates that have more than I need, and so my template is very, very thin. But in this case, even our template is more than we need, which is kind of funny. So to get this code, we're going to follow the instructions. I don't want to use any special knowledge that I have stuck inside. I want to do this as if I were you. So let's put our terminal in here. let's open up Atom. We'll do that in a minute. And let's just go through this installation. So clone the repo. Clone is geek speak for copy. And you just go up here and hit whichever one of these you want to do. So you see this says clone. I could use any of these. I'm going to do it this way, but I could also do, we could do it this way. GitHub repo clone. So I'm going to copy this command. I'm going to go to my downloads maybe, and I'm going to paste that command. All this is doing is downloading this code. Step 2, CD speedrail. CD stands for change directory. So this is a terminal language, and bundle, and it tells us that's installing stuff. So let's paste that in. Number 3, Rails-G rename into new app name. So new app name is something I'm going to change that. I'm not going to write the words new app name. So Rails-G rename into, I'm going to Command K to clear my screen. Let's call this Course Thrift because that kind of makes sense. And even though that might not be our domain, it's a reasonable name for our backend. Into new app name. All right, enter. That seems like it worked. It says then CD, so change directory, and this // means go back a step, go up a directory. And then it says new app name, so I'm going to try Course Thrift. All right, now we are in our Course Thrift code. And if I need to make stuff bigger, definitely, guys, let me know. So I just zoomed in a little bit more. Remove gem rename, okay, from the gem file. So to do that, I'm going to open this up in Atom text editor. And I'm going to get Atom over here. All right. And I'm going to open up my gem file. It says I should remove the rename gem. Rename. Right here. So I'm just going to copy, paste this, cut this whole line rather. Command S to save. And let's go back to that README. Remove gem and then bin setup to create the DB. All right. All right, we've created 2 databases and bundle exec figaro install. I don't explain over here what this does, but all it does is create a file for us called application YAML, and it hides that file. And in this application YAML, we are going to put our secrets. Secrets meaning like API keys, passwords. So really just Stripe, stuff like that. Here we're going to copy, CP is copy, the sample secrets into this new secrets file. So we already include in SpeedRail, you can see this application sample, some basic things we need, and we're going to copy it into there, but we can do that through this one-liner. And you can see that this secrets file is now populated. And then remove -rf, so recursively through a folder, remove recursively through a folder, the Git folder, and then we're going to start up a new Git instance and then add all of our changes and commit the changes. So Git is our version control system. It's like having version 1, version 2, version 3 every time you click save on a Microsoft Word doc, except it's a lot more sophisticated than version 1, version 2 per se. It's more like version ABC, version DEF, version GHK, and you can have a lot of different versions that all get merged together through things called branches. So now we've done that. So you can see this .git, dot means it's a hidden file, and if I were to click in my Atom text editor and hit I, that's going to hide the hidden folders. And if I click I on and off, it toggles it again. So now if I were to say git status, there's nothing to commit, but if I did git log, you can see we have just one commit. So this commit 849D is like our first version. But again, because Git is a lot more sophisticated than simple version control, versions are not numbered per se. They are ordered but not numbered because my version could be ahead of your version in some ways, and my version could be behind your version in some ways. Maybe I'm building feature A and you build feature B. Who really is version 2 versus version 3, right? We're just different. Like Michael Scott says, it's not who makes more or less, your salaries are just different. So we've now done all the installation steps. We never have to do these again. That took just a couple minutes to have a Ruby on Rails app that has login, sign up, database, Tailwind, all that good stuff. But now let's double check it actually works. And so we have just a one-line command, bin/dev. And each of these colors, web, CSS, worker, each of these colors signifies a separate process. And these were each given a process ID on our machine because our machine, our computer, is just literally acting as a server now. So one of them, the web process, booted up our web application, and it attached it to a port, and it spits out some logs like our server version and our Ruby version. And then this yellow one, CSS, this is actually running Tailwind. And the reason Tailwind needs to be run instead of just like a CSS file in our computer is because Tailwind automatically compiles every time we add new styles. And that keeps the Tailwind file very small. Instead of loading in 1,000 CSS classes, they only load in the classes you use. And then this green process called worker, you'll see there's no more worker logs here yet, but our worker is a background worker that will do things for us asynchronously from the user's behaviors. So for example, if we go back to our wireframes and the user plugs in on this cell UI, when the user plugs in their course URL, this is going to kick off a web scrape. But we don't want to necessarily make the user's screen freeze up as we scrape this course. So we might put that scraping job in the background, and that's what our worker is going to do. So, a web worker, front-end compiler, and a background worker are pretty common processes you're going to have. So I just go ahead and we set those up on this SpeedRail template. But there are other templates out there that do all of this kind of a lot better, and they do it a lot more in a more sophisticated way. One of those is called Jumpstart Rails, and it's absolutely fantastic. The guy who created it, Chris Oliver, is just an incredible engineer. I've been his customer and his fan for a very long time, and I do use Jumpstart sometimes. I've built 2 apps this year using Jumpstart for clients, but for my own little side projects, it's usually overkill. So I use my free example, but Jumpstart is a paid tool, but it has 2-factor authentication, accounts and team members, and all kinds of cool stuff you can read about here. But SpeedRail is kind of like the gateway drug to something like Jumpstart. Brian asks, don't you need a bundle again after you remove the gem? Right. So actually, we do need a bundle again after we remove the gem. But if you look in that bin setup command that we ran, that also triggers bundler. And the reason why when we first install the code, this is the README just looking at it in markdown form, I have us just do SpeedRail and bundle. I didn't want to do CD SpeedRail and bin setup because then we would create a database called SpeedRail development. So I have us just do the bare minimum, which is bundle, because you can't do database related things without all the gems being bundled and available to be executed. But then after we remove rename, we run bin setup, which does call bundle again, and it does the database stuff. And there's probably a way to make really all of this a one-liner, or there's definitely a way. We could really have like a new command called, I don't know, bin kickstart, right? And this bin kickstart could be written in Bash. So we'd take this, and then we'd have this do all of those commands, like remove the git and then rename into whatever. And that's maybe something I'll do later. Or if a Founder Hacker student wants to do a pull request, we can do that. And then our README will literally be, clone the repo and then run bin setup, new app name, and everything will be done for you. So this would be sort of like the dream here for a version 2. Okay, cool. I'm glad the font size is good. All right, so now we've got this README. I'm gonna just clean it up real quick. A Rails 7 live stream build, and learn how to use this. All right, we don't need any of these features, and we'll probably update our README as we go. Clone the repo, bin setup. Get repo secrets, which is that config application file. I'll just say from admin. Great. And I'm going to get rid of this other stuff, these troubleshooting, because that's related to SpeedRail, not related to our app. Testing all of this is still going to be the same. And I I think we're pretty good to go now. So it didn't take too long. I definitely spent a few extra minutes explaining things, but we now have our code base set up and named and branded in our database, and we have Git. So let's go ahead and set up a repository, and I can even make this public so that you can follow along as we build. And I'm not sure if I'll keep it public or not, but let's make it public for now during this live stream. Course thrift. Buy and sell used online courses. And we can be kind of funny. So there is a thrift store. There's a thrift store sort of chain in America. It's not really a thrift store. It's a secondhand store called Plato's Closet. And my brother used to work there, actually. Yeah. And they actually have nice clothes. So you can't just give them anything like Goodwill. They have nicer clothes. And anyway, all these brands like to say lightly used, so stuff without holes in it. So it could be kind of funny if we use a little bit of that branding, lightly used, which doesn't mean anything when it's digital, but it could be funny. So make that public, create repository. And now we're going to just follow these instructions. Push an existing repository. So that's our case. I'm going to just copy paste this whole thing and see if it works. Now let's refresh. And there we go. So we got all of our code for our new thrift store. Our online thrift store is all live. And if you look in this config file, you can see our sample secrets, which are not telling. They don't have anything that's actually private. But that other file, just application.yml, does not exist. It is a hidden file right here. You can see it's gray. There's a very light gray. I don't know if I can zoom in on my sidebar. I guess not. It's a hidden file, and it's a hidden file because in our git ignore file right here, we are saying, hey, don't include this application file when we do git commits and we update GitHub. So now I can put all kinds of stuff here. I can put my social security number, and it doesn't matter because it's never going to be sent up to GitHub. So this is a really cool feature of Git generally. And GitHub now has a program called the Secret Scanning Program where applications can actually tell GitHub how their API keys look, and then GitHub will prevent your keys from going live. So when you push, GitHub will scan your code. They will ping that provider, let's say Stripe. Stripe will make your key not work, so they will deprovision it, and then they will email you, hey, you just committed an API key to GitHub. Don't do that. Your API key no longer works for your own safety. So I've been on the receiving end of that with Amazon, with AWS keys, and it's a really cool feature, secret scanning program. All right. So number 3, back at the top, we're going to do this front end. We talked about how we're going to do the front end. A says, what's the life goal of a man in your perspective? Maybe we should talk about this separately, but I think men are created to build things, to move society forward. And as an individual, so I think that's men generally, as an individual, if you're a dude, and you should be if you're watching Ryan, you should set a personal goal to work as hard as you possibly can, not for hard work's sake, but to see what you're capable of. So really the goal is to figure out what you're capable of, hopefully in a way that adds value, right? Not in a way that just creates genocide or something like that. But to see what you're capable of, more often than not, you have to work very, very hard. So I would say that's a really high level goal of a man. Okay, so front end, back end. For our front end, we're just going to follow these wireframes. Now our homepage looks like crap, so let's go ahead and organize some of these tabs. I'm going to get rid of stuff that we don't need to look at anymore. We like that. We like that. We like that. Let's go to localhost 3000 because that's going to be where we run our server. So bin/dev directly from the README tells us how to run our server. Here's our homepage. So you can see that SpeedRail, I already include a little bit of something. And instead of mocking up this, which is not a design at all, the main point here is that we need a marketplace style, so we need a browse and a sell. Let's just take what we already have and modify it. So if you don't know where something is in your code, where some snippet of text is, literally just grab a snippet of text or a snippet of the snippet. So I don't even need the word with emphasis. I can grab th-emphas, right? Go to your code base, Shift Command F, and you're going to search for that substring, and it's going to tell you right where it is. And you can see this was a better strategy than grabbing this whole string, because look at what happens if I search for the whole string. It doesn't show up. And why doesn't it show up? Because this line of text, a great tagline, and this line have this HTML markup in between them. So it's really common people are struggling to find code in their code base because they're looking for too much code. You'll actually have a better chance if you look for less code. So ith-empha, right? Now we found that. All right, now going back to what we're really doing, course thrift, a second-hand store for, I don't know, lightly used. Could be funny to put that in purple. Secondhand store. Maybe not A, just secondhand. I don't know. Secondhand store for lightly used. And then I'm going to copy paste that first line. Online courses. I don't know. And that looks horrible, right? So let's just do for lightly used and then make this one say online courses. All right, not horrible, kind of big. So let's just change it to text smaller and bigger, make it text 4XL, or let's just get rid of this extra large. Secondhand store for lightly used. I still think it would be funnier to make the words lightly used have the indigo. And so we're just gonna do that. All right. And I totally broke something there. I guess I just made it look grosser. That's fine. I don't know. Whatever, right? And then more details. I don't know. Buy and sell verified courses at a fraction of the price. Okay. Sign up to get started. We don't need any of this. So here I want to get rid of all this, right? But if I look here, it can be difficult to know what code I should delete exactly. And there's little hints. So if you click like a div, you see it's underlined purple here. I can scroll down to look where it's also underlined purple, and that's going to be the ending of that div. So I could then highlight that whole thing and get rid of it, and then guess and check and delete, and I guess I got rid of it. Another thing you can do is look at that top and then go over to the left side of your text editor and this arrow appears and you can kind of collapse it, and that can be useful. So now I can see, what if I collapse, you know, this whole section? Okay, that gets rid of the right side, but I kind of want probably to have an image there later. So another way you can do it is to simply, resetting it, go Shift Command C or Shift Control C on Windows from your browser. If you're using Chrome or Firefox, Safari does not do this. Edge, I think Microsoft Edge does do this. Shift Command C, and then turn on this blue, make this highlighted to be turned on, and then just hover around until you find the thing you want to get rid of. So I want to get rid of this. And when I found this, I really want to get rid of this too, this box. So either keep hovering or just grab one element, then go in here and hover around until you find the whole thing you want to get rid of. When you find the whole thing you want to get rid of, just double click to grab something unique about it. For example, the classes. And now when I go back here, I can find that div, collapse it with this arrow, highlight it all, delete it, and I've gotten rid of just that. This may seem like a trivial or a overkill for deleting, but what will happen when you're working on bigger websites is there'll be so much code that you could delete a block or like a div and everything will look fine, but actually you left one orphaned or half broken or half open HTML element that's going to totally break some other view or for some other browser or mobile. And you won't notice it at the time because you'll have so much code you're looking at. So it's kind of just a good practice to have an exact way that you get in there with your scalpel and delete sections of front end. And I like to kind of do it from the user perspective, and then you go in, collapse it, use the squiggly underline color. There's just different techniques. And here for this image, it's actually kind of funny because it's like a store. Maybe let's just go to Unsplash though and get something that looks a little bit more realistic. So like a bookstore, and I'm going to set this to the landscape orientation, and it could be funny, but not necessary for now. But that looks kind of crappy. That's like a record store. Want something that looks a little bit crappier. Maybe this is not bad just because it's nice and bold. So let's gonna get this copy image address. I'm not gonna download or upload anything. I'm just gonna find this image here that's already in our crop 1350 and Q80. So crop 1350 and Q80. So I'm gonna keep that same formatting and fit so that our new image also kind of fits in there. And this is like a play button, I guess. So again, I'm going to get rid of that. Here's a great example where it would be kind of hairy to guess what I should get rid of, because should I just get this? What about this? Okay, that seems like enough, but actually this is enough. So I'm going to get rid of this SVG. So let's search for that SVG, highlight it, get rid of it. But do I even need that div? No, I didn't even need the div either. So now we just have a nice image. And it is set up as like a button. You see this? I don't like that. So I'm going to maybe get rid of this whole button and actually just change this for now to like a div. Buttons are by default. I think they're going to be by default cursor pointer or clickable. There we go. I didn't really want that to feel clickable. And I also don't need all of this rounding. So let's find that. The rounding is LG. Let's just change it to SM. It just looks a little bit better. Now this purple, all of this should probably change. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Tailwind config and set up branded colors. And so I've set up in here something called primary. Let's just decide what our primary color should be. I'm going to type color palette. I was looking at this the other day. Someone made it. Maybe our color palette is, I don't know, this like dark green could kind of be our main primary color. So I'm going to paste that in there. And now where it says, I don't know, indigo, let's go back to this lightly used. Let's call it text primary. Is that what we called it in here? Primary. And then we've got our green branding. And what we could do is we could now look for instances of, let's say, indigo 600, which is a very default sort of setup for Tailwind sites. We could change all these to that primary. And if we go back to our config, primary hover, we might want something darker. So let's go back to Tailwind cover and just make it darker by like, I don't know, by one little bit, if that makes sense. So this isn't like an amazing setup yet, but we're getting it to the point where we can copy paste. And later we don't have to copy paste. Rather, if we decide we want our whole palette to be orange and yellow, we can just change a couple things right here, and we don't have to go through extra HTML that we'll have at that point and change it to something else. So let's call it primary. Change all the indigo 600 to primary. And now if I just search indigo dash, what other indigos do we have? You can see we have indigo 500, 700, 400. Let's change those indigo 700 to primary hover. And we'll see if that actually works, but all right. So now you can see we've got this green branding. We got rid of most of the purple. It's not going to be everything yet. When I hover here, I see some kind of grays. So we've got our home page. Let's keep moving forward. We're at 2 hours now. Home page. Next is browse. All right, this will be cool. We actually already sort of spied on some options here. We have this image grid, and there could totally be a Tailwind UI component for grids of content that's not just the image one. Let's see, I don't know, content sections that might be like blog content. Okay. We'll look for one more before we decide for sure. Yeah, here we go. For example, product lists. So this potentially is better than the plain image one. But if you'll notice, a lot of these are square or portrait style, right? But we want landscape style because we're going to be using that course image. So this is maybe the closest. If you look at the dimensions of this, it's 280 by 216. And that is, trying to move this over. That ratio, right? 1.29. So I think this one might have a better setup. Also, if you look at this, when you hover, it gives us this nice view product. It also already has a far right side price thing plugged in. So it hovers to the right on the price. And then maybe this gray text could be our category. So I think this is going to be better for us with inline price and CTA. So let's go to code. We don't have to deal with this. We can ignore this because we already have, ooh, maybe we don't actually. We should already have this in our Tailwind config. Let's go to Tailwind config. It says we need to include aspect ratio. And yep, we have aspect ratio. So all we're going to do is grab this HTML and then see what it looks like. So to make this page, and according to our wireframe, we want this to be /browse. So to make that /browse page, right now, if I were to go to /browse, we can work backwards to get there. No route matches browse. And this get means the get HTTP method. No route matches it. To add a route, we just go to routes. So let's try to, for now, just stick it right here in the middle. Get browse. And I'm using get because it's telling us that you just tried to do a get request and there isn't a route browse for get. If I were to do this as a post request, I could try this again, and even though we now have a browse endpoint, we don't have a browse endpoint for get. We only have one for post. So let's type in browse. And you can see we have a post endpoint, not a get endpoint. So we want a get endpoint for browse. And what's going to then handle that? So we have a route and then we have a controller. What's going to handle that? It's going to be our pages controller or what? I think it should be a courses controller. And so we're actually going to open another tab and we're going to Rails G, which stands for generate, Rails generate controller courses. And I can then maybe add like our actions like index, new, I don't know. Let's see. Now if I go to courses cont, it's going to create that. Look at that controller. We just created this. I usually do these by hand, but I do want to start coding a little bit faster on this stream today. So we have a courses index. So I'm going to tell it to actually use the courses index view. But now I'm going to get another error. So let's try to load this again. Actually, we don't get another error because we use the generator. So the generator actually created that HTML for us, and it says, find me here. So I can actually copy paste this and hit Command T and just paste that in, and it goes directly there. So this is our browse page, which is pretty cool. Refresh, and there we go. We're on a browse page. But our wireframe is a little different. We have this kind of centered title, and it's maybe a little bit bigger than this. And so on SpeedRail, I've realized that this is obviously something you're going to have on your pages. You're going to have kind of headings on each of your views. And so I've created a thing called heading that you can merge in. And to use that, I can just keep the old one here for now. We're going to render in that heading based on its file path. So it's in a folder called shared, called heading. And then I need to pass in my values, my variables, like what is the heading. So I'm going to have a title and a description, which is optional. You can see it's optional here. So title, let's call it browse, and I'm going to try nothing else. And I think I need to render this as a partial. Here, I didn't close my code, so it thinks that's just text. So there we go. Now I've rendered that in, which means I can now, just to test this out, I can pass this in as a description to see what that looks like. And now we've got a nice browse page. So when we have another page to list courses or something like that, or to look at your account profile, we can just keep using this one line of code as a component. We're going to use this heading. And if we have other components that we want to use often, we can also make those into components. How to get out of depression. Definitely it's not in the scope of this. I'm going to put you in timeout, okay? Oh, I didn't mean to delete your message. I just clicked put in timeout, but I guess I deleted your message. That wasn't my intention. But yeah, let's keep this focused on coding or bro stuff, or whatever you want to talk about. I don't censor, but yeah, I'm not the right person to ask about how to get out of depression, because I'm not depressed and my life is amazing. Okay, so browse is going to hit that courses index, and in here is where we want to put that new Tailwind design. So now that we've got our heading, that part's done. We can even customize this to say sort courses by category or price. And this is a nice little note to self. Maybe we will want to let people have a second drop down. Currently, we came up with the drop down to have categories, but maybe we'll have another one like sort by high to low, low to high, the typical filters that we're all used to seeing. But for now, let's get that grid. So here's the first one we found, but it's not exactly right for our use case. We need calls to action. We need to show pricing. We need to show category. So we're going to use this one, which is kind of perfect. It's also rectangular, kind of perfect. So let's go ahead and copy paste this into our page here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that we can see better. And look at that. It's already looking pretty great. Now here, there's maybe more padding, this green area, maybe more than we need. I think that's probably a little bit more than we need. So let's click here in this PY, Y meaning Y-axis, which means above and below. The below is probably fine because I don't want the page to end abruptly. So this PY16, I'm just going to go to it here. And you can see where it is. Oops, I guess I got rid of it. Here we go, PY16. I'm going to break this up and say PT, let's make it half of that, and PB, we can keep it at 16. So I'm no longer going to have the same padding on top and bottom. And let's see. Smaller and above, it's setting it to this 24. So I'm going to also override that. Small and above, PB can be 24. Small and above, PT should be half that. There we go. A little bit better. This view all, we don't need for now. I'm going to just totally get rid of this. But we are going to put here, insert, or I'll say to do, insert drop downs for categories and sorting. All right, cool. And we don't need customers also viewed either. So I'm going to get rid of that. Cool. And now if you look here, this whole thing is clickable, which you can see this is one big button, but I don't love that because maybe we want to let someone click like just this category and then sort by that category. I don't know. For now, we can leave it as is, but let's change view course to say view product, or excuse me, from view product to say view course. All right. And then here, to make this more realistic, instead of Fusion, let's just now start using my own courses as examples. I'm not going to pick on that anymore. Fundamentals, we only sell it for 29 bucks, so let's just pretend that it's selling for $9. And let's give it this category of programming to, again, make it kind of clear what each of these fields should be. And now what I could do to get this looking more realistic, to look more like our wireframe, obviously I can copy and paste some instances of this particular course. And if we look at there, it looks like that's working well. but I don't want to then have to come back later and delete a bunch of code. Also, what if later we decide to change the font of this word fundamentals, but we've copied and pasted a bunch of examples that aren't good? So instead, we're just going to start using Ruby here. So let's just say 9.timesDo. And then we're going to loop this one snippet 9 times, which is going to keep our code clean, but also give us that full impression. And the first thing I'm noticing, and this is why it's good to test with realistic looking data, realistic amount of data. First thing I'm noticing is that we wanted to maybe just have 3 columns instead of 4. Not only because we're not going to have a ton of content, but because these are small images. If we want someone to see the thumbnail a little bit better, 3 columns is going to help with that. And the only way we were able to see what the column setup was is because we we used this loop. So if we try to look around, where are we getting these 3 columns from? Well, you can kind of see right here. If it's larger or above screen, we're going to have 4 columns. Let's change that to 3. If it's a really small screen, we're going to have 1 column, maybe like a phone. And if it's a little bit bigger screen, we're going to have 2 columns. So let's just make our large version 3 columns. And there we go. Now we're going to click this mobile, and you can see that that's 1 column. And if I were to switch to mobile sideways, that's our 2 columns. And potentially also like the iPad is going to be, 2 columns, but iPad sideways, back to 3 columns. So looks fantastic. And we've only changed a couple lines of code. Next, we have our wireframe of, let's see, the show page. So looking at one particular product. When is your reverse engineering course releasing? Reverse engineering what? Let's be more specific, because the term reverse engineer, I guess at bottom means looking at a product that was engineered and figuring out how it was made. So it could be like a machine or an app. But a lot of times we say reverse engineer to really just mean study something, research something. Reverse engineer the marketing strategy of X. So if we had a competitor here, we could try to reverse engineer how they got their first 100 courses listed, or how are they verifying people, or something like that. Ryan is a Chad. Totally approve of this message. So thank you. So let's move on. We've got this course show page. Someone mentioned earlier course show page. So that's sort of something we use when we're talking about web CRUD apps. You have your index page, your show page, your new page, your edit page, and almost every app and almost every framework, it doesn't matter what language you use, has those types of views. So here's our course show page, which I should have written /course/ whatever. And there's a lot of implications here. We'll start with just mocking up the wireframe, just copying over the wireframe. But if you look here, we have our header. So let's get that going. This is not going to say browse courses. we missed that detail. But let's make a show page. And then let's do the same thing we did on our index page. Let's grab this partial. Let's put it here. And view course, and let's just write the word placeholder. And something very quickly is going to happen. If I try to go to courses/show, it doesn't exist. Even though it does exist, but it doesn't exist. That's because first we don't have a route. So we got to go back to routes. When I did that controller generator, I didn't add it. We're going to go ahead and change this line of code to be using the Rails helper resources courses, and then I'm going to pass it all the endpoints. We want index, new, we need to be able to create courses, probably need to be able to update courses, and we need to be able to show courses. Now we go back to our courses controller. We need to be able to show a course. However, if I now try to go to a course that exists or doesn't exist without our backend, it's going to be weird, but we'll do that later. So here's our show page, viewing a course, and here it should show probably the course title, or we could just do nothing, right? We could let the course title be right here. We don't necessarily need this big header. So let's go ahead and get rid of that header right here. But by getting rid of it, we might also bump everything up. So if we want our content to still start here, we can keep the header and just let the stuff be empty so it takes up room. But we'll decide that later. So now let's get our show page going. We want an image on the left side and the title, description, etc. on the right side. But if you really just glance at this, what this means is we want 2 columns, right? We want 2 columns. Maybe one column can be like 1/3, and this column could be 2/3, something like that. So let's try that, and I'm gonna start mocking that up. So we're gonna give it a flex, which is gonna let things sit next to each other, and then I'm gonna give these things a basis of like 1/3, and this one a basis of like 2/3, and I'll write image here, and then I'll say title plus description here. All right, you can see if we hover over here that this is 1/3. See this blue highlight, and this is 2/3. But we don't necessarily need the page to be this wide. So let's put both of these inside of another div that's not as wide. And let's try max width 5XL. Now you can see that combined they're less wide, but the whole thing is left aligned. So let's give that parent div MX Auto. And there we go. So this can be our image and our title description. And we can change it, but this gets us a little bit closer. All right, now if we go back to our browse, which by the way, /courses now also works, or now works instead of browse. Let's just grab this image and use this same image that they're using here. And I'm gonna actually go get it from our courses index. And I'm just gonna look for like, I don't know, .png, img. Okay, here we go. Use that image and start again. We're just going one step at a time. Here's that image, all right? And then we need to have on this other side, title and description. So course title, we're gonna make it, let's say H1, so that we can, if it works at all, if this makes a difference at all to Google, people will debate nowadays whether Google still cares at all about H's and gives any priority to H versus P or whatever, but fundamentals, and then we're gonna have, I don't know, another one that has the price, like $9, and the H1 itself isn't gonna make anything bigger, so when we refresh, it doesn't look like an H1, but we can fix that by making it larger like this, and then make our other one large, but not too large. And these themselves should also be side by side. So we're gonna make another flex where we put 1 in there, and then we're gonna call this flex 1 and text to the right so that we can right align this. There we go. Now that's again like too much space, right? But we're getting closer. And you know, while we're at it, maybe we don't care about things being 1/3 and 2/3. Maybe we just want stuff to be 1/2. We want the image to be half, and that's fine. So we can do it like that. But if we're going to do 1/2 and 1/2, no reason to do 1/2 and 1/2. Just say that they should each be full to the fullest that they can be. And since this flex is going to be smart and count that there's 2 divs underneath, it's going to give them both half. So now we got the same results with less code. All right, but now you can see they're really close. They're literally flush against each other. So at this parent level, we're going to add a gap on the x-axis. Let's do something 4. We'll probably do a lot more. Yeah, let's try 10. And you can see we're now getting a little bit up there. And now we have a little more room to play with. This is far enough away from 9, but not too far. It's definitely far enough away from the image. And again, we can go further. And this 5XL, which we've added, that contains both of these, even this could maybe go, I don't remember if there is a 6XL. I think there might just be a 7XL. Let's try 6. Did that make a difference? Yeah, it made a difference. So there's 6XL. But 6XL, the image is huge, so let's just go back to 5. But you can kind of see how we're going block by block getting this done. And then next, underneath this section with the course name and price, and I'll get anytime I have a class equals nothing, I just get rid of it. So I don't think later that I did something wrong. Here, let's just put some description of the course here. Okay, that needs to be have some distance. So we're going to add some margin below that course title. And what else do we got? Then we need a button, right? Even more text now, and we can make this a little bit bigger than what it wants to be. So text, I don't know, LG. So now we've got 3XL, XL, and LG. Not horrible. We can definitely get a better font. We'll probably do all of that later. Yeah, just debating if we should go a little bit wider. Okay. Now we need a button. Button. Buy for whatever that price was, right? Now the button doesn't look like anything yet. So going back to Tailwind UI, possibly we can search buttons. Want a nice big button, kind of like the check mark. We don't need a check mark, but the point is we can change that. So maybe there's something in this icon thing called hero icons, like scholar or school, yeah, something like this. Academic cap, maybe we use something like this. And let's get this, the biggest one they have, which is going to be the one to the right. And a lot of times when I copy paste anyway, stuff gets screwed up, the formatting. So I always take a second to fix that. Let's double check that it works the way it looks on Tailwind, okay? And I need this to be further down. But if you look here, we have multiple things going on the right side. We have the title pricing section, we have description, and we have the button. Now to separate the title pricing and the description, I added this margin bottom there. But then I need to do it again to separate the description from the button. And I don't want to copy paste all that code. So similarly to our gap X, we're going to do here a gap or a space Y and try to do the exact same thing. So now everything gets 8 between it and we don't have to add that. And another benefit of this kind of thing, besides just less code, is that it actually gives you more of a visual appeal because all of your numbers will sort of be mathy and symmetrical. And the human eye can recognize when things aren't perfectly symmetrical, but it doesn't know what it's recognizing. It will just say that the website looks ghetto or it looks poorly designed, and it won't really know why. So when you saw earlier, we changed our browse page, our courses page. Here we had, we separated this to have 12 above and 24 below. The point isn't 12 or 9 versus 10. The point is keeping it kind of symmetrical such that we use the halves and squares and cubes of numbers. So if you're going to use 3 gap, then you should also use 6 and 9 and 12 for some of your other values in your app. At least that's how I usually design things. All right, so looking at our course show page, again, not super pretty, but it does work. And we can make this maybe bold. Font medium will make it semi-bold. That way it has a little more visual hierarchy. Here's what you're supposed to look at. Here's the price. This buy button I also think could probably be our brand. So this Indigo 600, no. Let's change it to primary. And then this check mark, and then you can see it hovered and it changed to some other indigo. Hover, I want it to be, I don't know, brand hover 700. Change it 500. Not seeing differences, but that's okay. All right, what are we getting at? We have our button. We wanted to change the icon. So here's, something that could work a little bit better than a checkbox. I'm going to paste it right below the current SVG and then try to copy over those styles. So you can see that SVG I just pasted doesn't have any, or it has a class, but it's different. So let's take the classes from the ones that were in there looking good, comment out the old item so that we have reference material. And then once this looks good, I think now we're kind of good to go. And potentially we want this SVG to be before that text. Something like that. And maybe instead of in buy, enroll. You know, we don't have to do the price at all. Enroll now. But I do think it's kind of good to show the price in case they don't see it up here. And then this could also be a pill. So a pill is really just sort of like a button with a border, and it doesn't look like there is one there, but we can maybe use another button feature just to get the styles. So something like this. See, this looks like a pill to me. Let's get that second to last button. Let's just get the styles. And let's go put these where our price is. Okay, way too big. That's fine. Peachy white. What's making it really big? Oh. Okay, let's try to go to the parent. I don't like that. Maybe what we can do is apply it to the parent. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. We're going to actually do it ourselves so that we don't keep messing with this. First, let's give it a border. Ah, come on. Because here we have everything as W full. That's okay. I'm not even going to deal with it for now. Let's keep it simple. So we've got our show page, and we don't yet have our details about these other licenses that may be for sale. And I don't really love having it over on the left because, again, they're not going to actually be able to interact. They can't click on those profiles. Like on Amazon, you can say, hey, maybe I will pay a little bit more because they have free shipping or they have more reviews. We're not doing any of that. So I think we can actually summarize it right under here to kind of just explain how many licenses there are. So this can just say underneath, let's do a small thing. Let's see if that will look okay. And this can just say X licenses remaining. And from, and then maybe the other price, right? So the next lowest price. Something like that. We don't have to like show charts and grids. We'll just literally always put in the cheapest one, and we'll be transparent about how many more there are, if there are any more, and at what cost. And if there are none available, then this will probably just say like sold out, and it will be disabled, and you can't click it, and maybe we'll let you subscribe by email or something like that to be notified. Okay, now here we already mentioned how maybe we want to have this whole thing pushed down. So we can try to go, I don't know, let's just try view course. Doesn't look great, right? So instead, I'm going to go to this heading and see how much space it gives us. And it gives us 4. And I'll just go here and say, give me 4 above. So that, MT4. More than that. I want more. Let's see. So we should go back to our courses page and see how much space it's really taking up. This is taking up 96 pixels vertically. And then this one, I was also adding more. Yeah, so if we really want it to look more even, then maybe that's a little bit better. Just a little bit better. All right. Now we've covered that. We are going to have our state where it's sold out when we get there. Next, we have listing a course. Here we're getting closer to it actually being fun, I promise. Here we need to have all the new views and stuff. So we put this as maybe like /list, okay? And that means back over here, if I were to go to /list, let's run through it front to back. It's going to error because we don't have a route. Let's add the route. Let's make that controller. Rails G controller listing. And make sure our other one, Rails G controller listings. We want to be able to add a new listing, create a listing, later, I guess, update a listing, destroy a listing. We don't need to show a single listing or view all listings. So I think we're pretty good there. And that's going to create our controller and stub out just these views like we've looked at before. And then here to actually be able to access those views and that controller, we need to have that resource. And you can see the same thing I did here. New, create, update, destroy. And the reason I'm using this only block is because some of those RESTful actions we don't want to allow. But sometimes you create objects where you want every type of action to be permitted, in which case you would just write, resources listings, and it's going to give us all of those routes. Okay. There we go. New, create, update, destroy. All right. Now we should be able to go to listings new. And if I were to go to listings new, I guess we broke our server. I think I put the wrong syntax in the routes file. So when you're working on your routes file, if you, it's not very forgiving. If you use the wrong syntax, it will crash your server. Whereas if I put broken syntax in like a controller or a model, it will just error, and I'll see logs, and I'll see logs here on my browser. But if you put even like a missing comma in your routes file and you save, it will just shut down your server, just so you know. All right, now listings new is fine. I'd kind of rather it just be like /list, which won't work right now. But we can create an alias route by just saying get list and then saying that it should be handled by the same place as /listing/new. And there we go. Now we got our list. And here in here, we can do the same thing we did before, render that partial, shared heading, merging in those things we want. And if we go back to our wireframes, list a course. Do we have a description? Yep. Description. We drive traffic, distribute the login. And since we're already putting the sales details lower, I'll just say we drive traffic and distribute login details. You get paid. I don't know, something like that. And again, I didn't close out the Ruby. There we go. So now we've got a nice kind of courses and list. So they have a nice shared header. And let's, while we're at it, back in routes, let's make that browse page work. So I'm going to put that directly underneath these resources. You don't have to. There is hierarchy in how routes are read. But what I generally do is just I have my resource, and then if I want to have overrides or extras, I'll just kind of put it right below. And that should go to courses index. So now we have these kind of aliases. I can go to /courses, or I can go to /browse. I can go to /listings/new, or I can go to /list. So we're matching our wireframes while also kind of doing things the Rails way. All right, back to our wires. Here is where it's going to be trickier later with the backend, but we can just go ahead and get our forms set up. So it looks like we're going to have a div with an input box and a button, and that's going to be full width. We can go to Tailwind and look for like input groups. Yeah, here we go. It's always good to know what things are called. What things are called by nerds. And actually, I was just skipping over. Look at this one. This is kind of good. Input with add-on, with inline add-on. I'm tempted to use one of these, but people are going to copy paste. And if they copy paste, it's going to include the protocol, in which case this will actually be worse UX. So let's actually just grab one of these. We'll use this helper one in case we want to use that helper text. Let's put this right here. Okay, obviously that's way too big. So let's wrap this in a div that's, I don't know, 3XL, MX Auto to get it centered. Still really way too big, right? XL. Okay, and then we might also want this whole thing to have like a border, I don't know, gray 300. Looks like they spell gray with A. I think for a while Tailwind worked with both gray, G-R-E-Y, and A-Y, but I don't remember. P for padding. I'm not going to add X or Y. I want it to be on all four sides, X, Y, left, right, top, bottom. Let's just try 12. Now we've kind of got a little box there, pretty similar to what we were doing in our wires. But I don't necessarily need as much padding on the sides. So maybe PY 12, PX 10 or 8. And we also don't want it to be pushed right up against this. We want it to have some breathing room. So I'll just add some margin top 8. And this is a little bit closer to what we mocked up. This border, though, could just be black, I guess, or at least a darker gray. And we could round it. I think we've only rounded the other things rounded SM. But if we look at rounded MD, you can just kind of see this rounding. You go back to SM. And now we can go ahead and change what this should be. Input a course URL. And this is going to be type URL. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. But it's going to be something like that when we have to convert it to backend. Aria described by, I'm going to get rid of all that junk. Placeholder is, again, let's eat the dog food. And let's paste in one of my own courses. All right. We'll only use this for spam. Tailwind is sometimes kind of funny. And Tailwind's actually awesome dudes. We used to have a partnership with them for Founder Hacker where buying Founder Hacker, enrolling in Founder Hacker got you a Tailwind account. They had to discontinue their education program, but they very graciously gave everyone who was already a student, they grandfathered them in. So we've got a bunch of people who get to use Tailwind UI for life, which is really cool. So big fan of Tailwind for that as well. We'll only use this for spam. We don't need anything in here for now. I don't know. Insert help text if desired. This is another thing I do with front end. So when I'm grabbing something like now from Tailwind, right? I'm grabbing this component and they've already put in some time and engineering and they have way better front end chops than I do. And they decided to let's make this help text have this margin, this size, this color. Even though I don't need the help text, I don't really want to delete it because if later I want help text, I'm going to be coming in here and making it all up from scratch. So a lot of times what I do when I'm working with Tailwind components is I will really keep a lot of their code and just comment it out or get rid of whatever is filled inside so that I can still benefit from Tailwind's design chops later without having to run back through the docs. Because how could I find, when we modify this, we add this border, we add this box, we've changed some colors, it's going to be really difficult to know which one of these components is the one that I plugged in here. So it's just kind of good to preserve some of the artifacts so that you can extend your own components later. All right, input their course URL. We do need a button, and I'm going to get rid of this indigo again. So indigo, focus, ring, primary. And there we go. We got our little green going on here. And now we need a button. Let's go back to their buttons. Get one of these, maybe more medium-sized ones. See what this looks like. Cool. Make this say import. And again, I'm going to get rid of that primary. Get rid of the focus set. I screwed up something. I got rid of the closing quote on the class, which broke everything. And great. Import. I don't necessarily even need the button, but let's go over to our icons and see if there's something that could kind of like, almost like an upload button could be neat. Yeah, maybe the arrow up could be better. Again, we're going to put our new SVG below, use our old SVG as reference material, copy over the styling, comment out the old SVG in case we need it, refresh, looks fine. I don't know, import with an upload button. It does make you sort of feel like you're going to have to click something from your computer, right? So maybe, again, I'll just get rid of this SVG. We'll have it if we need it. Import. Input a course URL. I can also make this title case. And that's kind of the beginning of our listing page. And then if it all works out, we're going to need, if we import correctly, we're going to ask for these other things. So username, password, discount, PayPal. I think we can take our existing field right here and just make a new box. We can really make the whole thing over again. So let's take this entire div. We don't need to take the parent one. Actually, we do need the parent one. We do need the parent one. And if I were to copy paste it and relook at it, you'll see that the parent div, each one is giving this max width of XL or whatever. So let's make one new parent one so that we can dry up our code. Dry, don't repeat yourself. Max width, XL, MX auto. Let's just put that in a very parent one, and then I can get rid of it from each of these child ones. Okay. Now I'll put each of these child ones inside. With any luck, the page should look the same. All right, that looks the same. Now let's get even further. We don't need to add margin top. We can add that space Y thing again. Space Y. Okay, they look the same between each other, but it needs help here. So let's just add margin top 8. So now we'll get the same effect, but again, less code. Same effect, less code. So let's make our new box. It needs more inputs, username, password. So it needs 4 with a button. We have 1 with a button. So let's go down to our 1. Two, 3, 4. All right, 4 inputs in a button. And I'm already starting to see some things I don't like here. So I think this actually is too much top-bottom padding. PY12. So this PY12, I'm going to change both of them. PY, I don't know. Let's see if PY8 actually looks okay. And it does. And since we're doing PX8, that means we can change both of these to just P8. So now we kind of came back to where we started, but that's fine. And down here, let's get these buttons working correctly. So here we were making the button show up below by having, how did we get this button to have space? This button probably has space because of that empty help text right here. Yep. So let's just grab that empty help text from the bottom div and put it there as well. But now we have this new problem. So let's actually just let every single button have its own help text area in case we decide to use that, which is a good chance we will because we need to track errors if the scraping fails or something like that. There's not a horrible idea. And then these MT2s, kind of tempted to get rid of them. These div class MT2, which separates the input from the labels. I kind of think we don't need any of that. So let's just try to do a batch, replace all of them, and now everything's a little bit tighter. And I think that's okay. Login username, login password, student username, student password. Let's do that. Student password. And then we've got what? Discount. Discount. Again, the copy here is not great. Discount you're offering. PayPal address. I don't even know, is PayPal written camel case like that? Or is it just, yeah, it is. It still is. Groovy. Where to pay you. And then we need our placeholders to be a little bit better. This one is the first placeholder is the login. So jimbob@learnsalot.com. Next one is password. And let's do my password is secure. And next one is the discount they're offering. Let's kind of tease them with sort of like a 50%. And while we're at it, we're going to go ahead and make that type number. And that should allow only numbers. So you can see I'm trying to type in ASDF right now, but I'm only able to type in numbers. We couldn't allow, I guess we can allow them to do discounts or excuse me, fractions. So we can actually add like, I think like, I don't know, step equals 2 or something like that. Okay, that's only going to do, that only lets them do numbers like step 2, 4, 6. Step 0.2. Okay, we'll figure that out in Rails, but we'll let them do some kind of fraction. And that way, if someone's already listing that course, they can just list theirs for 10 cents lower, essentially. And what we might want to do is show what their price is going to be. I think we talked about this right here. We could write in, if we go back to our wireframe, we might want to write in how much they're going to be charging. So let's go try to do that. Let's make this not full width. Let's make this like width 10. Discount you're offering, maybe width 20, 24. And then to the side, insert, see if that looks okay. Okay, that's going to be on the next line, which I don't want. So I'm going to make a new div. And I'm going to make that a flex div so that I can put this input for the discount they want on the same line as the note about it. Let's see if this kind of works. There we go. So insert, and then let's add a gap here as well. Cool. So this insert is going to say same thing we wrote inside of here. Something like that. This course listings for, you know, whatever. Something like that. Discount you're offering, and that will only allow numbers. And then their PayPal address. And I think this whole thing could use a little bit of separation between these divs. So if I were to look here, class flex, let's make a div for each of these sections and see if that starts looking okay. Woo! Yeah, we don't want that to be a flex class at all. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Okay, and I'm just going to add wrap each of these in a div, which is a pretty normal thing to do anyway for input groups, to just wrap them in a div in case you ever want to give them their own styles, etc. So these divs, a div generally wouldn't create any special meaning unless you actually gave it meaning through styles, etc. However, in our case, because we're using Tailwind, we can apply at the parent div level something like space y4, and it will simply look at those divs and then create distance between them. What's going on? Well, we'll do that next then. A couple more divs to wrap. And you might be noticing that since we're copying and pasting all this front end, these labels are all sort of like wrong. The names and the IDs are all saying email, and that's obviously not correct. But we're going to have to make those line up with our backend database attributes. So even though right now I could say, oh yeah, this is PayPal address, I should just make this say PayPal address, and I should make this say email, and I should make this say course PayPal address. But actually, this is going to end up being like on the user model, where should their PayPal address go? So this is going to be a user attribute, and this is going to be a course attribute. So again, that's why we're separating up our tasks so that we can focus on one thing at a time. It's not horrible to do your back end and front end kind of as you go. It's really not. I do that sometimes. But when we're trying to build quickly, it's like, let's just mock up our wireframes, duplicate the wireframes into code, and then we'll wire it all up until it works. So I try not to get too much in the weeds with changing our input types, because I'm probably going to have to change them again anyway when we get to backend. Now, import, this button should be different. This call to action is sort of like, I don't know, publish or something like that. And now, lastly, I do want to put some space in between each of these divs. I wasn't able to see that space Y thing working, so I'm going to get rid of this parent div. That might be why it wasn't working. Yeah, because we had an empty, there was a single div in there that had all the other ones that were getting ignored. So cool. Now I've got some space. Maybe 4 is too much. 2 is okay. Is 2 much different than none? It's not much different than none. So let's go back to 4. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And that means this should also probably have 4. 4 between the button and the other stuff. Let's put this button in a div. And that might actually make it look like too much. Let's see. Okay, cool. And now let's go up to this top button and wrap it in a div. And then add the same treatment where we have space Y. There we go. So now everything about the forms is really the same. This one, I guess, we need one more. Oh, it's that empty div issue again. I was wondering what was going on. We're almost there. Okay, and now this space Y4 actually needs to be going here. Oops. Because this div is the parent of the whole page, has nothing to do with our box. All right. There we go. Okay, sweet. Okay, sweet. And these screens are not going to show up this way necessarily. We might hide this one and show that one as we go. All right, continuing on. We've got really all of our pages except account, which I think we already get for free from SpeedRail. So let's go ahead and sign up. Got that welcome email, nice. And let's go back here. We don't need any of this subscribe stuff, but let's click account. And you can see we've already got this account page. So we can tweak it a little bit Your account, okay, my account. Subscription we're not going to have, so let's go to our account index, and we could do what we did before. So let's use this to determine what HTML, what stuff to just delete. And I'm going to keep narrowing down. I don't want to get rid of all of that. I want to get rid of the H3, and I want to get rid of this. So let's look for the H3 right here, and then I want to get rid of this thing below it. All right. All right, now their account, they can just update their email password. We also want them to be able to update their PayPal address, I think. Yep, email password. So let's copy and paste the email field. And call this PayPal address for payouts. It's PayPal for payouts. All right, and then your course listings. So actually, I wish I kept that that H3. Let's put that back right here. Okay, and call it your course listings. And then underneath, we're just going to put that placeholder text. You have no course listings. Create one, and that can be a link. And we're going to use the Rails link to helper. First, you pass in what you want the link to be, what you want the label to be, and then you pass in new listing path. Let's see if that works. You can see that actually works. If I click it, it goes to /listing/new. But I need it to be clear that that's a link. So text, I don't know, primary. Now create one. Great. So we actually did a tiny bit of backend, but if you look at this actual code, it's literally just created an anchor tag, but we wrote it in Ruby. Groovy. And when we do have courses showing from the backend, we will be able to loop through them as we've done here. So currently we made the empty state, but we'll have that filled state where we can show whatever they've created. So really our wireframes are, our front end is good to go. Our front end is good to go. Even our home page, we don't have a dashboard. We don't need the dashboard, so we'll get rid of that. But our home page is looking even better than the wireframe. And now let's just go to our navigation so that we have a little bit easier time clicking around. Navigation, header. I think I call it header. Maybe I should rename this to navigation. So if they're logged in, let's link them to their no dashboard, but their account and log out. Admin if they are admin. That's something I built into SpeedRail, but it's not relevant to us right now. Login, sign up. And no matter what, we want them to be able to see if we want them to be able to browse courses and stuff, right? So outside of this if-else statement, current user means if they're logged in, we want them to be able to see browse and sell, something like that. And let's say courses path, that's going to be all the courses, and sell is going to be new listing path. And then I don't know, courses and listings/new. Let's see if that breaks something. All right, cool. So browse, sell, account, because I am logged in. Okay. Dashboard does not need to go there. Instead of dashboard index path, let's just always link to the root path, which is going to be like our home page in this case. So now if I click this, it goes here. Browse, sell, account, there. Log out is bolded, which it should not be, ever. Log out. I'm going to try something. Yeah, cool. What this argument is doing is saying bold if the path matches this, and it's never going to match log out because when they're logged out, it's not about a URL. It's a request to the server to kill their session. So browse, sell, log in, sign up. Okay, and if they log in, they can log out. No more need to sign up or sign in. Okay, So we're in very good shape now. So I'm gonna go here and commit all of this and just call this front end. I think we started around the 2-hour mark or the 1 hour 40-minute mark, the actual front end. So not bad, an hour and 20 minutes to do a few screens. Not bad. Have some wah-wah. Okay. Oh, and we need 2 buttons on our home page, I guess. Are there any button groups, I wonder? Where there's already like 2 buttons side by side that have a contrast about them. Yeah, no, not really. That's fine. So let's just take our biggest button from our home page, or from our, I guess from our purchase page. Courses show. Take this button, but I don't want the icon. So no, we're just going to go back to huge button. And we can get 2 big buttons. Go back to our home page, and somewhere here, somewhere underneath this, let's just see what happens, what that looks like. Button text. Okay, cool. I will put this in a div with flex because we're going to have 2 side by side, which means I need 2 child divs. And I will just copy paste this one. And I'm going to add some margin on the top. All right, and then we're going to add gap X again so that the buttons don't touch each other. And we're going to make one of the buttons maybe green and one of them like black or something like that. So this one can say browse, and then our green one can be the one that says, sell. And we don't need any of this focus visible junk. And we can make the browse one just like black, and the other one can be primary hover, primary. Something like that. And then of course we need them to be bigger. So I'm going to make both of them W full, which means it's going to use 50% of the space. But the buttons themselves, I think, also need to be W full. Now that's too big, so then I can maybe make this whole thing, I don't know, a little bit bigger. I think 50 doesn't exist, maybe 48. 60. I'm about to go to the Tailwind site. That's not horrible. 64, does that exist? Yep. 72. Okay, not bad. Browse and sell. And you can see that hover is ridiculous. So there's still some kind of indigo in here. So hover, I'll just get rid of both of them, both of the hovers. And let's make them link to the appropriate place. Now these are buttons. I don't actually need them to be buttons. They can just be links. So I'm going to just Command D for 6, change that, just type in A, and then get rid of these type A because that doesn't make any sense. And then I'm going to change the href, and I'm going to just hard code in manually for now. List. That way, oh man. Oh, that's a bummer. That's weird. I didn't realize that changing to an anchor would oh, come on. Let's go back to buttons, because we're trying to build quick. And I'm just going to on-click these. Redirect to browse. And make this other one redirect to list. This is very ghetto. That's okay. Goes to browse. goes to list. Cool. So our home page is up and running. Our front end is mostly all there. It's time to start the back end. This is the part that I enjoy more than really every other step. Data modeling is kind of cool to think through things, but data modeling is also painful because until you're really building it, you can only imagine so much in terms of your edge cases. So now we're going to just start the back end, and in doing the back end, we're going to have to tweak the front end, inputs, IDs, showing and hiding with JavaScript. We're going to have to tweak some attribute names and relationships, and we're going to have to tweak just the overall, potentially the overall structure of the app. And so this back end is going to take the longest time, but counterintuitively, I think it will also go the fastest, if that makes sense, because we have the most prep work now. And maybe I'll try to just code and explain in detail a little bit less, because again, at this point, it's good to just already understand some coding or take Ruby courses, take founderhacker.com courses, and then you can kind of see how we think through each of these problems. So backend, write the minimum code to accomplish each feature. We kind of just did that on our homepage. And we also have login and sign up and running. So all that stuff's kind of getting us started. Now when we go to browse, we need to be able to look at these courses, which means we need courses. So let's first figure out a way to create a course. To create a course, we're going to do it in this input. And if I were to submit this right now, a bunch of nothing will happen. So let's go in here, and on our courses page, or on our listing page, this form actually needs to be a course form. So I'm going to make a form for a new course, and then let's start converting these inputs to be Rails-backed inputs. And you'll notice that this kind of changed our syntax highlighting. That's kind of common, maybe just because I'm using a broken text editor, but all I do is close and reopen the file and we're good to go. Now, if I refresh this now, use roll button. Oh, cool. Thank you for that. Let's try that. Let's try that, actually. I would love to try that. And then instead of type button, I'm going to call it roll button. Yeah, maybe not. But that's very interesting. We'll get there. Okay, cool. So if we're going to sell, this is going to break now. We don't have a course instance variable. And since there isn't one, it's just giving it a nil value because they fail softly, and you can't pass in a nil value to a form because this form for argument is going to try to create the form action. So if you worked with forms in HTML, it's going to try to create an action, like where am I sending this data to /courses or whatever. And when you pass in nil, if I were to pass in @course, which is nothing, or pass an actual nil, it can't create the action, so it just fails for you versus it's almost like a Rails cool feature because it's thinking, why do you want me to even build this form at all if I don't have anywhere to send the data? So given this controller, this is the listings controller new endpoint, we can create that course object here, instantiate that course new. And this doesn't belong to users or anything, so we don't need to have anybody logged in. We don't need to have anything connected yet. Course equals course.new. We don't have any of our models yet. So let's do that now. Let's take our wireframe, our data model, and we already have users. We need to create courses, which are not associated to anything, and then listings, which are associated to courses. So I'm going to have my terminal open right here. And then I'm going to clear this out. And I'm going to kill my server too, because once you create a database table or change a table, you have to restart your server anyway. So Rails G model. Oh my. Course. And now we're just going to pass in our attributes and data types. Title, description, URL. I'm going to skip image. You'll see why. Published. And this is a Boolean, so I need to actually pass in that it's a Boolean. Verified, also a Boolean. Original price, which is going to be, I think we should use decimal instead of float. I think that's the Postgres recommendation. Decimal. And that might be about it for now. We also might want like the login URL, so I'll just go ahead and add that. We're going to need to know the category as well. category. So we'll just let that be a string. And it doesn't actually matter what order you pass in your attributes, but it also kind of does, simply because when you have your database table, if you want to look at it in here, they're going to be written top to bottom in the order you made them. So I personally like to have a little bit of sensibility in my order. Like, I don't want title and then a bunch of other things and then description. So like title, description, they kind of go together for me. So I usually like to just have them ordered back to back. It doesn't affect anything functionally, just sort of aesthetically. And I think I consider it a bit of developer happiness. So a course model will create a courses table, pluralized, title, description, URL, login URL, whether it's published, whether it's verified, the category, which is going to just be a string for now, original price. We're not going to store the image because I'll show you how we're going to do that separately. So Rails G model, you can see it created multiple files, created some test files. This is a 24-hour MVP. We are not going to be writing tests for this bad boy. And now we're going to go into our migration because we haven't actually made the table yet. So if you look at our schema, there's still no courses table. What we've done is created the commands to create the table. And you can see that this is just an invocation of create table, and then it passes in a block. What are we doing? So string, 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 boolean. Here, we talked about this earlier, our defaults. So if we go back to our database model, we're going to let courses be published by default true, verified by default false, and let's say null false, meaning we're not going to allow this to be true, false, or null, right? It has to be true or false. And that's something that's a very subtle bug you'll run into. You have a Boolean field, and if it's nil, it won't be true, but it also won't be false. And just depending on how you write your other code, you could run into really confusing errors. So we'll just make sure that it's not null. Category, we're going to lock this down later by having a whitelisted list of categories they can use. Original price, I don't think we need to set a default to this. We can make sure that it's not empty, but if we scrape a course and we can't find the price, we'll want the customer to add the price. But if we set this to null false, we won't even be able to save the course and like stub it out for the customer to add the price because we won't have even let it hit our database. So if we want to add that validation later, we'll do it at the model layer and not at the database layer. Title, description, some of these things, again, we have to have a title, but we don't necessarily have to validate the presence of the title at the database layer right here. We could do that separately. All right, Rails DB migrate should create this, and let's see if it does. All right, let's go to our schema, courses, and you can see here we've worked in those defaults. So now if I were to try to test this, go to Rails C's Rails console. Let's try course.create and not pass in anything. Okay. And if I look at that last course, c.publish should be true, c.verified should be false, right? Now if I try course.create and I try to set published to nil so that it's neither true or false, you can see it failed. Column publish violates not null constraint. So passing in here null false is translates in Postgres language SQL into not null constraint. So something to think about, but it looks like we do have a working courses table. And if you go to our models, we have a corresponding model, which is just how we write Ruby code that then executes SQL commands under the hood. So we've got courses, sweet. And courses don't belong to users or anything like that. So they're really a standalone object. Now let's get back out of here and let's do our next and last table. So this is pretty amazing. We're already most of the way done with implementing our data model. Let's do Rails G model listing, and we're going to pass in these things, and I could definitely pass in course ID integer, and then it will kind of figure it out. Rails will automatically know if I add a course ID integer that I am trying to reference courses, but there's a better way to do it that gives you an index, and that is to pass in the object it's going to reference and then say references with the colon. So user references as well. And then here we're going to have login email, and here we're going to have login password, And let's not change it. Let's not make it email. Let's call it like login username, because some sites the email will be a username. Some sites a username will be a username. So I don't want to hard code in something too opinionated. And then price discount percent. I'm just going to change this to discount percent. And this is going to be a decimal, I guess. And no, actually, let's, yeah, decimal. And then published is going to be Boolean. Sold at is going to be a timestamp. I'm going to use date time so that it passes in the year, month, date, hour, minute, second. And then payment link, I'm just not sure yet. But we'll try. We'll let that be a string. So Rails G model, this is going to do the same thing. It's going to create that migration file, which is just a command that gets converted from Ruby into SQL. It gets created into a SQL thing that's like create table, right? Create table, listings, course URL, it does that. That's all this is doing. Similarly here, we want to also tweak our migration. We want this to maybe be a default. Let's just set a default to 50%. Doesn't really matter. We could do this from let's actually do this from the model layer. Published, we're going to say default false, because we want to verify their login works, and also null false, so don't allow it to be null. Sold at is going to default to nil automatically. Everything will default to nil automatically except timestamps and these references. Login username, login password, and that's looking pretty good to me. Now let's do Rails DB migrate, and this should create our listing table. If we go back to our schema, we can see we've got listings. And you can see we've got foreign keys connecting listings to courses and listings to users. So a listing was created by a user and it is associated to a course. Now we go back to model, and sure enough, we have a model, and it automatically gives us these belongs to relationships, but it does not give us the reflection. So I need to here say that a course has many listings, and I need to also say that a user has many listings. Cool. So now users and listings are all kind of connected in courses. And let's go back into Rails console and test a little bit. We've got a course. We created that empty course. If I look at it here, let's make this a little bigger. I should be able to do c.listings. And it's an empty collection, but at least it responds to that. c.listings.create should fail, because that listing also needs to belong to a user. And we do have a user. So if I did c.listings.create and pass in that user ID of that user, now we have a listing. So now we have a user, a course, and a listing, and they're all connected. If I take that listing.user, it's going to be our user. That listing, which I've saved as l.course, it's going to be that course. So we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. We are still a little bit unsure about payment link, and we intentionally did not plug in an image yet, and I'll explain why. So now we are ready over here to fix this error. We have now added a courses table, so when we try to create that form field, form for course, from our listings controller for a new course, it should be just fine. And now if I look at this form, look over here in the HTML, pull it open. This form has that action /courses. It's going to try to create that course. So let's see what happens. If I go to my listings, I don't even have a courses. We do have a courses controller, right? Yeah. Let's make that create endpoint. And I'm not going to explain this stuff too much, actually, some of these steps anymore, because it's going to slow us down, and course params. We'll say course.new, course params. Course.save else. So here we're just handling trying to import it, trying to save it, and if we can't save it, we can give them errors. I'm going to go in here at our model layer and say validates presence of URL. Now, if I try to create a course, I want it to fail. Yep, validation failed. URL can't be blank. Great. So if for some reason they tried to not pass in that URL, it will kick back at them. And for now, I won't even add an if case. I'll simply just add if it saves. Redirect to course saves. Here's where we want to now do our scraping. Scrape course details. And then we still want to redirect them somewhere. Probably want to redirect them to the course itself, which is going to be the course path. All right. Let's try. This is probably going to fail. That's okay. Okay. Let's get our link. I'm going to just open up the Founder Hacker course so that I don't have to type in this long URL. All right, cool. Let's paste this in, and let's watch our server logs as I hit save here. And this button is not a submit button. So see it says type button? I need to change that to type submit. Also, make sure these are correct. Course URL. Okay. Okay. So if we go back here, if we scroll up, we already see some green, which is a good sign. So this is that log of that SQL query that was run by our controller. And we inserted that course into the database, and then we redirected to that course. This is our course ID of 3. Because we have already created a couple for fun in our console. And you can see that if we grab that last course, c.url, and it properly saved that form field. So all of that's good, but now we need to build some kind of scraper. So we're going to use a service file, and there's a lot of ways to do this, but let's just maybe make a folder called like, I'm going to make a proof of concept that's a lot simpler. Course scraper. This is really going to be a proof of concept. So there's a few things I would do quite differently to scale this to different types of courses. We've already seen on this live stream today, we've got Podia is where I have my courses. This is a Podia LMS, Learning Management System. But there's also teachable.com. There is... there's a bunch. Thinkific.com. There are several platforms for, creating online schools. But in today's video, we're going to build our scraper to just work for one platform. And essentially what that will mean for customers is that when they want to sell something, it will work to import it automatically if they're using Podia. And if they're not, it will fail, and it will just have them type in all the details on their own, for a non-Podia course. But by showing in this live stream how we build the scraper for Podia, you can imagine how it's going to be mostly the same code to get those details from other platforms like Teachable and so on. So when we do that, I'd probably actually namespace this all to be like course scraper. And then inside of here, I'd have a Podia file, and I'd also have a Teachable file, and I'd also have a Thinkific file. And then they would all inherit from a base file, which would have some of the shared code, but they'd all have their own unique code. But here, we're just going to call this course scraper, and it's just going to be Podia only courses for this MVP proof of concept. Hope that makes sense. And it would be very boring if I built 3 different course LMS connections today. We're trying to build 0 to done. So we're going to need our basic stuff. We're going to need an initializer so that we can pass in that course. And then we're going to need to be able to access that course's URL. And I'll also just have a call function, which is a very generic, simple, common way people do things in Ruby's services. So you're going to do invoke it via course scraper.new. We're going to pass in that course object and then invoke call. So that's going to be sort of invocation. And we're going to do that from that courses controller right here. Course scraper, new call. And we're also going to want this to happen in the background. So for now, asynchronously call. I'm just going to make that a background job. And that way, when someone's on the web page, it will still load quickly and they won't have to wait for this to happen. But let's keep it synchronous for now so that we can build it as we go. Call, and we're going to have other types of methods here, or like get title. We need to also get the course's price. We need to get the course's image. And since we're doing all this get, maybe we just get rid of all those gets and we just have title, price, image, etc. But before I start doing this in the Rails class way and merging it into our form, what we really need to build is simply a scraper. We need to build a scraper in Ruby and then drop that into our Rails app, which I think is going to be a little bit simpler. And to do that, we're going to use my favorite little scraping gem called water. That's water with an I. And it's really simple to use. You can kind of see a literal demo in 5 lines of code right here. You just enable the gem, you spin up a browser, and you go and start getting stuff with that browser object. You can use water as a headless or headed. Headless meaning you don't actually see anything, you're just interacting with the object. And headed will allow you to debug by actually opening a real browser on your computer. So let's see if I can get this working. I think I already have water installed. So IRB require water. And let's copy paste this demo to see if this works. And this should hopefully open my Chrome browser now. So far, no. I think I know what's happening. Yeah, connected to stable. Maybe we can try Firefox. My version of Chrome right now is like version 115, but Chrome drivers only go up to 114, I think, right now. I was having this problem on another project the other day. Yeah, the latest Chrome driver version is 114. So instead, let's try water with Firefox, and maybe that will just get the job done for us. All right, Firefox is opening on my machine. Fantastic. Very, very good. We're going to want to use Chrome, I think, on our production server because Chrome drivers are easier to install on servers than Firefox stuff, but this seems promising. And now let's just go to I don't know. What is that Ruby, or what is that water website? Let's go to water.com. And let's go back to Firefox to see if it's doing it. Sweet. So b.title, b.url, b.goto, and let's go to youtube.com, see if that works out. And there we go. So now we're controlling a browser in Ruby. We need to do something useful though. So let's go to our course demo. And I have other URLs we can use to demo. We don't have to stick with this one, but we'll do that to stress test it a little bit. You should definitely just build with, that first one. So if I now look at the title, it says fundamentals, but I happen to know from working on lots of courses that your page title isn't always going to be the same as the course title. So while it's tempting to get the page title, I think we potentially want to actually grab, for example, the, I don't know, a meta tag or something like that. So if I were to look at metas, that's going to get all of our meta tags. And you can see here, let's see, all of our meta tags. Meta tags where the name is, I don't know, OG title, something like that. That's none. Okay, let's try Twitter, maybe title. How many is that? That's one. First dot value or text. Okay. Let's get the metas where the property is Twitter title. I'm not having luck here. Let's look at this in this inspect element. So we're going to go to our page of choice. I'm going to hit view, not inspect element, view source. And I want to try to get basically this, right? Item prop is fundamentals, Twitter title, meta name, Twitter title.content. So let's try that. There we go. So something like this I think might be better than getting the page title. Maybe item prop equals name. What's that going to do? b.meta, where the item prop equals name. Located false, so it didn't find that. So that might be a weird one. So we can just start with the Twitter title maybe, or the OG title. Get me the meta tag where the property is OG title, and then get me the content of that. Okay, something like that. So back in our text editor, let's just start writing in plain Ruby. Let's get out of our Rails app for a second. We're gonna need water, so to do install water gem. And we already know we're going to instantiate it for now with this Firefox strategy. So water Firefox, copy paste that. We can call this browser to be a little less cryptic. And then we're going to want to go to that course. And so browser.goto URL. So let's also have that URL equals some kind of course URL. And now we're going to go to that URL. Next, we're going to start getting the things that we need that we've already started to spec out here. We need the title, price, and image. So let's just call this title. Browser.metas, we're getting the open graph title content. All right. Next, we want to get the price, and we also want to get the image. Let's get the image first, and that's going to be a little easier. If you look back here at our view source, you can see images. There's going to be the open graph image, OG's open graph, and there's Twitter open graph. Again, we'll probably just stick to OG because they're almost always going to have that, but they might not specify a separate image for Twitter. So let's just say get the meta with the property of OG image and get that content. So I'm going to copy paste this. And let's paste this into here, but I have to rename, I have to say browser is B so that we can use the same code. And that's an image, and let's see what this image looks like to make sure it looks kind of like an open graph image. Okay, I think because we've changed our URL. We're not on the fundamentals course anymore. Yeah, we're on camp. And you'll see that even though this is the open graph image, you can't see this image from here. It's down here, but you don't see it up here. So the header image of a course, for example, if I go to fundamentals, fundamentals has this, but that is not necessarily going to be the open graph image. Open graph image is what they want to show up on social, and you can go to opengraph.xyz to kind of see what those are going to be. So here's the fundamentals page. And see, this is a little different. It's a rectangle. The rectangle perception is different. If I were to do camp, even though here we don't see any image, we actually see a background of my house. Over on this version, we're going to probably see that photo with, yeah, the houses. So just letting you know kind of what we're actually getting here, which may or may not be what we want, but there's lots of options and we have to just start with one and see what happens. Now, next we want to get the price. Here you'll see if I click enroll, it goes to /checkout/cart, which would mean that we would have to potentially click to pay and then go to the next page. That's kind of messy. A lot of times the course price will be on the page. So if I go to fundamentals, I believe it shows the price, 29 bucks, but not always. You know, you can turn that off. And here you see buy for 29, but then you have to maybe grab all that text and scrape it out of there. So we'll probably have a couple ways to figure out the price. Data name, course buy button. Yeah, we'll probably have a couple different ways. So let's try the easiest one first, which is just to grab the buy button. And I do think that's on by default from Podia. A little bit harder to turn off this top right button. And let's see what this one looks like. It also says data name, course buy button. Okay. And what you'll notice is that the href includes these specific words like /buy. So what we could maybe do is just get all the anchor tags. Let's zoom in and look for anchor tags that have /buy ? Payment terms full, something like that. So let's try that. So let's say browser.as, and by the way, when you add an S, it means anchors. So this is going to return a collection where the href includes, let's say, this query, right? Whereas if I said browser.a, it's going to only look for one. Now we only really care about one, so maybe we'll just try A. But here I think we might need to do regular expression because we're actually only trying to do a partial match. So I have no idea if this is going to work, and I need to escape out some of these special characters. No idea if this will work. I think it didn't locate that. Do I need to cancel out my question mark as well? Probably. There we go. Look at that. Second try is a charm. So here we do it a regular expression. These what are these called? These are backslashes. These are forward slashes. The backslash is used to precede characters that are also regular expression keywords. So I have to do a backslash before the forward slash and a backslash before the question mark because a question mark is a reserved character in regular expressions. So anyway, it seems that this one did the trick, and this is going to return something like this, buy for. And we don't want all that buy for. So let's say something like price button or enroll button. Okay, and then we're just going to try to split out that stuff. Get rid of the space as well. And then we just want, and really we want to get rid of this $sign, why not? And we want the last index. And now we want to get rid of the comments, the commas, excuse me, because we want real numbers. And we want to convert that to float. So you can kind of see this was, on one hand, this was easy, but on the other hand, we're looking for an A, we're hoping it has this href, then we're assuming that we found it, so we're getting the text. Then we're splitting it and assuming it has all this. Then, you know what I mean? So it kind of becomes, if I were to try to test this, make sure that deleting when there's no comma doesn't return nil, because then we have to tall F. So if it was like a $29 course, So anyway, this works, but this is very much the happy path because any one little thing could be missing and it's going to break because we're chaining all of these invocations. So here, potentially, we would do some kind of like begin, rescue, end, where we have a backup plan. So happy path, and then we have some strategy that we use if we can't get it. Let's just put error while finding price. And the way we can try to test this all out now is let's put this in a function like scrape course, pass in the course. Let's just get rid of the word course, scrape, pass in the course. And let's use this, put all these in here. And let's say course, go to course.url. All right. So this is kind of a nice little ghetto way to stress test our stuff without doing it in Rails and thinking about controllers and databases and all that junk. We're just going to see if we have a scraper that can fetch Podia courses. So we've got courses, I think. I've got a course. Where's my course? Oh, we're in IRB. Okay. So if I want to do this from my actual database, I need to get this gym water installed. So let's just go to our gym file, gym water, bundle. All right, now Rails C. And now let's, we don't need to require anymore. We've installed it. So let's just spin up a browser. And I see that spun up a new Firefox instance for us. I'm going to get rid of the old Firefox instance. Now let's try to paste in this method, except, yeah, we're going to have to be able to pass in the browser because we don't have it object-oriented yet. So we have a scrape method. Let's call it title, image, and price. And now let's say course title for price, image at image. So we're going to try to run this on courses that we create in our database to see if it works. So we've got a scrape image. Let's just invoke scrape, pass in our browser, and let's pass in our last course, which has a URL that it should be able to access. Ooh, nervous, enter. It should be using our Firefox browser right now and going to that page. Fundamentals for, and the price thing was wrong, image. So I think what's already happening is that unless it scrolls down, this price button doesn't exist. So let's scroll down to the bottom. And I forgot how to do that in water scroll page. And we could also like click the bottom and do different things. But yeah, you can send keys. You can access. I don't really want to insert JavaScript. Yeah, let's just scroll to the bottom. Go to the URL, and then let's try this scroll.to, which I have no idea if that really works. So let's test it before we rerun everything. And it did. And after it scrolled, you can see this button was sort of created. So let's try this again. I'm just going to paste in our scrape function again, which will automatically override our old scrape function. Pass in that last course. And I'm going to set this browser to be like at google.com just so that we can kind of know for sure it's doing everything from scratch. So scrape, go to the course. I see it scrolled down, and look at that. Now we got the price. Fundamentals for $29, and here's the image. So that worked pretty well. Let's create another course. Let's set the URL to one of our other courses, founderhacker.com/camp. I'm also not using www here because I want to see if it properly forwards. And then let's do another one where we do 24-hour MVP. And then I think I have another course that is free. So if we were to put on web scraping, what's going to happen when the course is free? And we can try to guess. I'll scroll down, get access for free. That's definitely going to break, right? But I am curious what it will do. So now let's get all of our courses, but only the ones that have URLs, because we created a couple without URLs. And this should be what, 4 courses? 3 of these should work, 1 of these should break. Let's make sure we have the latest scrape function. And I'm going to now just loop through them all. And we'll see what happens. Scrape course. Yo, Stetson, what's up, bro? Course scrape browser. Pass in the browser. All right. Now let's watch the magic fly. Let's go back to Google on this browser instance. And now I'm going to pass in this loop, go through our 4 courses. It should work on the first 3 and then probably break or something on the last one, the free one. And this is pretty fast. But it didn't print anything. It didn't print out anything. So that was kind of weird. Oh, duh, because it returns that, but we're going to the next one, need to puts. Let's try again. Here we go. Fundamentals for 29, camp for 25, 25 MVP for 129. And look at that. Actually, it got web scraping for 0. This worked accidentally. It wasn't smart, but simply when you take a string and you convert it to F, it's going to be 0 if it doesn't know what that means. So in this case, it's trying to find this link, buy for some amount of dollars, but when it lands on web scraping, this is the content, and it's splitting nothing, and then it's just converting it to 0. So it's kind of okay. Handles, get access for free, okay. But just kind of a note to self. So it actually kind of worked. We now have a Podia scraper that gets some of those main details, but we need to do something with the image. Let me check on some comments. Headless, yeah, I think it should be fine. I only because I have deployed to Heroku with Water before, and I've definitely needed to use JavaScript. But yeah, we'll find out, right? We'll find out. So let's go ahead and put this in. We're going to need to create a, we're going to make this object oriented now. So which means we're taking a step backward before we can take a step forward. We're going to browser, and I'm going to spin up a browser. Let's call it new browser, and let's go down here and make a function like new browser, and then grab that browser code. So now what we're doing is we're taking our procedural code from here and we're putting it, we're object orientifying it, OOifying it. So we only want to instantiate the browser once per scrape. And then we're also going to set the URL equal to the course's URL. All right, and now in here, we don't need to access the course. We can just directly access the URL, and we already have the browser. So browser, scroll to, I'm gonna also use parentheses on these invocations just to make it a little more clean, I think, to read. And instead of putzing all this stuff, I just want to spit it out this way. Title, title, price, price, image, image. And we'll see what happens. And title, yeah, we can definitely now do this way as well. So instead of scraping it all in there, we can just put it like this, because each of these functions will have access to that same context, that same browser, which is pretty good. It's just less code. All right, and the image, or the price rather, we'll go there. We don't need to assign it to the name price, we'll just return it. Should work without the return. All right, okay. And then we can even make another function, you know, load course. I don't know. Load, something like that, and throw both of these in there. Something like that. All right, so let's go reload this, and let's grab our, I don't know, course find 3. This is the one that has the fundamentals course. And let's try this. Course scraper.new, pass that in, .call. And I want to see if this opens up a Firefox browser, which it did, and it opened it up on the other side of my screen. And look at that. We now have an awesome little service that will scrape and return back to us essentially JSON. So it's kind of like our app, or any app can now use this to scrape courses, and it doesn't have to worry or be concerned about the stuff going on underneath the hood. Course price. Now, since we are doing this from our courses controller context, we can either say, give me the data, like, you know, more course params, and then we can say course.update, more course params, and then redirect. But I kind of figure we could just do this from the course scraper itself, so that we have what's called skinny controllers, which people like. So let's see. I'm debating, because what we could also do is actually just always scrape after a course is created. So let's do that. If course is saved, so let's go to our course model, and let's just add a callback, and we'll make it after create commit scrape or import. Okay. And then we're going to pass in self. And then we're going to just, actually we can even update it with the params returned from there. And that may not be the best way, but let's say imported our params to import. We can make it a little bit more verbose. It's going to return that object, and then we'll update it with those params. So now in theory, once we hit save on a course, about a second later, it should have data. But if you look at that data and compare it to our schema, courses have title, original price. So we need to change that from price to original price. Image, we haven't handled yet. So if we go to our schema, you see we don't have images yet. And I want to add images, but I want to do it in the new Rails way. So we're going to do active storage. And we're just going to follow along and copy paste a few commands here. We're going to add this gem if we don't have it. Image. Okay, let's add it. Change it to single quotes because we are cool. Get out of our server and bundle, because when you add gems, you can't keep going. And then let's copy paste these commands. And what this is going to do, you can see this actually created 3 tables. And this is a polymorphic setup where now we can have images or assets attached to any of our models without having to hard code or set up attributes for each of those models. So you'll see active storage. I think we need to get this file, config environments development. See if this is already in there. It's already in there. And do we have a storage file? Storage YAML? Storage YAML. Okay. This we're going to have to adjust to like S3 later. Or excuse me, when we set up this, we're going to have to set up Amazon or whatever for Heroku, because you cannot put assets on Heroku server. Unless you do it from the time you deploy. But everything else looks fine. And then that's about it. Cool. And then when we want to actually attach these from our model, we just do this. Has one attached. So now let's go back to our course. Has one attached. Avatar, no. Let's call it, featured image, right? And that's it. So now if I were to go here and say course.find3, I could say featured image, and you can see this. There is no featured image, but you can see we get all these new features. And now let's go back. Let's see. Rails active storage. I want to attach an image by URL. And I always forget how this works. Rails active storage, attach image by URL. And there's a command for that. And this is a very old post from 5 years ago, but this looks right. This looks right to me. So let's do that. Let's see. We're going to get those params. We want to open, which Ruby changed how you do open. So now you have to do open URI, require open URI. Yep. Okay. So let's make sure that open URI is in here. And we want to download that image by the file URL, which is going to become from this param. So I'm not going to call it params to import anymore. I don't like that. Params, and let's get the image. And it's .open URI, I think, is the function. And then it's not avatar. We're calling it featured image. Avatar attach, download images, and then we can, it doesn't really matter what we call it, but if you give it somewhat decent names, you're going to be able to find it more easily when you're organizing files. I'll probably just do something like this, and then self.id, save it as a JPEG, something like that. So let's see if that will work at all. Let's say reload params equals course scraper dot new, pass in our course call, and I want to get I want that little JSON looking thing with 3 variables. Params, awesome. Now let's see if I can do that. Params image. Okay, I'm storing it this way, so I need to do with indifferent access from here. That way I can access it however I want. I can access it stringified or symbolized, but I'll just change this to symbolized because that does look a little cleaner, but I want to be able to use it however I want. Downloaded image. So this is now kind of like a binary version. And now let's see if I can attach to this course that binary data. Self is not going to work because we're not in the context of self, and it says true. We can see if it actually saved by going into storage in here, and this is actually creating that image in there for us. So let's see if I can open it up. I don't see anything, but let's try. Let's go to the courses show page, and instead of this image URL, let's try to show our actual featured image URL. Courses controller on the show page, course equals course.find by the ID. And then on this actual thing, I want to give me that featured image dot URL. Let's see, I think this is going to break. That's okay. Rerun our server. That's okay. Host. Courses 3. Yeah, you can't use disk service. Yeah. What I can do, image tag course.featured image. And there we go. Look at that. We got our course image downloaded. Let's get rid of the old fake one. So now each of our courses is already loaded dynamically. That title, I guess, is hard-coded. So let's get that also loading. Course.title. Course, this actually needs to be updated because 9 is not going to be the original price, right? That's okay. So back where we were, I think we can get rid of all of this code because we've already converted what we needed to object-oriented. And if we go back to our course model, we're just figuring out the cleanest way to handle the import. And now I'm tempted to not do this stuff from here. I'm tempted to just do this in the course scraper. So instead of load, this could be, load course. And then we can have, I don't know, params equals, let's do this. I'll say we're going to update the course with those params. We no longer need indifferent access because we're not going to access it from the model. And then we're going to attach that IO, which is going to be, let's get it all done right here. Yeah, let's get it all done right in this image. So we'll do image IO. downloaded image will be this image, which means now we can just shove this right here. No, there. Okay. And then back up here, we're going to do that course featured image dot attach. Okay, so now instead of add a reader URL, we're going to actually have accessor browser and accessor course. And we don't need to do about the URL thing anymore. We'll just say the course is the course. The course is the course. And that might be about it. Load course. And then we can call this save params and then put that in a new function called save params. And still not like amazing. And I don't like that we're doing 2 saves in here, but there's not a great way to do it because we're attaching image by URL. This is a lot of changes we just made. Let's go in there. Let's grab our course ID 3. We only have a URL right now. I want to see if we can get the other stuff to work. So course scraper.new c call. Let's see if this saves stuff. Did you mean URI? Yeah, so already go to course.url. Okay, reload and rerun this. Okay, did some stuff. C.reload. We've now got a title. We've got an original price. And we should have a featured image. Let's go to load this page. Yep. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So feel pretty good about that. Now we can kind of start cleaning up some of our other front end to, for example, our courses index. Instead of 9.times do this, let's instead just replace this with courses.each do course. So you see how when we made these little tweaks, like let's just loop through something 9 times, it's a little bit easier than trying to be ghetto. Course.title, and again, we don't have the price yet, but for now, I'll just merge something in so that it looks a little better. Number with delimiter or number to currency helper is awesome. Course.original price. And I don't have the category yet, so I'll just call this category so it kind of annoys us. And then this image, I'm going to change to be that course's image. But I do need to copy over whatever classes were here. Object cover, object center. And we can also have stuff like alt text. So alt text is how we can get some good Google search traffic. Maybe, for example, we say course.title discount, right? And we'd have to do keyword research later, but this is just sowing the seeds to be able to do that. Courses.each, we don't have any courses, so let's go to courses controller and just grab all the courses except we only want the courses that are published, right? So courses that are published. So I'm going to make a scope, and I no longer need to do all of this stuff. Import is simply going to import. All the saving happens in there. Let's make a scope published, and this is going to get where published is true, and very simple. Now here I can just say course published. Courses. All right, some of these don't have featured images, which is fine. So we can index. Actually, let's just try to get all their featured images. Course.all.each. Let's do reload. Course.all.each. And then let's invoke that import function. And let's try to import them all now. HTTP is not a valid. Course.where URL is nil.destroy all. We did create those couple courses before we had all this. So now they all have a URL. We're going to run an import on each of them. Whew, we still got more. Let's see what we're looking at. We've still got one with a nil URL. Let's get, maybe it has a blank. Something's going on. There's still a nil one. Yeah, then destroy, bro. I've been trying to tell you that. Can't destroy because it would reference listings. Got it. Nice other little change. We mentioned this earlier that it's common that when you are going to delete a parent object, you want to delete your child objects. We did not set up that callback to actually do that. So now we are. This has many listings. All right, cool. Now we can actually delete that course because we can delete, it will delete that parent or that child object. Course.all.map URL. All have URLs, therefore course.all.each, and I want it to invoke its own import feature. This will be a little slower than it has to be because we are actually opening up a new headed browser for each one, when really I can probably use the same browser in memory, and we could have like a batch feature. So where we wouldn't invoke the new function, the initializer on the course scraper, we would do like course scraper dot batch and then pass in a bunch of courses, and then it would use the same browser object. But I don't really want to refactor more stuff now. It's a little bit just overkill, but that's the kind of thing I would do. And you can see when I look at my tabs, we have quite a few instances of Firefox open, which means we are not closing our courses out. But there you go. We now have an importer that imported all of my courses and what they cost. And if you click one, soon, when you click one, it will actually go to that courses page. So courses index. Each of these should be clickable, and let's make that happen. Link to course path, course ID, do, and then put that in there. Hey Dennis, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for coming and checking out. We have a link at the description of the video that kind of talks about what we're building to get everybody caught up. And there we go, look at that. So now we have a nice gallery that merges in the titles. But now let's go a little bit further, right? So let's do it first. Let's get this cleaned up. I'm gonna take this whole course icon right here that you see and put that into its own partial so that we're doing this the Rails way. And that's going to mean inside of courses just having a thing called course with an underscore preceding it. And what that should allow us to do is just render at courses, and that's going to do the same thing as at courses.each do course, blah, 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 and then look for that file. So let's see. And that worked great. That worked great. And that also is going to allow us later, we can make it broadcast through Action Cable, which is Rails interpretation of WebSockets, so that if I was on this page and someone else added a course, we could actually have it broadcast and populate and add on to this gallery without a page refresh. So I do that with some apps, but a lot of times it's overkill. So we don't need to do that now, but that's another benefit of setting things up with these partials, is because by default, Rails will look for a partial that is the underscore prefixed singular version of the object that it's working with. So if it's the course model, it will look for a file called underscore course, and then it can pass that in there. All right, so we've got that done. Next thing we need to do back in our scraper is we need to close the browser, right? This is crazy. We're opening and closing all these browsers. Load course, save params, close browser. And browser.close, I'm pretty sure that does it. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make all these other methods private. this is something I used to not do very much because, depending on how you code your app, private isn't necessarily going to increase your security. However, when you are coding in Ruby and you set stuff up as these public methods versus private, the cool thing is that it's almost just a way to make your code more readable, because this lets me know if I put private here and every method below here is private, it lets me know that I only really need to think about what's above private. Because if I were to instantiate an instance of course scraper, and we can do that right now, reload, and I'll say cs equals course scraper.new. Let's pass in, I don't know, the third course. I now have a course scraper object, right? If I do methods, you can see we've got call, we've got these different methods, but if you notice, if I search the word title, there's no title method, even though there is a title method, right? If I search close, there's no close browser method, but there is a close browser method. That's because I made it a private method, which means as my instance, from the context of my instance, I don't have to think a lot about whatever code is down here, because by putting it under private, I'm telling myself, the developer, that none of those methods ever need to be invoked individually. And by doing that, it just makes the code a lot easier to read. So call is the only method I ever need to invoke on an instance of this class. And call then can invoke these other methods, which can then invoke other methods. And that's what private does, is that only a public method, they can only be invoked within other methods of the instance, if that makes sense. So I just do it as a readability. It's like private is almost like saying footnotes. Footnotes here, you don't have to do anything with this code. Here's the real content of the book, of the chapter. We pass in a course, which spins up a browser, and then we scrape it or whatever, right? And so now I want to do one more change. I want to make this a headless browser. Yo, Alex, what's up, dude? And again, just every little thing you need. Headless start, blah, blah, blah. Headless on Firefox. Here we go. Headless. Thought I could just pass in. Kind of thought it worked like this, even though it doesn't show this as working, but we'll give this a try. I'm just going to literally try this if this does or does not open up a new browser on my computer. And it didn't. Make sure it's working headless. And headless is going to be a little bit faster as well. All right, great. So I'm going to close all of these Firefox browsers I have. And then I'm going to update all of our courses to not have images or titles, just URLs. And then we're going to do one more batch import to see if it kind of works, because we have made a few changes to our OO setup in the last couple minutes. All right, so I've deleted all those. Course.update all, set title to nil, and we're going to set title to nil, and then course.all each, let's just purge that featured image. I think we just do purge. Yep. Course.last. All right, cool. So none of them have images or titles or whatever. And all.map. Let's make sure they all have URLs. Great. And now let's invoke our importer one more time after reloading. Let's make sure this is all looking the way we want. Headless true. Course all each import. And let's see what happens. Oop. Doing it on one is fine. Someone asks, let's look at this image. Look at this course. It's got the price, it's got the title. So it all worked. I'm wondering why. Oh, because I need to do an ampersand, idiot. All right, cool. And yeah, this is not keeping those Firefox browsers open on my computer. I guess you can't see the bottom of my screen with the icons, but no Firefox browsers are opening up, and it's doing all this headless. Someone asks, do you have to do some wizardry to get water to work on Heroku, or will it work out of the box? Yes, we have to do wizardry. We can go look a little bit at that right now. I try to really not do any prep work before these live streams so that if something goes wrong, you get to see it go wrong. Heroku personal. But what I was planning to do was to simply go to the config I have of another Heroku project and copy it. But there are guides. If you were to do water Heroku, right? Let's say water Heroku. Yeah. I mean, plenty of people are talking about it. But what worked for me, I have a tool called Simple FAQ. It's faq.ryanckulp.com. And it uses water because it has a Quora import feature. And here's how we do it. So it looks like we add Chrome driver build pack and the Google Chrome build pack. And I think you have to put them in this order. So we're going to do that exact same thing on this app so that we can make sure that we have water working in Heroku. But yeah, it should be fine. And I will need to switch back to Chrome. So what I could do here, since I'm only using Firefox locally, and I'm using Firefox locally because my Chrome is too new of a version for the Chrome drivers to have a production stable version yet. So we're just going to make a browser profile, something like that, and we'll pass that in here, browser profile. And what I'll do is return Firefox if rails.inv.development. Otherwise, we're going to return Chrome, right? And we could also do this as a ternary. So development, then that, otherwise Chrome. But to me, this looks a little bit weird because of all of these colons everywhere. So to me, it's a little more easy to read this way. But now it should work. When we deploy to Heroku, it should use Chrome, and when we're locally, it should use Firefox. So that's how we're going to do it. Let's get this committed, and then obviously all of you can play with this. Courses index, working scraper, Podia only, database. And all of this is live on this GitHub. Let me put that in here too. I think that's right. Groovy, so cool. Great. So you can all follow along. We've made that a little bit cleaner and faster, and we can even try, this is definitely premature, but we're at the 4.5 hour mark. We've got our core of our stuff is actually built. We have an import scraper. We just need to let people pay and make it look better, honestly. But let's go ahead and do Heroku create, I don't know, course thrift. Okay, you can even do Heroku open. And we're going to need to set some configs before this works. So let's go over here to our application YAML and set our base URL to be what it actually is, which is now course-thrift.herokuapp.com. Email doesn't really matter, but I'll change the company name to say Course Thrift. And Figaro Heroku set e-production. What this is going to do is grab the values in this application YAML and push them up to Heroku, which is pretty cool. Get remote v should have already been set when I did the Heroku create. It kind of does that chain command for you. Git push Heroku master with any luck will be live, but I'm pretty sure we're going to run into a deploy issue right now. And we already did. And it tells you what to do. Run this command. and we can see what this does. It just added some stuff to our gem lock file. Make Heroku compatible. And now let's try it again. Let's see if we get another deploy command. Because it would be cool to see this scraper working in production. It seems like people have definitely got some battle scars from that. I do too. But once you do it once or twice, you just always go back and reference your old project and copy paste. While we're waiting, if anybody wants to comment, tell me I suck, ask about something, suggest an improvement, but we're actually very, very close. We need to get in Stripe and create payment links, a strategy for discounting, but we're very, very close. Most of the work, I think, for this tool is really the non-happy path. What happens if they import a course that doesn't work? What happens if they try to import a login that doesn't work, et cetera, et cetera. So, all right, we've got something live. I don't know what it's going to look like. Let's try Heroku open. Okay, error. This is probably related to me not having any free dynos remaining inside of my Heroku account. So let's just turn on a paid dyno here. We got the $5 database. Okay. And here we're going to look at our logs as it suggests. We're going to tail the log so it prints it out as we do stuff. Starting over. There might be some missing value. Let's keep scrolling up. Keep scrolling up. Ooh, I saw something. Zitework network name. Unable to define constant course scraper podia, but didn't recognize. Ha. When the app booted, it's trying to use this code we wrote earlier. This isn't real code, but we created this. I wanted to demonstrate how you would actually build this out if you wanted to support scraping from lots of different platforms. You would namespace each of them, and then some of these methods would go, this would all go in like the base. So this would be underneath course scraper base. It would have an initialize because you need a browser, you need the course. And some things like maybe the title and the image would still be the same, whether it's Thinkific, Teachable, whatever. We'd probably grab a meta title for image, browser. But other things like price, we'd have a price function in the Podia. We'd have another price function in Teachable. We'd have another price function in Thinkific. But it looks like because I made that folder, Heroku's boot setup is a little bit different than when I run the server locally. And so I need to just get rid of those files because they don't point to anything. How do we take a cut of PayPal payments? We're not. So PayPal is just how we're going to pay people. And what we're going to do is just have Stripe payment links so that 100% of money goes to us and then we PayPal people. Exactly. For now, we'll just manually pay. We could use Stripe Connect to automate it all, but then people have to connect Stripe and do like know your customer and blah, blah, blah. And I think there's some people who are living in countries that they can't set up Stripe, so they wouldn't have a way to get paid, but they did buy courses. So, and then in terms of PayPal, there's also PayPal automatic payments. I think it's called mass payouts. We used to use it at FOMO to pay our affiliates every month, but it's kind of scary to do automatic payouts from a big pot. And so even at FOMO, when we had hundreds of affiliates, we would still run the script manually and watch it pay people, and then we could make adjustments if we needed to. So for this, we're just welcoming that champagne problem of every day you have to spend 10 minutes paying people. That's very good. And then we could just let people say, hey, you want to get paid immediately? Connect Stripe Connect. If you want to get paid manually, give us your PayPal, and we can offer both options. Chris says, press ability to crank it out. I do more Googling, including up to my game. I mean, I definitely Google. I definitely Google, but I'm trying here to try to see how much we can do in a self-sufficient way, right? So, okay, it's complaining that we don't have styles. We don't have styles because it's trying to find the styles at CourseThrift.Heroku app. You see that? Which doesn't exist. I thought that would be our domain. It's actually CourseThrift 6e blah, blah, blah. I don't know if this is a new thing Heroku does, because you see my app is called Course Thrift, but my URL is not course-thrift. So that is very, very interesting. This is a new thing. This must be a new thing. Usually if your URL isn't available, Heroku will complain. Here it gave me this app, but the actual URL is not course-thrift. It's this. So that's interesting, and that's okay, and we're just going to adjust that right here in our base URL. And then once we actually hook this up to a real domain, if we do that today, you just change this to your real domain. But even if you forget or you never hook this up to a real domain, it doesn't matter because your content is actually all living here, and the real domain is sort of just, masking this ugly URL anyway. So your base URL can continue to be an IP address or whatever. Now we can maybe just restart. However, I think once you change a config variable, Heroku automatically triggers a restart. So it really kind of should just work. Let's open the app again. And now we got our styles. So nothing to loop through, so browse is empty. Let's try to import a course. And we're going to watch our logs here. We did not set up anything. So let's make sure that this breaks. We're going to watch our Heroku logs. It's going to try to synchronously run an import, which is going to break for multiple reasons, least of which being that we don't even have water and all those build packs set up. But let's just try it. Because what we want to do is get a different error code every time we make a change. So import. All right. That sent a post request to our endpoint. And then fatal selenium unknown error can't find Chrome binary. Okay, so that's our current issue. Let's go over to that other app I have where we have stuff working, and let's mock up, get the same stuff we have over there. So add build pack, and I'm just going to try to copy paste in these URLs, see if that works. Okay, and then we need another one, Chrome driver. And they're in the same order: Heroku, Google Chrome, Chrome driver, Heroku, Google Chrome, Chrome driver. It says it will be used the next time the app is deployed. So let's just do a kind of blank commit. For that, I'll just grab this URL. I'll just say URL, and then we can give ourselves new content to commit, which allows us to deploy. All right, and unfortunately I can't really watch the logs as I push because we're on a $5 a month EcoDyno at Heroku, but this will give us the logs, in our push right here, and then we can kind of go to look at the build progress here as well. So no big deal, but just letting you know, if you were to try to run Heroku logs tail here, it will say you can't do more than one thing at a time, but when you upgrade your Heroku dynos, you can. Now if we go back to these logs, by the way, it's going to start out looking pretty normal, doing its normal thing, bundling. But somewhere in here, now it's telling us we have a newer Ruby, blah, blah, blah. And here we go, Google Chrome app detected. So now, because we added that build pack, it's adding a Google Chrome binary to install the Chrome browser. And then later, it should find the, let's see, driver. Maybe not yet in the logs, and it will also set that up. Yep, here we go. Now it's getting the driver, and it's unzipping the driver. It comes in a zip file, and then it turns into this bin executable within that zip file. And it's doing all that for us. So, think of these build packs as like recipes. Yeah, they call them scripts. It's just a script that is saying, grab this from this URL, download this, move the file here, move the folder there. And it's really, really nice because we don't want to have to learn how Heroku thinks about things. And it says deployed. Let's go back to open app. None of this should really change, right? Browse might break because we might have saved a course but not been able to import it. So we might try to loop through images that don't work. So let's look at our logs again. You can see that that page failed. And just as I suggested, image tag, it does not have an image. So we can clean that up in case stuff fails by just going to our courses index, and on this course, maybe on our course thing, we just say like if course dot featured image dot persisted. This is a really ghetto way to just skip the image if it doesn't exist. So that way, if they try to import something or whatever, so that should kind of do the job, and we can actually do this locally to check. Let's look at our courses locally, and now let's just let's get rid of one of those images. So let's grab C equals course dot last, and let's purge the featured image. And there we go. So now, even though we have that course, the web scraping course, since there's no image that got saved, we're not loading it. So this is a nice way to kind of fall back and soft fail. Don't load course if image didn't save. All right, and back here, since this courses thing is broken, let's just try listings.new, listing/new. And let's try this course thing again. So I'm going to take this URL. I'm going to paste it in here. And before I hit import, I want the logs to be up and running right here. So let's hit import. Let's go back to our logs. It hit our endpoint. And what it's doing now, it's frozen, not frozen, but it's running that importer, which takes a few seconds, right? And something happened. Fatal, session crash, page crash, tab crashed. That's fine. App services, it failed at load course. So it failed when it tried to boot up that browser. That's fine. Let me open up this code of the other Heroku app. So this personal FAQ, where this works fine. Let's look at that here. First, make sure stuff's the same. Ruby, Google Chrome, Chrome driver. Okay. Make sure I didn't need anything else here either. Any other resources? Job? Any other add-ons? Nope. All that looks the same. $5 a month, $14 a month. All right, so let's just go look at the code to see how we instantiate our Chrome driver there. Simple. All right, let's open this up, and we're going to just look for instances of water. So here we go. Shift Command F, water. Looks the same, new headless browser. Our syntax might be a little different, but that shouldn't matter. Water browser. Chrome, headless, true. Okay, that's the same. What else we got? New headless browser. Let's go to the gem file, make sure we don't have anything else. Like, okay, we have Selenium WebDriver, that's only in test. We have water. Any other stuff? Chrome driver, only in test. Okay, so I think whatever the issue is, let's try to let's try to spin up a browser from our Heroku Rails console and not connect it. And this could also have to do with Chrome having version 115 out, but Chrome drivers are only up to 114. So that could be happening here. Yeah, maybe we can add some arguments. But I'm not going to spend too long on this. This is something I've done a bunch of times, and when I was messing with Chrome earlier this week, I did notice that Chrome is up to version 115, but Chrome drivers are only 114. So if we can't figure this out in a few minutes, I don't think it's a great use of time to, you know, keep belaboring. Now here what I'm doing is doing it without the headless flag, which by default should mean not headless, it's headed. b.goto, and this is where it was breaking before, not spinning it up, but trying to go somewhere. b.title. Well, look at that. b.goto, founderhacker.com/fundamentals. Foundergacker. b.title. Okay. So now we've recreated the issue. It did go to Google. It did go to Google. What if I go with www? Interesting. This is Chrome version 92. That's pretty interesting too. So maybe I need to adjust a build pack. Maybe there's a newer build pack. Okay, let's see. Chrome worked. Let's start up another browser. b.goto, my website. b.title. Yes, so it's 100% working in Heroku. But when I went to a course site, okay, that works too. Let's try again. Fundamentals. Very interesting. So the page is crashing when it's going to a specific URL. Let's try other URLs. Interesting. We'll do a little more digging. Maybe he doesn't like going to multiple URLs. I cannot get it to load that URL. Ruby water. Maybe they have an issue. No sandbox. Ruby water Heroku no sandbox. This is a post from 2020. We'll see if they're doing something a little different, and they are. Yes, they're passing in these arguments. So let's see if this will do the job. Course scraper. I was hoping I could be stubborn and we would just figure it all out, but that's fine. And apparently this will work locally, so I don't have to turn this off and on. But let's try. Let's just set it up to be Chrome. And let's try this as B2. Browser 2 equals a browser. And let's see if it goes to Google. And it did. And now let's see if it will go to our course. And it did. So we are in good shape. So let's just get these arguments added. And I'm going to assume this does work locally. I shouldn't actually assume long term, but for now, let's assume this works locally. And go down to our project, and we should just see those additional args. Git push Heroku master. Ooh. And then the next thing we're going to do in a minute is we're going to put this all in the background job, which we've already written the code for it. We're just going to uncomment this, and it will be done. But the little challenge is, and this is always a challenge when you're doing stuff in background jobs where the user wants immediate results. So you can't give them immediate results, so you put it in a background job, but you still need to give the user something immediately. So in our case, what that means is, close some tabs. The user is going to paste a course URL in here, click import, which is going to take a minute, but we want to send them on their merry way, which means sending them to a course page. But when they land on their course page, let's say they imported this course, they're going to land on /course4, and we're not going to have an image or anything. So we can either create like a placeholder image that says, course importing, please come back. Or from this page, we actually allow it to run synchronously. And then when they do get forwarded, they land on the right page. I kind of want to just do that. And then what we can do is probably also have this button change, and disable on submit so that they don't press it twice or, whatever. But there's always kind of that battle of UX. Giving the user a snappy experience, but that doesn't change the fact that you still need to do something in the background. Emo, what's up, dude? Yamo. All right, let's see. It looks like it deployed. And by the way, we also fixed that one thing where we should be loading, skipping courses that don't have images. And let's go back here and see if we can get this to work. And let's reload our production logs, Heroku logs tail. All I want is to load. Okay, here we go. Enter. Oh, failed right away. Failed right away. What do we do now? Argument error. I guess my syntax is wrong because we actually already tried this. And it worked, so I must have done the wrong syntax. What's wrong? Maybe it doesn't like this being after the word headless. That's okay. All right. Let's recreate this in production and not have to ever fix this again. But I am kind of glad we did this earlier on so that when we finish the product, we don't then spend an hour debugging our scraper in production. So browser profile is Chrome. We should get the same issue right now. It should complain. Yes, good. What if we set args first and then headless? No. What if we just don't make it headless at all? Is there a problem with this? Looks good to me. How about this setup? What you talking about? Should I just pass this in as a string? Bruh. Roku water. Ah, that handles headlessness. Okay. But maybe one of the arguments isn't needed. Browser profile. You guys saw that this worked. Cool. This just worked. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Session not created. Welcome back. We are just debugging our scraper in production, which was working great just a second ago. So I'm just wondering what I did wrong. I must have changed some. Course thread. Here we go. Must have changed something. Let's get this headless back to true. Remove the headless arg maybe from here. I also wonder if we need to restart our server because we might have created too many instances of the browser. So let's try to restart the server and see what happens. Okay, what does this do? Okay, so it's just a syntax thing. Water, gym, args. I think they just changed how they handle it, but I'm still confused because it worked when we copied and pasted it. But, you know, that's how it goes. Let's go here, args. Args. Browser. Browser equals Chrome, args. Maybe we just passed the actual args. Sound like a pirate. Let's see. Capabilities. How does capabilities handle those args? Capabilities new, browser, and then pass in the args, which is this options. Selenium args. Options dupe. So it's happening right here. Capabilities line 12. Capabilities line 29. That's a little different line. Okay. Capabilities. And we just make sure we're on the same version. Ruby Water 7.2.2. Is that what we're looking at here? Seven point two point two. This person says fixed capabilities. I don't think you fixed it, bro. Okay, unless option's empty. Okay, 2 args. Process arguments. So this process is failing. Okay, let's try 1 arg at a time. This is weird though. Key for headless. It's not a hash. So there's no keys. You're saying 2 args, it's passing args as the key. Sorry, dudes. This is like, is it passing? So here a second ago it was passing, I don't know if I method key. Yeah, there's no method key because it's not a key. Capabilities. Yeah, so like maybe it used to be called args and then, or it used to be called capabilities. Let's see. Capabilities. Okay, yeah, it doesn't want us to do that. So what if we made this one big string? Maybe I'll just change back to another version of selenium. Or I mean another version of water. It doesn't want us to use capabilities. It doesn't want us to use args. Yeah, let's look at this file and see what they've changed. What's going on? Last change 6 months ago. That kind of looks like that's what it was doing. Unless it's a hash. If it's not a hash, it just kind of seems like that's what it was doing. Fix bugs with processing vendor options. That's different. But let's look at this stuff over here. Maybe we can get the key values of each of these. Headless, false, sandbox, false, you know, that kind of thing. Let's just search the word sandbox. Look at that right here, capabilities. String sandbox. Here's what we want. No sandbox. Case browser. When Chrome. Browser specific options. Meaning if it has headless as an option, then, because if it has it, it's able to delete it, so it won't return nil from a delete because it exists. Then it's adding it. Try something like infer browser. Infer browser. Just keep going up the method chain. I might just bump back our version because this actually just worked. It's just worked for us. In Heroku, we were rocking out. What's going on? I think YouTube is not letting you paste code. Oh, paste, I don't think I can like dial you in here. But I'm about to stop working on this because we just had it. We literally just had it. So all I'm wondering is like, is there like one space in here that it doesn't like? Headless true. This all worked fine. This all worked fine. What's going on? With the Google Chrome build pack, we added those build packs. Add args as a value to the key options. Yeah, sure, let's try that. Options like that. Like that, I think you're saying. Can't convert symbol to integer. But I wonder if that's where we could do headless. That did something. Unrecognized Chrome option headless. Chrome options. Yeah, okay, let's try that. I see what you're saying. It's doing something. Must be something happening. It's doing something. We're in a nice little frozen state now, but it's doing something. Okay, browser go to. Browser.title. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, boy. All right, cool. Thank you to Stetson. We have figured it out, I think. And let's go back to using its browser profile. So you need to surround args inside of an options. Whatever. They could do a way better job at explaining this deprecation. Let's make sure that that's the only thing it looks like we changed. Yep, just wrapping it. And it doesn't look like we need to do headless true anymore because that arg headless will do that for us. Fix Heroku. Awesome. Thank you everybody for painfully following along. Cool. Deploying, and we are on our way. Now, we need to get Stripe going. Let's closing tabs. Time for you to go home. Let me get a Stripe instance. Let me get a Stripe instance up and running. Logging out of my real Stripe instance. It's also snack time. I said at the beginning of this call, as I usually say at the beginning of live streams, that we brought 3 tools. We brought 3 tools with us today: a black coffee, a Quest bar, and our bare hands. We've used 2 of those tools until now. All right, let's make a new account on Stripe. Let's call this Course Thrift. Now let's get this over here. Cool. So all right, let's get our Stripe keys in here. We don't need, we might need our publishable key. Let's see. And then let's get our dev secret key. So have fun playing with this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Ricky Gervais, Oscar speech. All right, I don't care. Now, I want to play with these payment links because I think this would be a cool way to do it, but we want to do it with discounts and stuff too. Why does localhost not function AWS Cloud 9? I used to play with Cloud 9, but I thought it was frankly more confusing than just setting up, doing whatever the steps are required to get your local environment going. All right, products, tipping donation, e-commerce software. I just want to make an amount. Product. Stripe payment link discount. I haven't worked with it lately enough to be very useful, I don't think. Okay. Then I think we're gonna do it the ghetto way. We're gonna just generate payment links when someone clicks to buy, and we'll see what happens. Because we can do it all on from the code side. I don't want to be going into the Stripe UI ever. Yeah, payment link create. What's the price? And that's it. Although it does want us to pass in a price ID. That's so annoying. The ID of the price or plan. That's so annoying. Data discounts. The amount discounted. Okay, we can pass in an integer. Okay. Now you guys can see how I search. Oh, okay. So first we can just create a price. Okay. And then a link to pass to that price. So we'll create the price as well. Okay. And then you can deactivate it so that people can't buy someone else's license. Okay, let's try something like that. All right, so we have our course scraper, which is awesome. It grabs details like the price. And now we have our I don't know, payment linker. Let's try that. We're going to pass the course into this as well. And similarly, we're going to let people modify the course. We're going to let this modify the course. We're going to do the basic same thing where we call, and then we're probably going to put stuff privately when we're all done to kind of button it all up. And we're going to want to have create a price, create payment link. Yes, I use just the regular basic Mac trackpad. It's, I guess, a little bit nicer than I don't know. It's the slightly newer one that has the, I don't even know what you call it, haptic touch or whatever. But I'm quick. I would say the main reason I'm quick is because of hotkeys, not the mouse. So this is going to be amount in cents. And then we need a product ID. So we have to create a product. And this is the type of thing that's perfect to happen in the background. Asynchronously. Because if someone creates a course or a listing, it's not likely that anyone's going to try to buy it a second later. So that's fine. And we could even also, in our courses controller, we can also just courses published, we'll say with payment link, right? So if we go back to our courses in the schema, you can see that some have, oh, we didn't do it yet, but they'll have a payment link. So I'll add that as a to-do. So there would be no scenario where you could break the checkout. Synchronously call. So this should happen in the background. Oops, thanks for the heads up. All right, yeah, so we will handle this in the background, and we're gonna need to create product, price, payment link. We don't yet store a payment link on our courses table, so let's go ahead and do that now. Rails G migration, add payment. Let's call it payment URL because we're using the word URL for other attributes to courses. And then let's go to that migration to make sure. Add payment URL string looks good to me. And then now let's go into our course model and make another scope. We have published, let's also have with payment URL. And this, we just need it to not be nil, where not payment URL is nil. And you could also do like where payment URL not null, something like that. But I like to just keep stuff in like Ruby when possible. So now back over on our courses controller, if for whatever reason something doesn't import correctly, and therefore, because we don't have the import, we don't have the price, we can't create a payment URL, and we wouldn't want someone to be able to buy something accidentally for free and get someone's login. So now we'll just scope our courses page to only courses that are fully imported. And we could even go crazier with that by saying scope, I don't know, purchasable, right? Or something like that. And that could just say published with payment URL. Should kind of work. So now we don't have to daisy chain scopes in these kind of hidden places of our app. We can do it in a more clear single location. So if I were to say purchasable, there we go. And it's none because none of them have payment URLs yet, but I can look at ones that are just published, and I can look at ones, I could in theory look at ones that are just with payment URL. So that's kind of nice. And this is what's used on courses. Note to self. All right, so we have to create the product, create the price, create the payment URL. Let's call it URL instead of link. And this is probably going to be kind of the same sort of thing, product, but we'll go ahead and get that from Stripe. So standard pricing, we need a product ID. Stripe, create product API. What are the minimum things that we need? Nice, just a name. I'm very happy to see that. Stripe product create, because here we'll just use the course's title. Price, let's see, product ID. Let's call this, I don't know. Product is create the product and then create price using that product. Not the best, prettiest way to do this yet, but we can here just pass in product ID. And this price is going to be based on the listing that was just created, which we haven't handled creating listings yet, which is fine. So what we'll probably do is we won't initialize by passing in the course. Let's pass in the listing, and then we'll set the course equal to the listings course. But this will actually be invoked as probably a callback after create commit of the create. I think I'm doing this badly. The payment URL should not belong to the course. It belongs to the listing. So let's RailsDB rollback, undo that, and let's go to that migration. Yeah, every listing has a separate unique payment URL. My listing is $30, yours is $35, etc. So I'll just change this here. Listings. I'm gonna have to change my scope, but you can see how the database setup or the data modeling setup can be very useful. Let's see if we can hack the migration that way. All right, cool. But now we need to go back into our course model. Now here, what we could do is include, we need to join in some stuff. Let's try. What we want to do is change our scope so that we only get courses where some of the sub listings have payment URLs. But for now, we can just not deal with that, and that's fine. Instead, we'll move this to our listing model, where not listings that have a payment URL. All right, cool. Okay, and then back in courses, we'll just keep it with published or purchasable. We'll just keep that how it is now. And then we can keep this the same, even though it's sort of just an alias right now for published. All right, cool. So payment linker, we're gonna pass in the listing. We need the course because we need the course as product, I guess. But we need the course's price rather. Listing course, all right. Okay, cool. So here we're gonna create a Stripe product, pass that in, to the Stripe price generator. Here we go. We need to have that unit amount. So we're going to make this something that we derive. So the course has its original price, which is going to be something like, if we look at an example, course.find3, course.original price, right? And that looks weird, right? But if I were to change this to F, you can see it a little bit better, not in that format. So let's call it 2F, and that might be like 29.0 or $99, right? And then we need to take the discount of this listing. So if we look at listing.inspect, you can kind of see the attributes and the data types. This is a good little feature. And we have this discount percent. So do we have any listings? I don't think so. Listing.create, let's get a user. Let's get a course. Let's stick with this current course. Listing.create, we're gonna have to pass in a user ID, a course ID. And now we have a listing. L.discount percent, let's just set it to 50 so we can keep our numbers simple. L.discount percent is 50, or if I change that to F, now I need to divide that by 100, right, to get that real thing. So back in here, we're going to take the original price multiplied by the listings discount percentage divided by 100, right? And that should get us an amount in dollars that the whole thing should cost. So course equals C, listing equals L. Run all this together, 1450, that's exactly correct. But Stripe wants things in cents. So now we're gonna multiply that by 100. So 14,500 divided by 100 is $14.50. So that is our unit amount calculation, and that's how we're gonna do this. So that's how we create our price. We got our product ID, and then lastly we create the payment URL. Payment URL, we already have the doc open. The payment link. And we're gonna then pass in that price. Pass in the price ID. And product, create the product, pass in the product to create the price, pass in the price to create the payment link. All right. Now payment URL dot, I don't know yet, is going to have something, maybe payment URL dot URL. So let's see what happens. What we're going to do, again, to keep from running this object-oriented yet, we just want to see if it's all going to work yet. So we got our course, we've got our listing, and let's try this. So product equals this create product. API can be with a publishable, cannot be made with publishable, use secret. I thought we were doing that. Yeah. Stripe secret key. Maybe I copy pasted it incorrectly. Publishable key. Yeah, I did it incorrectly. Let's get our secret key. Copied, bro. Okay, sweet. Course equals course dot find 3. Listing equals our last listing. Make sure that actually is for that course. Okay, great. Now we're back in business. A product is this. Make sure that product has an ID. Okay, it does. And we can go in Stripe too and see that we actually made that product. Fundamentals, sweet. And then we want to take our product and pass it into this price generator. Create price, which needs the unit amount. So let's save this as the unit amount. Unit amount equals, okay, we have the price, or we have the product ID. Okay, so let's say price is this, Invalid integer. Interesting. Yeah, sure. Unit amount. This whole thing needs to then be to integer. Stripe does everything in integers. All right, great. Price equals that. Make sure that price has an ID. And it does. And we can go back in Stripe and now look at our, how do you see prices? Fundamentals, here's that price, okay? And then finally, we get our payment URL. And let's try to use this function. Why not? Let's get rid of some commas. Create a payment URL. It expects a price, which we have. So that's our payment URL. And then what? URL? Okay, cool. So that should ask us to pay $14.50 fake money. Test mode for the fundamentals. Great. So that's pretty cool. So we created a custom payment URL, and then let's see. In terms of laying this out, if we were to look back at our course scraper, load course, save params, close browser. All right. We can just do like maybe we put all this stuff inside of create payment URL and just have one big method, which I think is not a huge deal. Yeah, let's do that. Inside of create payment URL, we create our product, create our price, and then we pass our price in. And that returns the URL. And then we're going to update that listing with the payment URL.url. And again, we can now just do all of that in here. Okay, so invoke and call is sort of like an alias to just invoke creating a payment URL and then saving it. And that should be about it. So let's see if that can work. I want to go inside of Stripe and delete all this stuff, which is just deleting a price, deleting the deleting the parent product has already been used. Oh my. We'll just hit to archive everything if it's going to give us problems. Payments, payment links, you can see we've got a URL here. Let's try to get rid of that. Deactivated. Okay, cool. So now let's see if we can use this the OO way, object-oriented. Seems okay, but you just never know. Let's even turn on private mode. Course, I guess we're using it for the title. Okay, cool. And we are going to need to make a couple changes. I'll explain in a second. We're going to need to do a better job at ensuring our SKU-based setup. So I guess we could handle that from, we'll handle that from the Rails side. We want to prevent people from adding the same course multiple times and creating different payment links. So payment linker.new, pass in that listing. I can just set this to pl.call. And that ran in the background because we have it set to delayed. We can see if there's a background job still running. And sometimes I like to just do this, hit up arrow, enter until it goes to 0. But given it hasn't gone to 0 yet, I think something went wrong. I wouldn't doubt it. So let's look at that delayed job. And it doesn't show that there's an error yet, but I'm just a little skeptical. And you know what it is? Because we're not running our background jobs. So it's literally just doing nothing. So to look at what it needs to be running, we need to be running this delayed worker. And we're only in Rails console right now. We're not running the bin dev, so we're not running like all the stuff. So this is now going to run that background job. Now you can see there's no delayed job. So it just ran the job. And now if I go to payments, we should have a new fresh link. Well, let's see. We don't have a new fresh product. Let's see. Listing.last. We do have a payment URL though. So I suppose that worked. Let's see. Let's grab another course. Course.6. This doesn't have itself scraped. So let's first import it so that we get the image and the price. And here we go. Remote debugging port can't be set via capabilities. This is amazing. Now we have a little dev prod parity issue. Remote debugging port. I'm going to turn this off. And let's see if that makes it work now. Possibly it just doesn't work for Firefox and it's not about localhost. Let's see if I can import now. Okay, so this course we now have, oh, it's the web scraping course. That's why it's a zero price. Let's get course 5. Is that 24-hour MVP? Okay, let's set that to our course. We've got an image. We've got, I think we have a featured image. Yeah, we have an image of everything. So let's make a new listing where we say discount percent to 50 and it needs a user ID. All right, that's our new listing. Given 0. Okay, and it failed there. Create payment URL. Given 0, expected 1. All right, well, let's go to that. Welp. Okay. Discount percent. Listing.last. Just double checking this is all fine. No payment URL. So let's try this again. Listings have a callback to create a payment URL. Oh, we didn't actually define this function yet. That's why. We created the callback and then we didn't create this. So payment linker.new, pass in ourself and then call. All right. Reload. Listing.last, l.create payment URL. That's going to run that job. Job.count. Already finished. Let's reload our listing. And you can see we have a payment URL now. And let's see if this charges us essentially what half of camp is. So like $62, yeah, $64. Great. Or half of 24-hour MVP. That's all correct. Now thinking about this further, when you look at this unit amount, we're calculating it on the fly inside of our payment linker, but we kind of want to know what this is and other places. We need to know what the payment amount is when they're on an actual course page. So I'm going to rip this out of here and let this unit amount thing actually be maybe the listing price times 100, something like that. So I think that should be unit amount. I'm going to call it listing price times 100, and only Stripe cares about this times 100 to get cents. So now in the listing model, I'm going to make a function called price, and this is going to be like in dollars, right? Course is going to traverse to its parent object, the course, and then instead of listing dot, it's already itself, so we can do self dot or just get rid of self altogether. and we can get rid of this times 100, and we don't need 2i. So I'm going to get rid of 2i. I'm going to get rid of times 100, and then I'm going to also get rid of this exterior thing, this exterior, there we go, parentheses. So now if I reload, get our last listing, 64.50, and it calculated that on the fly. So if our course were to change price, if this was our course and its original price goes up to 199, now when I look for my listing price, it's going to be 99. So this is exactly what we were sort of thinking out loud about really a couple of hours ago. It's been by now, but we now have this price in a really simple place. It's derived. It's not stored on the database, but that's good because it should always be dependent on what the actual price is. And then unit amount here is great because this is what Stripe needs. It just needs the price times 100, and it needs to be an integer. So I'm feeling very good about that. And let's see. Back in our listing. So now we can go to our courses index where we're rendering courses, and we can now plug that price in here. Let's just do listing.price. Now let's kill each of these individual things and just run bin dev. What am I doing with this? Okay, browse, listing.price. Duh. We don't know what the listing is in this context. We only know what the course is. So we need to make a new function, something like lowest price. Okay, and this is going to get all of its listings, order them by discount percentage, and it's going to do that descending, right? So if someone has a 60% discount, their price is lower than someone with a 50% discount. And then it's going to get the first, and then it's going to get that price. Yeah. Now I'm just going to rescue, I don't know, nil, in case something doesn't have any for sale, just to get that going. And now we're going to change, instead of listing price, we're going to call it course.lowest price. There we go. All right, you can see there's one for sale for fundamentals for $14.50, and you can see we have one for sale here, 24-hour MVP for $99, because that course we made it look like it's $199. So this is great. If I click through, we need to do the same thing on the course show page. We need to show the course's lowest price. And we can use that number to currency again. Course.lowest price. It's going to be at. Wonderful. Then enroll now. That button needs to also have that dynamic price. Then here, this X licenses remaining, we put this placeholder for ourselves. This can just be course.listings.count. One license is remaining. And this should really be a little bit different number. So if there's only 2 for sale, I'm debating whether it should say 1 remaining and including this one. So if you're on an e-commerce page, if there's 5 remaining, that's including the one that you maybe are about to buy. Here is maybe a little different because we have 1 available for this price, but maybe we have other ones remaining for another price. But we could do something just like this. We'll just say if course listings count is over 1, or let's just say, again, let's put it all over here. More listings available. Just make it a Boolean. Listings.count is over 1. extra instead of more. Yeah, let's do that. If course dot extra listings available, then we're going to say listings dot count -1, minus the one they're already looking at, licenses remaining from, and then here we have this next lowest price, right? So here we already have lowest price, and yeah, let's just keep it simple. It's a little bit ghetto here, but we're going to take same thing we did here. Let's actually make that a scope. Lowest priced. You'll see what we're doing here. If we go back to our course model, we're just going to make this a scope. Listings.lowest priced.first price. So lowest priced, that's going to just put them in order of lowest priced. And then here we can use that scope twice. Listings.lowest priced. And the next one, right? Second. You don't have to use indexes because Rails comes like that. Again, we're just rescuing no for now. Next lowest price. And we're going to then merge that in here. Course.next lowest price. And we're going to make that number to currency. So if we can get this to work, a nice demo. Could break because we don't have next lowest prices. And also it's going to break because we didn't terminate our statement. All right, so nothing else showed up here because this is the only one available, right? So what we can do for that is make a little bit of urgency, which is all true, and in the code, else, this is the last one, right? All right, cool. But now if we create one more listing, so let's go to our last listing. I want to make another listing. So listing.create, let's make another listing where it is same course ID, same, it doesn't even matter what user it is, but for now I'll make it same user ID. And then the discount percent, we're going to make it not as much of a discount. We're going to make it 40%. All right. Once I do this, it should create that Stripe link. It will now have two listings, this particular SKU, this course. No payment URL yet. Now it has a payment URL. Now this page, when I refresh, should explain that there is another one left. Extra listings available. Oh, am I not doing it for the correct course? Right here. And here we go. One license is remaining from 79. So let's see. Let's get rid of some of this junk. Now this should be the lowest price. So let's see. Course 5, C.lowest price, C.next lowest price. So that's the opposite. The higher the discount, C.listings, .first, okay, discount percent. Listing scope, lowest priced, discount percent, descending, yeah. Reload, see course dot find 5. Lowest priced. Yeah, so that's ordered correctly. Higher percentage, lower percentage, discount. Therefore, the problem is inside of our course model. Lowest price, first price, second price. That's totally not true. C.listings, lowest priced, dot price. Amazing. Let's go back to our listing price function. Oh, I know why. Because I'm an idiot. Oh, okay. When we look at the original price times our discount, that means if the original price is $100 and our discount is 60%, we're now saying that the new price is $60. That's not correct. The new price is 100 minus 100 times our discount. Yeah. Let's see if that fixes it. Math is hard. All right. Course.find5. C.lowest price. Oh, come on. There we go. Great. The 50% off one is $99. The 40% off one is the next lowest price. It's $119. That is all correct. So one license remains from 119. So now when I want to buy this course, I can see that this is the best deal there is, and there's one more remaining, which is pretty cool. And if we had another listing, yet another listing, create, let's say it was course ID 5, same course, user ID 1, doesn't matter, discount percent, I don't know, 25. It's going to spend a moment to create that payment link. And then when we refresh, we'll have 2 licenses remaining. Again, the next lowest price is 119, but if that were to have been purchased, then it would make that 119 here, and this would say 1 license remaining, and that license would be like $149. So okay, cool. So now we just need our course page to only show the prices that are relevant. In other words, listings that haven't been purchased. So let's just call it listings. That course dot, let's say listings. Let's make a scope. Let's call this purchasable. First, let's call these unsold. We need to know which listings haven't been sold. And if we go back to our schema and look at our listings table, we have a sold at field. So we just want where sold at is nil, first of all. We haven't filled this in yet. We haven't set up our Stripe to like fill this in yet, but we will. Where sold at is nil. And then purchasable is going to be a combination where they are unsold and they have a purchase link with payment URL. So here we go. And we already made that scope earlier. So we got to use it now. So listings that are purchasable. Course listings that are purchasable are unsold and they have a payment URL. So they've finished processing. Listings.purchasable. All right. And now back here, course show page. We don't need to show this category yet, I guess. That's our render here. Course show page, some description, extra listings available. Instead, since extra listings available is already going to, extra listings available also needs to take into account whether they are purchasable. Extra listings available, listings.purchasable. There we go, .count. There we go. So let's pretend that we were buying this first one, and let's make that page link to that purchase link. Open purchase link. This is just going to, how do we do JavaScript, open new tab? I always have to Google this. There we go. This is going to be the courses controller. Really, we just want one listing. The purchasable ones, lowest priced first. Okay. Seems a little crazy, but okay. And then back in course, that also needs to be purchasable. We don't want to show old prices for stuff that's already been purchased. And then here we're going to just use that listings payment URL. So if I closing tabs, okay. This button should link open purchase link, which has a little script down here we made that's going to go to that buy in a new tab. Let's see what happens. $64. It should be $99. Interesting. Course lowest price. 64 was when we did all this incorrectly. That's why. Listing count listing.all.each. Let's recreate those links. That's why. And that's all happening in the background jobs. Let's give it a second. You can see if they're all done by checking the count of jobs. Let's see if this now actually opens up a $99 link, and it does. So cool, that's gonna buy this for $99. Now we need the payment link to do some good stuff. For now, we'll just have it forward back to our website. And then that's what we'll use, those params, we'll use them to set the payment or to set the listing as sold. So let's go, I want to see the actual API docs. I don't want to do that. Okay, back here. I think there's a way to add like a redirect URL or something like that. Okay, cool. Payment links. After completion, we can do a redirect. Okay, cool. So let's go to our payment linker and go down here where we make that payment link. And it seems that we just need to do a new thing called after completion. And then in there, we need to have a key value redirect. After completion type, okay, so we need a type called redirect. And then we need a redirect key value. After completion dot redirect is also a hash URL, something like that. And let's just plug in right here. And to mark this listing sold as, again, we're just hard coding things right now, but we'll do like listing sold ID, I don't know, whatever, listing sold ID So let's see if that's even close at all. No idea if that's even close at all. Redirect URL. We might as well make this our base URL because it's not really any more work. And we don't need to do that. What am I thinking? There we go. Make sure that it's all caps base URL. Yep. Okay, base URL, listing sold ID, and this again will be different. Maybe this will be like /listing/ID, whatever, but I just want to see if we can get these parameters to fire. Type redirect. Redirect has a URL parameter. Okay. So let's try our last listing. No, let's try our third listing because I want to update the one that we can actually purchase. This is the one with the 50% discount. All right. And let's reload and let's do listing.create payment link. I want to have it recreate a new one that has these params and see if that works. Okay. Let's go back here. Do you write test cases? Sometimes I write tests. Probably not on a live stream, but sometimes I definitely write tests. All of my real apps have tests. Oh man. Wait. Let's make this go there. Okay, cool. Let's see if this redirects me back and adds that param. And it did. Listing sold ID. So now that we're adding that param, that's how we're going to be able to mark our listings as sold. So let's make a new little endpoint for that. Get listings, sold. I don't know. What we don't want to do is let someone figure out this URL and then just pass in a bunch of integers. So we might want to create some type of UUID for our listings. So we could do that. Rails G migration. Add. What should we call it? I don't know. Let's just say add code to listings. Code is going to be string. And then our listing, before we create it, generate code. And we're going to just say self.code equals secure random.hex4, something like that. So this will just be a little, 8-digit code. And this might not work because I didn't do it. Yeah, cool. Rails DB migrate. Let's make sure that looks good. Add code to listings. Cool. And that way, now when we want to sell out, we don't have to worry that someone malicious can just pass in a bunch of codes. So we'll add this code right here. Listings controller. Let's make a new sold endpoint. And in our listings controller, make that sold, and it's going to grab that listing by that particular param. Find by code, params code, and then listing mark sold, and we'll make a new function, and that's just going to set sold at to right now. Time for a walk. Have a good walk, dude. Alex, how do we start writing tests? I would start writing tests. Basic rule of thumb, write tests after people start using it, and definitely after they pay you, but maybe not even before they pay you. Yeah. I kind of like testing stuff live for these brand new things. For an app, if I raised money from someone or bought an app or whatever, I would write tests. But if you're building little MVPs like we're doing now, I would just ship it, let people break it. As an alternative to writing tests when you want to ship quickly, but you don't want to be totally in the dark if something happens, add a free add-on to Heroku, such as Papertrail. You get the free plan. It gives you a few days of logs. And if someone says, hey, I signed up last night around 10 p.m. and it broke, you can actually go through Papertrail and look at the logs and figure it out. So I would say logging is a nice temporary stopgap for not having tests for like literally the alpha version. And then you can start writing tests if people pay you and you need to do refactors and whatever. So mark sold, we're going to do that right here. If listing. So in other words, now someone can try to guess listings and nothing will happen. And then we're going to redirect to, I don't know, course page. That course page. So let's say if there's a listing, mark it sold, and redirect to the course path for that listing with a notice. Congrats, course credentials will be in your inbox shortly. Something like that. Otherwise, redirect to the course path. Otherwise, redirect to root path. Something went wrong. Cool. So let's see if we can make that happen. I'm going to just skip the Stripe checkout part, and I'm going to just literally try to go to /listings /sold / a code of a listing. Now, none of our listings have codes. So listing.all.each. I need to do l.generate code and then l.save. All right, cool. Let's try this last listing. You can see it's l.sold at is nil. Let's try to pass it in. Find by code. I think we need to restart our server. Yeah. A cool Active Record feature is that whatever attributes you add, you can append them to the find by. I think it's cool. And boom, look at that. It figured out what course we were looking at. Credentials will be in your inbox shortly. And if I were to try to hack it, listings, sold, ASDF, it's just going to go to the home page. And this is error. This should probably, maybe this can say, maybe it's alert, listings, sold. There we go. Uh-oh, sorry, something went wrong. Great. Now we have a way to mark them sold after they're purchased. We have a way to purchase them. And now that it's been purchased, if I were to go to that course, you can see now the next one available is $119, not $99. Well, actually, I guess we haven't done the full path yet. So let's try that out. So what we're going to do is use a Rails helper here, because I don't want to hard code URLs this way. What we want to do is make like a redirect URL, and then Rails application.helpers.url for Rails.application.url helpers. I always forget. Rails.application. Rails URL helper. Routes, there we go. Rails.application.routes.url helpers. Application routes dot root path. Routes. I always forget this. I always forget this. URL helpers. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Courses path. There we go. I might do a test on courses. A course on tests. I think I'll do a course on tests for sure. All right, now let's gonna just name this sold at thing. So we're gonna give it a named route as listing sold. So now I can call it listing sold path. And then pass in like a code or whatever. There we go. Pass in the listing code. And pass in that listing code. And that's going to be our redirect URL. There we go. Now everything's pretty clean, and we already have everything private mode. So let's go ahead and grab all of our listings, and let's set them to sold at nil and payment URL nil. And let's redo all of those payment links. L.create payment URL. All right, and now let's watch those jobs complete for, oh, we're not running, are we running our server? Maybe not since our migration. Let's see. Go through my jobs. There's an error. Invalid URL. So Stripe is complaining because what I did was I used a path, but I need to use a full URL, which makes perfect sense. So let's see if we can get that working. You might have to pass in the option, so that's cool. Okay, just change it to URL. All right. Let's delete all those delayed jobs that are failed. I'm just going to destroy them all because I know the only ones out there are the ones that failed. And listing all each create payment URL. Let's do this. Let's see if our jobs go down now. There we go. Now we've got all of our payment URLs. Let's close tabs. All right. We've got a $99 course, 2 more starting at $119. So here's our sort of click-through QA test. Let's try to buy this for $99. All right. And we're providing our email here. So actually, people don't have to sign up to purchase from us. Earlier, when we were wireframing, we thought we'll just have everyone log in or sign up. But Stripe will take their email. So we don't really have to do any of that. We can let total guests check out and just look up that payment ID when a payment is marked sold, and then email them from the email on their Stripe record. Let's see if this forwards us. And look at that. What it actually did was it forwarded us to /listings/sold this ID, which then forwarded us back to this course. And now you can see the next one available is $119, which is pretty sweet. Now, this number's wrong. 2 licenses remaining. So let's quickly fix that. Course not listings.purchasable. Yeah, 1 license remaining. So now we can click this one and we pay $119. $90210 is where I live. And this should forward us back. All right. And look, we got our little empty state now. This is the last one for 149. And if I were to do this, I don't think we're handling when there's none available. So let's have a whole block here. If, I guess let's say listing, right? Because we're already grabbing that listing. If listing. We need a kind of empty state. So if there's a listing, we want all this junk. Else we basically just want it to look the same but to not function. So we can just add this button now if there's not a listing. No on click needed, nothing to do. Disabled. Sold out. And we can have this button text. Come back later to see if another license goes on sale. We need to make that a try, because if there is none available, then that's no good. So I'm gonna actually set this to false so we can try to force the other state. Yeah, sold out. Come back later, see if another license goes on sale. And that's pretty sweet. Now, up in this price section, course lowest price. If there was no lowest price, we need to know what's going to happen. So let's buy this last one so we can stress test all of our empty states. This should sell our last one, and this might break the new page. All right, so no price in the top corner. That's good. Sold out. Come back later and go back to browse. The course is still here, but you can see there's no price on the right side because we couldn't find the price. Now this Founder Hacker Camp should have the price, but maybe we just got rid of it. Let's get that first course. Let's try course 4. I'm going to try import. Oh, it has the price. That's interesting. It's got an original price. But for some reason right here, we're not seeing that price. That's interesting. Course, because there's none available. That's right. So it's sold out. That's right. Cool. So when there's no price, there's nothing there. Okay, I see. We can make this a little bit better by having another little if course.lowest price. Something like that. And that can be, I don't know, red. That's kind of pink. Still a little weird, but, and then I can make this uppercase and then not kind of hard code as much. Cool. So I got stuff that's sold out, stuff that's for sale. Fundamentals, one left. It says it's the one left. These all say that they're sold out. Lastly, let's get a little bit more information. It was actually relatively easy to do all of our scraping, but I think we can get more of a description. So why not scrape the description? It's probably going to be one line of code. Here we'll have the page open that anyone can see, but here let's look at the meta. Let's just get the meta description, I think. Now this is not a great meta description on my one course, but if I were to go to like another course, maybe it's better. Learn how to build web, yeah, great. So we're gonna get the meta with the name equals description and the content. So let's go back to our course scraper, saving those params. Title, let's make it description. So you can kind of see we're just following our own design, our own style here. Title, let's go right underneath title, copy paste it. And we're looking for meta where the name equals description, not where property equals OG title, but where name equals description. Okay, and now if we were to go back to here, I want to merge that description in on the show page. Course description, which is nothing, right? But let's get this course.find5. Let's reload. Let's import that course. And, you know, we already have most of the data, so it's going to be recreating the image and everything. Description, I did something wrong. Oh, I'm dumb and I named the function the same. All right, let's import again. Okay, looks like that did something. Lots of green, no red. Refresh, and look at that. We got our descriptions in there. So now we can actually, let's just go ahead and import all the courses again so that we have all those descriptions. Fundamentals. Let's refresh. There we go. Description. You can do it. I believe in you. There we go. Got description, description, and description. So we got title, description, image. We have empty states if they're sold out. We're properly calculating price. We have the ability to actually buy them. That marks them as sold. People can log in. I guess really the last thing, and we're now at 6 hours, not bad, is this part. So the UX here. They import a course and then they type in everything else. You know, my first idea was they would import the course and then they would type in all this progressively. We talked about this, progressive profiling, but it's just kind of a lot of extra work. I think we might as well just say, give us the course URL, give us all these other details, and then hit import, you know, and then we'll spend our time if we want to make them, wait, or if we can import right away. So I think that's fine. So what we're going to do is, let's see, grab the course and then maybe have this just be on a separate tab. So we'll have this go to, and really they need to sign up. They need to sign up. So let's go to our listings controller. Let's make this really simple on ourselves. And we're going to put a before action. We're going to make sure that they log in. Really to do anything, to create one, update one, except if they're actually buying one, if they're marking one as sold, obviously, because a guest is going to be doing that. So we're going to try to authenticate the user. So if I were to click sell, oh no, you got to log in. So that's fine. So I click that. And now let's go to application controller. I want to turn off this SaaS stuff. We don't need to do any of this like stuff. So we're going to, after sign in, we're going to go to new listing path by default. No, let's just go to courses path. All right. Now maybe skip onboarding. Do we need any of that junk? Subscribe controller. We don't even need the subscribe controller, but that's okay. They won't ever see it. So if I sign out, I click that I want to sell. They'll sign up. In my case, I'll just log in because I already have an account. And it will land here. Then they can click sell again. Input their course URL. If they don't have any listings, then this is where they should land. They should land on listings new. If they have listings, they can land on an index. So let's get that done. Listing index. In other words, a collection of their listings in case they want to edit things. Let's render that partial. With those titles, your listings. And that should be right here. Oh, and we need that route. Listings. All right, your listings. And on your listings controller or on our header, let's have this cell actually by default go to listings path. So now when you click this, it will go here. But if they have none, then from our listings controller, we can just say redirect to that new path if they don't have any. So that way we have both paths and we're kind of being smart about where we send people. Redirect to new listing path if current user .listings account is 0. And we're going to do a little bit better here as well. We're going to make a private method, set listings. This is the Rails way to do it. Listings equals current user .listings. Okay. And we're going to set listings before we let them land there. Set listings only on, let's say, index. And now we could just say if listings. So now if I try to go to listings, it's going to take me, it should take me listings.count.0. Yeah, it will take me to listings/new if I have none. Now I do have some, so that's why we're seeing that, but we're not showing them. Listing index, and here we can be really simple. Let's make another listing partial, just like we made a course partial. And let's make it really, really simple, like border gray 300. How did we do it on our listing new form? Border gray 500, something like that. We can even try to copy that and see how it looks. And let's call it listing course.name, listing price. We actually talked about putting this on our profile page, and then we decided let's not. Now I think we're deciding let's not do that. Let's just give them a dedicated listing page. Render listings. Listing course needs to have is that correct? Nope. Interesting. Our listings index. We're setting up all the listings. Okay. Listings.first.id. Does that render? 2. So we got listings. Render listings should just be showing this. Oh, I'm just doing dumb stuff. All right. Course.title. All right. There we go. So we're getting a little bit closer. We are now doing our listings kind of ghetto. Let's make this better. Again, kind of following the same styles we've set up for our other things. Space Y4, keeping our numbers. All right. Now back in our individual listing. Selling for $14.50, and we'll remind them that that is discount percent. Lower than live price. I don't know. Listing .course.original price. And that should be numbered to currency. So let's now fit this stuff on multiple lines. Something like that. And then we can just make this a flex as well, where we do the same thing we've kind of done already. Let's make one thing hang to the right, maybe like an edit button, and put the rest of this in the left side. Let's see how that can look. There we go. And this can be an actual edit button. Link to edit listing path listing.id. This might break. I don't know if we have that path yet. Yeah. Listings, edit. Now we don't have a view. And edit listing. Something simple. Cool. So they can go to sell their stuff. They can add new ones. We need to add a way to add a new one. So if we go back to our listings index, we could just actually add it right here. Let's see. And I think I made this support HTML. So let's see. Add new listing path. Let's see if that renders as a link. It did. It doesn't look good. Text primary. And maybe it's not text underline, maybe it's just underline. We don't need underline at all, just color it. Great. Create that listing, and then I think when they finish creating the listing, which is just really creating a course, that's when we can forward them not to the course path, but to the listing path. To creating a listing for that course. So let's see. Let's first split up our front end. This stuff is the listing details. So we need to separate this. This is really a courses thing. So course is new and listings new. I'm going to put all this listings new on the courses page and then get rid of stuff. See how this looks. Import a course. Okay, course is new. Courses controller needs to work the same way. All right, import a course. And then listings, really you need to just select a course from a drop-down. So now if we go back to our listings new, let's get rid of this first form. And let's add a new drop-down where you are selecting from a collection. So here we might as well go ahead and get our form out, form for listing. And throw this ending down well below this last button. Listing new, reopen the file because it started to look gross. And f.select, let's say, courses. So in our listing controller, when they're making a new listing, they need to select what course it is. And they should only be able to select courses that are purchasable, published, let's say. And I'm going to get the syntax wrong here. F.select course ID. And the collection is going to be the courses. Now let's break this. I guess in our listing controller, new, here we go. Current user dot listings dot new. All right. Rails select form. I always can't decide if I should do drop down, select tag. Yeah, here we go. Options for select. There we go. This could do the job. F.select course ID. Listing course ID courses.collect title ID. Let's see if that's even close. I'm going to get rid of more tabs. Okay, now we've got our courses in here in a drop down, and include blank true, you can actually write whatever you want in here. Select a course. All right, and we need a label above this, just like the other stuff. And since I'm already saying that, I'll just make this say, please select. We then need this to probably be, yeah, give ourselves a little space. And even this can have gray text like the other fields. And that's selecting your course. So that's pretty sweet. And what we can now do is just have some simple text underneath here. Don't see your course, add one here. And here we'll just make that link to the new course path. So we're just making it a little bit less sexy, but cleaner as well. Make this block. I don't want this to be, there we go. Add it here. And then we need to add a class to that as well to make it easy to see that it's a link. There we go. All right. Now we need to go ahead and approve of all of these values that are going to be coming in and hitting our server, hitting our endpoint. So listing params, we're going to do everything again the Rails way. And we're going to look for these fields. We're going to look for a course ID. We're going to expect that username thing. Let's see what we called it in our schema. Login username or something like that. Login username. We're going to then look for login password. And then discount percent. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and we need their PayPal. Right? PayPal address. Now the PayPal address again is actually going to go on the user model. So what we're going to do is update their user with whatever they provide as their PayPal address. We're just going to do it kind of ghetto. So first we'll, because we can keep their money. It doesn't matter. I don't mean steal their money. I mean, it's okay if they just leave that blank or whatever. We'll pay them later. So I'll just say current user dot update when we create this listing. Let's say that their PayPal address. And did we put that in PayPal? No, we didn't. Interesting. We never added, we never updated the users table. I see, okay. If that is present. This will also give them the effect of like an autosave. So if they add their PayPal address once, they won't have to add it other times. We can just auto load it in. So Rails G migration, add PayPal address to users. And let's look at that. Add PayPal address to users. That looks good. Now that we actually are storing it, we could do that. So we're not going to whitelist it there. And then we're just going to spin up this new listing. So listing equals current user.listings.new. Same way we did it with our courses controller right here. Really copying that same exact logic. If listing.save, and we're going to pass in those params. If the listing saves, that's when we can probably go to maybe that course page. Redirect to course path, listing.course.id. Otherwise, redirect to the new listing path with an alert. Something like that. All right. Let's restart our server because we modified the database. Go back into our... Now, let's go back to this form itself before we try to submit it. I want to make it actually feel nice. So student username. This says label for email. And this says course URL, so that's not correct. Student username. This is going to be listing login username. And then the way Rails wants you to do it is have these brackets. We could also use the Rails input helper here, 100%. I just don't feel like changing it right now. Type text. And then these I'm going to change. This is the password. So now I can just change the word username to password. And labels are tricky. Whatever the label for is going to match the input ID. So if your label for listing login password needs to match that. So if I click this one, see nothing's happening. It's not working because it's label for email, which is wrong. This is going to be listing, and then this is going to be discount %, which is going to make this whole label this. And I want to make a max here. Can't remember how to do that. Let's see. HTML input max number. Min max. Yeah. Type number. Maybe it just doesn't let you save it. If I try 1000 and hit publish. It doesn't even submit the form. Also, let's make it required. Should be giving us some problems here, but that's fine. MVP. That's okay. Okay, MV2 is better. All right, and then PayPal address right here. This PayPal address is fine, but we're not going to prefix it with listing because we don't want it to be considered part of the listing params. But actually, yeah, we could do it like that. We could do it like that. And now let's go back to our listing controller, and we need to look for no, I don't want to change any of that. Let's just keep it simple. Great. Okay, groovy. We've got a form. Let's look at the action. It's going to point post request to listings. Let's try to pass in, I don't know, 24-hour MVP, 24 student at Gmail, 24 student password, 50% off, and this PayPal address placeholder should be different. Okay. All right. And let's just type that in. Now we're going to check if these params are coming in okay. 24-hour MVP, etc. Here we go. Nothing. Because I think this might not be a submit button. That's right. And that's why we weren't getting any of those alerts earlier. So that's great. So let's refresh. So now, for example, if I hit publish, it's complaining. And now if I were to type in 1001, it's complaining. It must be less than 99. And now if I hit 0, it must be greater than 0. Okay, so that's very good. I thought I was losing my mind. Password, 90% off, jimbob@hotmail. All right, now let's look at our logs here. Oh, enter URL. We left that as type URL, which means it's going to try to validate it, which we don't want that to happen. Let's try again. This is why you got to test all your forms. Password. Huh. I wonder what happened to this padding in here. Because I called it type. Okay. Password 90% off. I'm adding a license for 24-hour MVP. Let's see what happens. It landed on 24-hour MVP, and it says it's sold out, which isn't true. However, it's got to create that payment link. And so you can see it took a moment. It created that payment link, and now here we are. 90% off, and it's a $129 course. So this was all correct. If I were to now go back to sell and I wanted to edit, we can actually just add back this form on the edit page. But to do that correctly, I guess I will have to change these raw inputs to Rails style form inputs. And that's because even though when you look at this, let's say I go to make a new listing. When you look at this, it's only regular HTML. There's no Rails in here. There's no Ruby in here. When you're looking at it on the browser, by that point, it's all just HTML. However, if you make your form the quote-unquote Rails way, and then you put that form on both your new view, so listing/new, as well as listing/edit, Rails will handle automatically making your fields pre-filled with those classes or with those values if they exist. So in other words, if I already have a PayPal address set, it's going to just do that for me. It's going to pre-fill it in for me. I hope that makes sense. Class. So I'm just going to quickly convert these 3 fields. Kind of annoying, but that's fine. Uh-oh. I don't even know what happened. What just happened? How did I get two sets of classes? Go away. Bye. Okay. Okay. All right, maybe that's it. Login username. Everything else should just work. Nope. Probably missing a comma. There we go. All right, so now what's cool is, let's say I were to go to sell and I wanted to edit one of these. If we convert this whole thing into the form, and we should. Actually, this whole thing can be the form. Even this text above it, or this div above it and below it. Let's call this render form. Listing form. We make a listing to new. It's just rendering that form. But now we can do the same thing on edit. So if that's our new page, our edit page just needs render form, and we don't have to write in the same code twice. But on our controller level, we're not doing that yet. So edit. And then here I'm going to have another one set listing singular on edit. And that's going to get just the one listing that we're trying to look at. Listing equals current user dot listings dot find by the one in the ID. And I need all of the courses, so that's fine. Let's do set courses as well before both of them when you're making a new one or editing one. Set courses, new or edit. Just making this code a little bit drier. We only want to do stuff once. There we go. So now when I edit a listing, it should have the same details as when I created the listing. So let's see. We just added one for 99% off right here. If I hit edit, you can see it pre-filled that student username. So now let's fix the rest of that form. So right here, we're going to do the exact same thing. f.text field, login password. And then I'm going to pass in this class and this placeholder. And I need to change the equal sign to colon. And I need to add a comma. I need to close it out Ruby style. And now when I refresh, you can see that password's there. Same goes down here. And sometimes I regret just not always doing it the Rails way first, but you live and you learn. X.text field, discount percent. Here I can add that type number. We didn't have to do that before. Let's see if min like this and max like this works. I might have to do it a different way. And get that comma, and finally change this syntax to colon. Let's see if that worked. It did. And if I try to type in a big number, it doesn't even let me do a bigger number. Doesn't look like it did pass in the min and max, so okay. It should complain. There we go. And it complains again. Okay, wonderful. So that all worked great. We pre-populated everything. We pre-populated what they bought and the username and password. And then this PayPal thing is a little different because it's reading from the user. But here what we can do is just set that value. We'll just set the value equal to the current user's PayPal address, which might be nil, it might be something, and that's fine. And it should set it to Jim Bob. Yeah, cool. So now we can create listings and edit listings anytime we want, which is pretty great. We can also create courses if it's not already added. And to make sure that we can't have multiple instances of the same course, we're going to add a validation here. So validates presence of URL is fine, but we also need to validate uniqueness of URL so that someone can't just keep pasting in Founder Hacker fundamentals and make a bunch of listings. So if right now we've got courses, let's try to add that again and see if it works. Look at our logs. It's actually trying to import it, which it shouldn't even bother doing. It shouldn't have even bothered doing that. So maybe I need to, I'm going to destroy this course. Course.last.destroy. Course.create. And I'm going to say URL. Let's try that first course 3. C.URL. I think the URL was a little bit different. I think one had a slash, one didn't. So that's something we have to think about. We could get rid of all the trailing slashes, I guess. I'll do that. Because also we don't want someone to pass in like a URL param and make it, make it look unique. So that's fine. It's probably good to have a sanitizer. Sanitizer is going to take that URL and it's going to chomp off. Let's see. Let's get ourselves an example. Founder Hacker fundamentals. Let's just do this in the console. That gets rid of that final chomp. But what if our URL was like this? Right? Now that chomp's not going to work. But what if our URL was like this? Still doesn't get rid of anything. So what we want to do is probably a couple things. We want to split at the question mark, because that's always going to kick off parameters, and then get the first one. And then we can chomp the slash if there is one. Likewise, if they have a hashtag. So let's try fundamentals. Let's try this as our URL. Fundamentals pricing. Okay. Right. So let's get rid of, and then let's get rid of hashtag. And then let's chomp the slash if there is one. This is not super pretty, and there are actually plenty of Ruby gems and libraries that will get rid of stuff for us, but I think this is okay. Self.url equals self.url.split. We're going to sanitize it before we create it, which then is going to hopefully catch that it's a duplicate. So if we look at our course, let's actually sanitize that URL. What's the problem? Okay, and then let's just save that. So now we have a course in here that's got this URL. What I want to try to do now is create a new course with that same URL, right? And I can even try to type in this longer URL, and it should parse it down and then not work. URL is URL, and it should fail, and it didn't. Now it rolled back. Okay. But this was just created. It says rolled back, but it was created. Course.last. Before. This happened before create. Before create. Check Rails. We want to do something before validate, essentially. Arnold, what's up, dude? I haven't seen you in a long time, man. It says it's deprecated. I want to use it anyway. Before validation. Okay. Let's see if we can sanitize the URL like that. All right, let's try again. There we go. URL has already been taken. So without doing any scraping or any junk, we just sanitize the URL. And another thing I'm realizing we need is that after we scrape, we need to create a nice slug, because for SEO value, we do not want to land on /courses, /7 or something like that. So let's save params in here. Let's make the slug like title dot, I don't know, parameterize. And we can probably add coupon, discount, etc. Suffixes. So, fundamentals dash discounted, something like that. But for now, we can keep it simple, make the URLs clean, and all of those things we can still use as keywords inside the page content itself. Now, a slug we don't actually have yet, so let's do that. Rails G migration, let's add a slug to our courses. And there are lots of gems for this as well. Friendly ID is one of them. Add column to courses, slug, string. But I think it's generally pretty easy to just make your own sort of vanity username thing. We're now already validating that the URLs are valid. We should probably be able to validate, I don't know, that the titles are unique. But in theory, two different course creators will have the same title. So we have to do it a little bit differently there. But let's just go to our course scraper and title parameterize. So let's say we have something like 24-hour MVP. Let's say that's a title. What happens if I parameterize that? It already makes it downcase and replaces stuff with dashes. I think this is good enough for now. Let's title parameterize. However, since we're in the spirit, let's actually just make this a slug function. And then we're going to slug, and I'll move that to do over here. And we do need to check for the use case we just mentioned, parameterized, and we need to make sure there's not already a course like that. So we'll say if course.exists where of course where, let's see, slug is parameterized dot exists, then we need to basically add to it. So we'll say parameterized equals, and we'll take that slug, and again, this is ghetto for now, but we'll just add, you know, something else, like secure random.hex3. We'll add like 6 digits to it. So let's try that. So if I were to say title equals course.find3, or title equals title.title fundamentals, if course.where slug exists, false. So it doesn't, so it's just going to return that, and it sounds pretty good. And we could actually call this slugify. Let's actually move this. Yeah, let's move this out of our scraper because it isn't really a scraper problem. It isn't something the scraper actually has to do. Let's move it over to our course model, and let's add that bang so that we know why we're doing it. And we're going to just say, yeah, title parameterize, and all right. Okay, we don't actually need this else. And now we're going to update ourselves with the parameterized thing. So that's cool. That way now we can invoke this on all of our other slugs. All of our other courses, we can give them slugs anytime. We could also have a cron job that updates slugs every day so that if our scraper grabs new titles and new prices every day, we can also update slugs. For now, we won't do that because someone might bookmark a link to our thrift store / some course name. And then the link will break if someone changes the course name. So for now, we'll keep it simple, but that's something we could do. Let's see. Slugify. And invoking Slugify, we can do that, I guess, from the scraper, but it's not technically a scraper thing. Course Slugify. All right, cool. And now let's go back in here, course.all.each, and let's invoke Slugify so that they all have courses. Undefined method parameterized for nil. Cool, so we must have some courses with no title. All right, now let's try this again. And I accidentally gave all of our courses a bad slug because I ran it on all of them. So let's set the slug back to nil, slugify them, and now let's run our server and see if they kind of look a little bit nicer. Now when we're clicking, that means that anywhere we click on a course path, so let's look up those course paths, we need to update all of these. Instead of redirect to course path course ID, we need to set it to slug of course.slug, right? Course path listing.course.slug. Listing.course.slug. Course.slug. Any more? Okay, and in our courses controller, currently we're trying to set that course by its ID. Instead, we're going to set it by its slug. So we're still going to, it's still called an ID parameter. We haven't changed that, but we're going to find it by its slug. And I'm going to make this a before action as well to make it just a little bit cleaner. Set course only show, because right now you're not updating courses. Our app does that. So, okay. Set course. All right, courses. Now if I hover over this, it says /courses/fundamentals, which is pretty sweet. /founder hacker camp /web scraping 101 /24 hour MVP. So I like it. I think it's great. And our payment linker isn't affected by this at all because it handles redirects right here by going to our listing sold using the listing code. It doesn't care about the slug. But let's just type in course.id in our search all to see if there's anywhere that we can change it. File name, course ID, JPEG, that's totally fine. Again, that's just a little bit of organization improvement for us. And then here, we can make this a background job now. So we have our course scraper. It was running synchronously. Let's make it a background job. But let's go back to our courses controller to see where this is going to. Let's make sure this edit and new are really the same. Edit listing, list a course. Okay. Our courses controller, when they create that course, we go to that course path, but of course we have nothing yet. So here we talked about this. We need to actually go to new listing path when they finish creating a course, because the next thing to do is to create a listing, right? So let's try that. Let's go to sell. I want to make a new listing. It's not one of my existing courses, so I add a new course, and we're going to type in one of our other courses. What is the URL? How to buy small companies. So let's try to import this one. Let's see, delayed job, make sure there's none in the queue. I'm going to hit import. This should go to the new listing page, and it did. We've got a job in the queue. It's working on its way. Let's see how long this takes. Seems like it's taking a long time. Let's see if it broke. It broke because open timeout. I think I left my old water browser with Firefox open for too long. But the good news is now we are having the correct UX. So let's see. What is it not like? The error. Okay. Initialize stream. Yeah, let's try this. Let's say is a course scraper. Let's get our course. Our last one. Micro acquisitions. All right. And let's set up a course scraper object. Scraper. New. Oh. That's spinning up the thing. All right, cs.browser. Okay, so that seems to be fine. But here's where if I try to do this, it's going to fail because it's private. So I can just hack it by saying send. cs.browser. Ah, look at that. So it just hit the same thing that I hit. I tried to go to my own homepage and it failed. That's pretty interesting. So I don't know why why our course thinks that I'm spamming myself. That's strange. But good to know. So that's what's going on here. What if we just try cs.browser.go to the home page? Yeah, just a moment. Interesting. I wonder if this will work. Yeah, so that worked. That is so annoying. Okay. Well, I guess what we can do is have a headed browser for a second, because we want to make sure that we can import. We want to make sure that we can import courses that are not just my other course. We're kind of now stress testing Podia generally. So I'm going to remove the headless flag, reload, and let's reinstantiate this this whole course scraper. And now let's try this load course and see if this goes to the right place. And you can see it is sending me to this CAPTCHA, and I don't know why, but it even did it on my regular browser. I'm doing it again. Whoa, crazy. Interesting. Can we go to the home page? Can we go to Google and search for the course? Wow. I wonder why this is happening. It happened on my own browser too. So I'm going to think this might not happen on Chrome, or this won't happen from the Heroku IP. I think it's fine. Here we are clicking and it's still not making a difference. So I think it's fine. Yeah, you say they know I'm a bot, but Founder Hacker is the exact same. It's the exact same thing. Founder Hacker is also Podia. And I had to do it from my own account, or from my own Chrome as well, which is interesting. So that's fine. No big deal. I'm sure it's fine, but at least we got the background stuff working. So I'm going to change what I just did, go back to headless, and let's push this up and try to add a course or two on the production server. I'm also going to go inside of our secrets, because all that payment stuff won't work until we have these up there. And right now we have these dev keys plugged in, but I'd have to go through the Stripes verification process, which I need to do off camera. So instead, I'm going to just make these also the production ones. So now anybody, you guys included, you can do test payments in production. Just use the 4242 credit card. All right, DB, this is really bad Git hygiene. We've done so much in one commit. Database updates. And in terms of our services, we've modified both of them, I guess. App services, core scraper, load scraper, and BG job. And then we've got our payment linker, create payment links for listings. And then we've got app views listings. We've got basically, this is listing CRUD. And then for courses, we've got handle empty states, such as sold out, and additional prices. So when we say that there's 2 left starting at X price, right? And then for the controller changes we made, the application controller layer, we just removed SaaS subscribe redirects because it doesn't work that way. And for app controllers, courses, and listings, we basically just separate listing and course CRUD. Other stuff in our models, app models, build slugs and other validations for listings, courses. And lastly, our header better sell starting point and sold endpoint. This also reminds me that in our account index, we have this course listings thing, which we totally do not need because now we have a proper home for that. So I'll just say that move course listings to listing index. All right. All right, we pushed that up and deploying. We haven't added a way to do categories yet. For now, I kind of don't care because we just don't have enough volume. But let's look for where the word category is. We had it somewhere. Okay, we do have an opportunity to do categories. Maybe we just add that since we do have a thing already. Let's do our courses new page. And let's also make this a form. Just even though we're not going to have we don't need the ability to edit a course, I'd still like to just follow the Rails way. And underneath that import or above that import button, let's have them choose a category, I guess. Type text, course category. And then here, actually, this could be a select box so that they are not going crazy adding a bunch of dumb stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to add like our own categories. And let's just add that as a constant here. And we can do programming, marketing, design, crypto, I don't know, finance. What are some good categories of online courses? Relationships, so like pickup artists, productivity. It's easy to add to these. So what we'll do is we'll just make that a drop down because I don't want, I don't want people to be able to choose their own categories. So here we're going to have course categories. And then we're just going to make each one of them an option group. Yeah. Let's see how that looks. It says it deployed. Heroku open. Let's see if any of it works. Okay. Our styles are not good. Because we didn't update our local copy of that environment variable for the production base URL. That's why. Let's fix that. And then by pushing these variables, that will restart the server, and then our CSS will kick in. So let's go back locally while that's doing its thing and add a course. And here, courses new, course form. There we go. Okay. Didn't need that junk. Course category. How did I copy paste the same thing twice? Oh. Label for course category. Groovy. And this doesn't look good. I understand that. Border gray 900. How does that look? Made no difference. That looks a lot better. And then what is this rounded? This rounded is small. Looks better still. Category programming. All right. And we can probably make these look better by just titleizing the label but we're still going to save it as lowercase. So if you look here at these options, they're just going to be lowercase. But I do want a default option. There we go. Please select. And then here we're going to have to, actually, yeah, they're not going to be able to edit the course, so we don't have to handle letting them come back and change stuff. We can change it if we want to. And again, I don't like the colors. Text gray, this is fine, but these need to be the same as the input above. It's not. So that's very cool. Maybe I just need to put it up here. Cool. No. We'll never know. Actually, it's okay because it's actually perfectly okay because this is placeholder text and I'm just being an idiot. Blah, blah, blah. And that all looks good. Okay, great. And then let's give a little space there. Okay, import that course. And this finally could be a little bit smaller, I guess. Text small. That's better. All right, now we've got that. And since we're passing in that category, where's this name? This needs a name and an ID. Course category. Now we can make sure that it actually works. So, let's see. What's another Podia course? So many Podia courses. Camp, and let's call that programming. And I just want to look in the logs and make sure that the last course that comes in is set up as that. Course.last. No category, and I know why. It's because at our courses controller, we're not whitelisting that data. We shouldn't see more than one camp, and we don't. I think it got rejected. That course got rejected from being added. I don't actually even know if I just made the course or not. So let's do the home page and see what happens. Marketing. There we go. Something happened there. There we go. I chose design. Did I choose design at the last second? Yeah, I chose design at the last second. Okay, cool. And this is also making me think of another small edge case for sanitizing the URL. We need to make sure that the whole thing is downcased, so that someone can't just do an uppercase URL. So now we're getting rid of all extra characters. We could, again, if someone doesn't paste in www, then I guess technically that's going to be, that's going to not be handled, but I just think it's not a huge deal right now to do check for. And we can't really just get rid of www or always add www because sometimes sites don't, forward appropriately. They don't work without it. So that's fine. Let's get rid of all of our new little courses. And there we go. Okay, cool. Cool. We made our account look better. Let's deploy these latest improvements. Really just added the ability to add categories. And let's go to our actual site too. We're also going to need to go up into our Rails console of our site because we don't have slugs and things like that. So that's all going to break. So if I were to click browse here, I think we're in trouble. Okay. Let's course.count. Where title? No. Okay, none of them have titles, so we're just going to destroy all the courses. I think some of you have added courses. I see that now. I saw that in the database. That's cool. Let me sign up. Didn't like me signing up, so that's cool. Oh, I know. I know why. It's because we currently send an email after you sign up, but I haven't plugged in an email. API key, so I'm gonna have to turn that off. Great. Disable welcome email. Now, the other thing I could do is I could just let it be in the background. So I could turn it back on, make it a background job, but then we'll have jobs that have errors. And then if I'm trying to look through jobs for jobs related to imports, it will be just cluttered with those other types of errors. So this is probably a little better. No welcome email. And now we should be able to get stuff done. So we'll let it deploy, and then we'll go in Rails C. We'll start adding courses, and then we might call that a wrap. It's pretty easy to buy a domain and hook it up. CourseThrift.com is available. If someone's watching this and you take it, you suck. But if you do it, it's also just doesn't matter because I have 1,000 ideas, at least as decent as today's one. And that's the whole point. That's why I do this. I have abundant mindset. So yeah, why not? Let's see if it's really a penny. It absolutely won't be. Yeah, first year only with 2-year term. So we'll just make it a 1 year, thing. No add-ons. Absolutely not 5 years. This is an MVP. $12. Cool. I'm very surprised that nobody stole it. Okay. So we've got CourseThrift.com, and then we're going to go to our Cloudflare account where we can actually link it up. And I don't think the GoDaddy thing is going to let me do what I want here. I'm going to have to hit, custom, blah, blah, blah. Let me go to my personal Cloudflare. There we go. DNS, let's add a new site. Free. There might be DNS records already. Yeah, all this junk, which is just GoDaddy kind of parking your domain and doing stuff that we don't want. So I just always ignore those. And then it's going to spit out 2 name servers that we need to plug in. I know what I'm doing. And this could take 30 seconds. It could take 20 minutes. Definitely not hours in my experience, and I've done this 100 times. But it could take, sometimes this is absolutely effortless, and sometimes this is really annoying. I'll skip through a few of these settings using the defaults. Always use HTTPS, generally fine. Sure. And then we'll give this another minute. Now, when we go into DNS, we can go ahead and add records, and it will sort of just apply them later because I don't think we're actually pointing our name servers yet. And to do that, we're going to go back to Heroku, and we're going to go to this app, settings, domain, and add this. Now it tells us what to do. Let the naked domain go there. And then we can just point the www to our naked domain. Now let's go back here and open up our app and see if anything works. Sell wants us to sign up. May have to sign up again because last time I think my user didn't get created because of that welcome email. Okay, sell a course. There's no course. Let's add one. This is a real moment of truth right here. I don't know. Fundamentals. Let's select the category. It's programming. And I'm going to run our logs so that we have a little bit of intel of what's happening. Here we go. Import. It did something, but again, we ran everything in a background job. So if it fails, it's going to fail quietly. And I'm going to refresh this now because you see this? There's no course name yet, so it hasn't scraped it yet or ever. So we're gonna actually turn off our logs, go into Rails console. URL not working yet. That's fun. All right, so let's go in here and let's grab that course. We created a record, but you can see we don't have the details. So it didn't work. So delayed job count is 1, and if you look at it, it's going to have an error. So you can see it attempted it 3 times actually. And capabilities, uninitialized stream, close. Okay. Let's go back to our course scraper class server service, and let's try this line by line, setting our browser profile to Chrome, and then let's try to instantiate a browser. Browser.go-to. Let's go to my website because we could be having the same issues we were just having locally, where Podia thinks we're sort of hacking. And look at that, that worked. So our water production scraper is fine. But if I go somewhere like founderhacker.com, ooh, that worked. Let's go to the fundamentals course. And that worked. So I'm tempted to try this whole thing now. You know what it is? We can't store images in production. So we never hooked that up. We never hooked up production right here to be service Amazon. Yeah, that's what it is. So let's see, the easy, there's not really an incredibly fast way to do that. But let's look at some other code where I have done this. It's actually very easy. What I mean is I don't necessarily want to make a storage S3 container. So we would do something like this. We would set up our service right here. We're not going to call it production. That was my bad. We'll call it like Amazon. And then we'll pass in 2 keys right here and whatever our S3 bucket is. So we'd call it like course thrift prod. Right, and then inside of our model that we have images. In this case, it's package inserts. We would have this storage right here. So I would do this in our course model. We have this line of code has one featured image. We'd keep that and then I just append onto it, has one featured image, and that in production, we're going to use Amazon. Otherwise, we're going to use local. And that's going to respond to these. So symbolized keys, Amazon or local. And that's all we need, but I don't have an Amazon S3 bucket set up. I'm not sure if I want to do that for the sake of a live stream, because I think you guys get it. We did do some debugging in production, but we don't have to set up, I don't think, on this live stream, the the actual Amazon bucket. So that's fine. Amazon S3, let's say bucket name, and then this should also be a variable, Amazon S3 region. And that's all very, very easy to do. You log into AWS, but if I log into AWS, all of you are going to see my API keys and you're going to see me make them, and then I'm going to have to rotate them. So I'm just going to not deal with that for now, but we have set it up so that if I plugged in a couple more API keys, it would just work. So let's make those tweaks to our code. Not use, but stub AWS S3 storage for production assets. So that explains it. Our scraper is working, but we can't save down that image when we're using Heroku. If I were to have deployed this somewhere else, we'd be fine, but I didn't, so we're not. And that's okay. So I hope this was interesting. It took 7.5 hours, but we did get a working product. We can make a little more improvements now. Actually, we have that icon. So we have that enroll button. So if we were to go to courses show, I think this is that enroll button. I'm tempted to put this in app assets images, I don't know, avatar.svg. And let's see if we can make this appear instead of our default right here, avatar SVG. No idea if that will work. Is it because it's white? Yeah, it might be a white filling. So let's go in here. I don't know, black. Nice. Fill black. I'm doing something wrong. That's okay. Hero icons. I think I typed in Scholar, so we'll just make it PNG. PNGify it. You will not stop me. And this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Now we've got that image. Try me. Go to our desktop, avatar, PNG. Open up our code here. Replace the existing one. And Command Z this heading. And we might need to make it a little bit bigger now. But actually looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Look at courses, mark them sold out, list them for sale, and view and edit the ones you have listed for sale. And we have a lot of nice, I think, transparency, where when some are available, you get to see if there are others available and how much they are going to cost. So hope this was interesting to everybody. Obviously, there's 50 more little things we could do, but I wanted to just demonstrate, as I've always tried to do in these videos, what is possible with not even a full day of work. And I was talking the whole time, right? So if you're coding and not talking, if you're able to focus, you'll go at least 20, 30% faster and maybe think things through a little differently. But we did build a working app, a second-hand thrift store for online courses. And if you are interested in developing this further, I'm interested in actually making this a real thing. It makes perfect sense to me. I would be one of those verified course creators that is cool with people selling my courses secondhand. Pass along the login, someone else saves money, you get some money back. I don't see how that makes me look bad as a course creator, but feel free to contribute directly to the code, open pull requests. I'm open to adding more features, and I'm open to making people have edit access on GitHub, and even the ability to push to production. And maybe we can turn this into something useful for more people, and not just a demo for this video. Thank you again. Time to finish my snack. I ate half of it, and have a good rest of your day. Ciao.